Section 1 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norm Macleod. Carlino, by the author of Dr. Antonio, Lorenzo Benoni, etc. Chapter 1. On a stormy August morning of 1853, Baron Gaston de Cardiat, an arrival of the night before at the Hôtel de l'Europe, Chambery, stepped from his room to the adjoining gallery which runs along three sides of the house, leant on the rail of the balustrades, lighted a cigar, and puffed away moodily at it. Baron Gaston, a man about 40, a customer of the Hôtel de l'Europe, of 20 years' standing, was not exacting, paid his bill without demur or observation, did not grudge the waiters their fees, and yet the Baron was not popular with the household. Indeed, even that best of souls, Madame Ferroliet, the elderly landlady, who had known him from the time he was a youth of 18, and to whom he always made a point of being civil, well, even this good lady could not help a nervous sinking of the heart whenever the Baron's arrival was announced. As to the servants, their sensations were clear and decided. They could not bear the sight of him. His stern visage, his taciturnity, his frigid manners. He had never in all these 20 years given the landlady a shake of the hand. The entire absence, in short, of that cordiality to which all the old frequenters of the hotel, high and low, had accustomed her. All this might account for the want of sympathetic feeling evinced by the hostess towards this old customer. But the servants, who knew their station too well to lay claim to such ceremony, what had he done to them to arouse their unlimited antipathy? Was he in the habit of finding fault with, or of using them harshly? Not at all. It would have been better had he done so, for even harsh treatment and scolding might have been construed into an acknowledgment, an odd one, to be sure, but still a sort of acknowledgment that he and they were fellow creatures, while, as it was, waiters and chambermaids felt as though lowered to the level of things. In fact, it was less what he did than what he did not that galled them beyond endurance. It was his taking, save in strict matters of service, no notice of them whatever, his overlooking them, his ignoring their being. Not a nod of recognition on arriving, not a nod of farewell at parting. The very fee he gave them was left with Madame Ferroliet. His orders, sparingly given, not seldom only by gestures, generally without even looking at the person from whom the service was being demanded, were given to the generic waiter, never to the individual Paul or Peter. One or two unlucky fellows, new hands in the hotel, who had presumed to address him unchallenged, had received for their pains such a frown and such a stare as had taken from them all wish to repeat the experiment. A man in whom pride amounted almost to a disease, Baron Gaston de Cardiat belonged to the same school as that lady of the old regime who dressed in the presence of her footman, on the assumption that a valet was not a man. Servants, in this gentleman's eyes, were not men, but useful flesh-and-blood machines to be had for hire, and so long as he paid them that hire, he considered himself quits with them. Had the question been put to him whether he believed servants to have souls, he would have been puzzled to answer. Certainly he used them as though they had none. This absurd system was not of the Baron's own invention, nor, I suspect, of that of the lady of the Ancien Regime just mentioned. The Baron had found it established and acted upon in his home, and had continued its practice. Perhaps, had he chosen any other career than that of arms, he might have met with such difficulties in its application as might have led to its modification. But our Baron had been in the army from 1830 to 1848, had always had soldiers for servants, and with men fashioned by iron discipline into machines, the machine system had succeeded very well. This experience of 18 years was so unanswerably conclusive in favor of the excellence of his method that when it seemed to fail, as it did as soon as he adopted the life of a civilian, and could only choose his servants from among civilians, he attributed the failure rather to the wickedness of a whole class, or to his ill luck, than to the faultiness of the principle upon which he had acted so long. And, instead of changing his ways, changed his servants, which was the case, on an average, every second month during the 5 years intervening between 1848 and 1853. It was in 1848 that he had returned to the life of a civilian. On the same day on which the Second Republic was proclaimed in France, Baron Gaston resigned his commission, sacrificing a brilliant career and his right to a handsome pension in a few years to what he conceived to be his duty to his name, to his political creed, and to his royal master. The First Republic, it must be known, had brought about the ruin of the family from which he sprung, one of the oldest and wealthiest families of La Vendée. Most of its numerous members had perished either on the scaffold or in encounters with the Blues. His ancestral chateau had been razed to the ground, his ancestral lands laid waste, whole villages of his destroyed, and what fire and sword had spared had been sold as national property. No wonder that the Baron abominated the reality, nay, the word descriptive of that reality, in the name of which his family had been exterminated and himself reduced to poverty. The gallery of the Hôtel de l'Europe overlooked the yard, and as at that moment, owing to the bad weather, it was empty, the only scope for the Baron's observation was the rain pouring down in torrents. The only living object in view, dimly distinguishable through the descending sheets of water, was a young man on the other side of the gallery, exactly opposite to where the Baron mused and smoked. This young man, from his occupation, was evidently a servant, for, in fact, he was busy brushing, one after the other, a heap of clothes lying on a chair by his side. He performed this task with a conscientiousness rarely evinced by a domestic, every now and then subjecting some article already put aside to a fresh examination, and adding what was probably a supererogatory brushing. It was a pleasure to see with what tender care he folded coats, waistcoats, and pantaloons, and laid them on a second chair with as much caution and gentleness as though they had been so many babies. All the while he was whistling, sotto voce, an air from the Trovatore. As soon, however, as he caught sight of the Baron, which he did during one of his brushing evolutions, he stopped whistling, and proving himself as respectful as conscientious, he so arranged his chairs as to avoid the necessity of turning back on his opposite neighbor, an attention which was quite lost on that gentleman. A more good-natured countenance than that exhibited by this young man it would be difficult to conceive. It was in the highest degree frank and open, and nature had stereotyped on it a smile of good humor and good will which it was impossible not to notice, and once having noticed, not to sympathize with. Indeed, the milk of human kindness must have stood at boiling point with him, not to have been frozen by the stern aspect and knitted brows of the Baron. On the contrary, he seemed rather attracted than repulsed, for, between one brushing and the other, he cast a sympathetic glance at his moody vis-a-vis. Nay, after a little, having thus prepared the way, he hazarded in the same direction a slight motion of the head, accompanied by a deprecating look at the sky, as much as to say, "Did you ever see such weather?" Baron de Cardiet was so far from dreaming that such a liberty could be taken with him, that he looked over his shoulder in search of the person telegraphed to, and seeing no one, turned sharply round and stared fiercely at the presumptuous young fellow, who, in his simplicity, conjecturing from the stare that the meaning of his pantomime had not been understood, attempted to make it more explicit by pointing with his fingers to the lowering heavens, and with an apologetic smile said, "What weather!" The Baron, with a furious frown, started from his leaning posture, drew himself up to his full height, his chin elevated sideways as if in defiance, an habitual gesture with him when displeased, and God knows what he was going to say or do in vindication of his offended dignity, when happily at that moment a heavy loaded diligence rattled into the yard with a deafening noise, and the interest afforded by so important an event put an end, for the time being, to all hostility. Instantly the whole household, armed with umbrellas, was astir round the huge machine. Men, women, children, a full cargo, were helped out of the interior and the rotunda, and safely landed on dry ground. But nobody troubled themselves about the coupé. Had the conducteur forgotten that there was a passenger in the coupé, an old lady with hair as white as snow? She had managed with great difficulty to open the door, and stood now with one foot on the steps, a picture of helplessness and perplexity. The Baron, who had, from the first, followed the movements of this lady with a certain anxiety, perceiving her awkward and somewhat dangerous predicament, shouted from the gallery, "Look to the lady in the coupé! Somebody help her!" The order was no sooner given than, as if by magic, it was already obeyed. The Baron's words had scarcely been pronounced when the squire of the brush, as though he had flown thither, was at the door of the coupé, had lifted out the old lady, and, under cover of his open umbrella, had carried her bodily into the house. All this had been done in a twinkling, with a care and a gentleness of which only an eye-witness could form an idea. "Very good," thought the Baron. "The man can do something better than grin at his superiors." And the gentleman's heart relented towards the offender. The lady in question, be it remembered, was an entire stranger to the Baron. Her title to his interest was her age and her silver hair. Hard and stern as he was, there was nevertheless a soft spot in his heart, the spot on which was enshrined the sacred memory of the faithful friend and stay of his youth, of her who had replaced his mother, too soon lost, alas! The memory of his aged grandmother. All old ladies with white locks reminded him of this, his second parent, and for her sake were sacred in his eyes. At 12:30, the usual dining hour, the Baron took his place at the table d'hôte, and on leaving the dining-room, went, as was his wont, to the bureau, or counting-house, where Madame Feroliette used to sit, to pay his bill, and say good-bye before departing. He never stopped long at the hotel. Arriving in the evening, he generally left on the following afternoon, in the diligence for Bonneville, the same which had arrived so seasonably that morning. "By the by," said the Baron, as he turned to leave the room, "could you recommend me a good servant?"
"Yes," said Madame, "not only a good, but an excellent one."
"Ah, is he a Savoyard?"
"No, a Piedmontese."
The Baron puckered up his nostrils like one affronted by a bad smell.
"When a Piedmontese is good," continued Madame, "I assure you he's not so by half."
"Maybe so, but I want a Savoyard."
"I am sorry for Carlino's sake. Our late prefect, who is also a Piedmontese, could never say enough in praise of his honesty and intelligence. He placed unlimited confidence in Carlino, indeed treated him more like a friend than a servant."
"That alone would deter me from taking your protégé. He would not suit me. It is my habit to treat a servant as a servant, and not as a friend," said the Baron dryly.
"Ah, well, I am very sorry for Carlino," repeated the landlady.
"Since you think so highly of him, why don't you engage him yourself?"
"I should be glad to do so, but he objects to remaining in Chambery. He has been offered a good situation in more than one family, but since his master's death, which occurred here quite unexpectedly, the poor fellow cannot bear the town."
"If this Carlino be the person that I suppose, I must say that he looks anything but inconsolable."
"Nevertheless, he is so, I can assure you. By nature he is lively and good-humored, but only name his late master to him, and see if his eyes do not fill with tears. He longs to leave this to see more of the world. I have kept him here up to this time, hoping to find him a situation such as he wishes."
Monsieur le Baron hoped she would succeed in this as in everything else, and took his leave. At a couple of hours from Chambéry on the Bonneville road lies the village of Castix, and a few hundred paces farther on rises in view, isolated on a hillock, a huge square building surrounded by vineyards. It is called in the neighborhood, we suppose by courtesy, the Castle. The Baron and his portmanteau were put down at the gate of this mansion. This was the goal of his present, as it had been for nearly the quarter of a century of all his visits to Savoy. The castle was owned and inhabited by his paternal uncle, the Vidame of Cardiat, a gentleman now past 80 years of age. This uncle and nephew were the only extant representatives of the once numerous and flourishing family of Cardiat, and consequently set a high value on one another. From the ceremony of their manners when together, you might have supposed them to be two dethroned princes. The Baron professed the highest reverence for the Vidame, inasmuch as he was the head of the family. The Vidame, on his side, respected in the Baron the heir presumptive of the family, and the restorer that was to be of its fortunes. All which reverence and respect did not prevent their boring each other to death, an effect which greatly helped to abridge the Baron's visits. The tie between them was that of family pride, not of family affection. The Vidame's story is soon told. Having a club foot and rendered unfit thereby for the army, he emigrated in 1792, being then only 20 years of age. He chose Savoy as his place of voluntary exile, and followed the fallen fortunes of the house of that name until their restoration in 1815. He then returned to France. Like most emigrants, he had forgotten nothing, learned little, and fancied in his elation that the return of the legitimate branch of the Bourbons to the throne implied the return of each and all of its adherents to their ancient privileges, dignities, and fortunes. In this he was soon undeceived, as it was only with the greatest difficulty that out of the milliard of indemnity assigned to emigrants, he succeeded in having allotted to the family of which he was the representative a few 100,000 francs, a sum, in fact, not equal to what had once been their yearly income. However, he pocketed the money, necessity has no law, and shook the dust of his ungrateful country off his shoes. He went back to Savoy, paid his debts, and bought the castle and its grounds. From that time his temper grew sour, and he took to satirizing friends and foes. Legitimists, quasi-legitimists, the Second Republic, and the Second Empire all had their turn. He became, in short, a sort of Talleyrand, au petit pied. Certainly, like his model, he made no secret of his contempt for mankind. Just now, the chief objective, as the Germans would say, of his satire was Victor Emmanuel and his Italian aspirations. Now and then, by way of variety, he would treat his nephew to a bird's-eye view of the family splendors, count castles, villages, and steeples, describe the fêtes given on occasion of the Dauphin's birth, etc. Lately he had often repeated the same stories, and had grown rather confused as to names and dates. Not much wonder at his age. After 3 weeks or so of this diet, our Baron had had enough of it, and took his departure. His efforts to finding a servant in the adjoining village had been unavailing. 2 or 3 heavy, clumsy fellows had applied for the situation, whose appearance alone would have been an insurmountable objection, even had they in all other respects suited the Baron, and so he would have to go as he came, that is, without a servant, and this vexed him not a little. The Vidame improved the occasion to read him, in his usual cynical tone, a lecture on this topic. "The seed of good servants," pronounced the old gentleman, "is lost, as well as that of many other good things. You will find nothing of the kind, neither under this latitude or that. Servants nowadays, whatever their nationality, Savoyards, French, Italian, Poles, or Belgians, are all alike thieves and scoundrels, and the born enemies of their masters to boot.
The safest plan is to hire the cleverest you can pick up. A clever man is more likely than a stupid one to plunder you cum sale discretionis, in order to make his gains last longer. Pelar la quaglia, e non la fir gridare. To plume the quail without making it cry, as the Italians say, who are masters in that sort of trade.
Owing whether to this tirade, or the result of reflection alien to it, thus far it is certain that the first thing the Baron did on reaching the Hôtel de l'Europe was to go to Madame Feroliet's parlor, and, after the customary inquiry about her health, to ask if her protégée was still in the house. The answer being in the affirmative, he then begged her to send Carlino to his room within the next half-hour. The newly arrived traveler was stooping over his open portmanteau, with his back to the door, when there came a gentle rap, and upon a sonorous entrée, in came, on tiptoe, smiling good-naturedly, our squire of the brush, a wiry, middle-sized, well-figured young man of 25. Not handsome, but agreeable-looking, Carlino had none of the marked characteristics of an Italian. His complexion was clear, his eye hazel, his hair chestnut. The Baron glanced at him from over his shoulder, perceiving which the Italian hastened to make a profound obeisance. Taking no notice of it, the Frenchman resumed the review of the contents of his trunk. After a pause, and without changing posture, he said curtly, "You're looking for a situation, and wish to leave Savoy, I am told."
"Yes, Monsieur le Baron, and I shall consider myself very fortunate."
"Do you understand how to manage horses?" interrupted the Baron.
"Yes, I had the care of—"
"I mean," continued the Baron, cutting him short, "are you a good groom, and can you ride?"
"I was going to explain that my late master—"
A knot rose in the poor fellow's throat, and stopped his speech. "I did not ask you about your late master," said the Baron peevishly.
"I beg your pardon," replied Carlino, abashed. "I meant to say that, in my last place, I had the care of 2 horses, and they were as well groomed as any in Canterbury."
"Very well. That is one point settled. You will have besides to keep my apartment in order, clean my boots, in short, perform all the duties of a servant."
"Yes, Monsieur le Baron. I also know how to cook."
"There's no occasion for that. I do not take my meals at home. Only a cup of coffee in the morning, if you can make it. You can? So much the better. The wages I give are 100 francs a month, and you find yourself. Will that do?"
"Perfectly, Monsieur le Baron."
"You bore me with your Monsieur le Baron. Monsieur is enough. Well, then, be ready to start at 7 this evening. Of course, I take you on trial."
"I hope and trust that my zeal—"
"You are too talkative," interrupted the Baron. "Your late master, I am aware, allowed you more freedom than I am disposed to do. Keep this in mind. I hire you as my servant," the word doubly underlined. "And as to zeal, the less of it the better. Now you may go." With this bucket of cold water on his head, Carlino made another low bow, and more bewildered than he pleased, yet on the whole glad to have found a situation that took him to Paris, he went to announce his good fortune to Madame Feroliet, and to the household in general, and having received their congratulations, something reserved from those who knew the Baron best, hastened to pack up his clothes. His reflections while thus occupied were not entirely of a rosy hue. When he contrasted the harsh tones, the distant manner, the imperious ways of his new master, with the gentle voice, the gracious familiarity, the friendliness of his late one, his heart misgave him, and for the first time he feared that the life of a servant might not always be the realization of that beau ideal which up to this hour he had taken for granted it was. Carlino, we may say, was born a servant, by which we mean that nature had intended and constituted him for one. All the instincts, energies, and bent of his being lay in that direction, and once having reached it, found full scope and satisfaction in that condition. He could conceive nothing within his range which he should prefer. To be dependent on some person in a position above his own, to have someone to please, to make comfortable, to look up to attach himself to, was a constitutional want with Carlino. Was his new master likely to satisfy this need? This was the question which in a rather confused shape now perplexed his mind and dimmed for a moment the luster of his good-humored smile. Only for a moment. Carlino was not the man to give way to despondency. His buoyancy and self-reliance, he had a large share of both, soon returned, and got the upper hand of his misgivings. He laid a wager with himself that, within a month, he would, by dint of care and attention, propitiate this gruff master of his. Carlino was ready and under arms long before the specified hour. When the fatal moment of departure really came, the whole establishment, headed by Madame Ferroliet, accompanied him as far as the porte cochère, and then followed endless kissings and shakings of hands, and good wishes and recommendations to write, the whole interspersed with much weeping. Carlino, as he followed his master up the street, could scarcely see his way for blinding tears. The Baron, who had already taken his lofty farewell of the hostess, was and looked inexpressibly disgusted with all this fuss and sentimentality. At last it was over. But no, a new trial awaited master and servant at the coach office. A group of the latter's acquaintances had assembled there to bid him farewell, and a new and augmented edition of kisses, handshakings, hopes, and what not, illustrated by sobs and ohs and ahs, was the consequence. Carlino was once more transformed into a fountain. The Baron could stand it no longer. To escape from the offensive scene, he took refuge in his corner of the coupé, from which he could not see what was passing without, nor, among other things, his servant, in spite of his heartache, running up the ladder leaning against the diligence to make sure with his own eyes of the safety of his master's luggage. In a few minutes more, Carlino installed himself in the rotonde, and the huge vehicle moved on towards Lyons. No railroad at that time existed between Lyons and Chambéry. At the first change of horses, Carlino, now quite himself again, got out and stationed himself by his master's side of the coupé, within reach of his voice, whereupon the Frenchman, frowning ominously, turned his head the other way, with a pretense of not having seen him. This course of action was repeated and persevered in by both parties at every stage between Chambéry and Lyons. The same at all the stoppages on the railroad from Lyons to Paris, with this trifling difference, that latterly Carlino stood in a pouring rain, and that his master no longer made a pretense of not seeing him, but actually did not see him, being comfortably fast asleep. They reached Paris, the rain falling as fast as ever, at 9 in the evening, and half an hour later were knocking at the porte cochère of the Baron's abode, Rue Madame. The concierge, light in hand, opened the door forthwith, and taking charge of the Baron's trunk, Carlino carried his own and his master's carpet-bag, led the way to the first story, and proceeded to open a door. The Baron, turning to Carlino, said, "I do not want you tonight. The concierge will show you your room, and give you a light, and also a key of my apartment. Call me tomorrow morning at 8. This said, he entered the apartment. The concierge led Carlino up 3 flights of stairs to his room, an attic, and there left him, as the Baron had ordered, with a lighted candle and a key of the apartment below, and the addition of a civil good night. The young man went at once to bed, of which he stood in great want. Folding down the counterpane, he discovered there were no sheets. He had too often slept on hay to mind for one night the absence of the comfort of linen. He wound up his silver watch with great care, undressed in a twinkling, and in less time than it takes to write it, was sleeping the sleep of the just. End of section 1. Section 2 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norm Macleod. Carlino, Chapter 2. With the first dawn of day, Carlino awoke as usual, got up, went to the window, and opened it. A sea of roofs, bristling with chimneys innumerable, stretched before him as far as the eye could reach. Now and then in the distance, emerging from the white September mist, rose towering over the rest a cupola, a spire, a column, like the gigantic mast of some leviathan ship. This then is Paris, thought he, and making a mock bow, he added, this time aloud, "Very glad to make your acquaintance, my dear sir." He was in capital spirits, and disposed, as you see, to be humorous. He was also very hungry as a young man is likely to be who has tasted no food for the last 20 hours. The remedy was at hand. He drew from his trunk half a big loaf and a packet containing slices of sausage, and fell to con amore. While munching his bread and sausage, Carlino took a survey of his attic. The result was satisfactory. It was newly papered, and had an air both neat and gay. A bed, a capital iron one, 2 chairs, a small table on which were a waterless ewer and basin, and on the wall a wooden Nuremberg clock, constituted the whole of the furniture, plenty and to spare for a man of Carlino's habits. All the articles, bedding included, were not only new and clean, but free even from dust, which some provident hand must have lately removed. There was no fireplace, but our young valet was so little accustomed to one that he did not remark the hiatus. Lodged like a prince, thought he, and mounting on a chair, he wound up the clock, setting it by his watch. This done, it was just 5:30. He locked his room door and went down to his master's apartment. Intent on not being heard, he turned the key in the lock with all the care of a thief, and entered on tiptoe a small lobby or anteroom, at the farther end of which were 2 doors at right angles. One was closed, the other ajar. Still using infinite caution, he pushed this last, and found himself in a room of good dimensions, the destination of which, as salle à manger, was evidenced past all doubt by the heavy sideboards round it and the large oval table which stood in the center. This salle à manger communicated by an inner door, happily at this moment wide open, with a passage leading on one side to the kitchen, on the other to a good-sized sitting-room, longer than broad, a kind of study or library, hung with family pictures, below which, running all its length, were glazed bookcases. Between the 2 windows, placed in the breadth of the room, stood a huge something, and at the extremity vis-a-vis another huge something, both these mysterious objects carefully hid under a cover of green serge. Carlino, who was not a son of Eve for nothing, peeped under the serge, and discovered a collection of costly weapons, both ancient and modern, artistically arranged. The door at the farther end of this study being shut, Carlino thought it more prudent not to push his voyage of discovery any farther, for fear of perchance blundering into his master's room 2 hours too soon. So back he went to the kitchen. Here an agreeable surprise awaited him. The first thing that caught his eye, protruding from the wall just above the sink, was a cock, which, on being turned, gave forth an abundant supply of water. He had heard of dirty Auvergnats carrying up water to the apartments in Paris, and of so much being paid for every bucket of water, a practice he considered as both unnatural and degrading. Therefore, great was his relief at finding himself free from this double nuisance. He drank a good draught to help down the sausage, and improved the occasion to make his morning ablutions. The kitchen was small, but airy and well lighted. The cooking utensils were rarinants in it. One can see at a glance, thought he, with a melancholy shake of the head, that the master does not take his meals at home. In the course of his further investigations, he came upon a heap of charcoal deposited under the stove, and found in a drawer a parcel of raw coffee, a machine for roasting it, and close by a coffee mill. In a moment he had lighted a fire, and to utilize the time the charcoal would take to be red hot, he went to give air, sweep the dust, and set in order the rooms left at his disposal. A short and easy task, seeing that the apartment had evidently been taken good care of in the absence of the occupier. We forgot to say that he had found a broom behind the door of the kitchen, and plenty of dusters in a cupboard. The rooms arranged, he returned to find his charcoal well ignited, so he roasted and ground some coffee, and set a jug of water all but boiling by the side of the fire. By the time all this was done, it was scarcely 7:30. Carlino was suddenly reminded of the trophies in the study by the sight of a piece of chamois leather, and he saw no reason why he should not employ the half-hour still at his disposal in cleaning some of the costly weapons. Accordingly, to the study he went, partly raised one of the serge covers, and took down the first articles within his reach, a brace of pistols, a cangia, and a dagger, and set to work rubbing. At the first stroke of 8 from a neighboring clock, he put aside his unfinished task, and knocking first at the closed door, entered what really proved to be the Baron's bedroom.
"Good morning, sir. It is just striking 8,
said Carlino. Monsieur gave a grunt.
"I hope that monsieur has passed a good night. Shall I open the blinds?"
Another grunt. Carlino opened the blinds, and as he shut the window, added, "As fine a day as ever a Christian could see." All these queries and remarks were against the rules, and it was high time to check the fellow's familiarity. "Thank God, I have eyes of my own to see whether it is fine or not, without being told." Such was the gracious reply in the most cantankerous of voices which Carlino got for his pains.
"Shall I bring the coffee?"
asked he, a little abashed.
"Some warm water first. I will ring when I am ready for the coffee."
Baron Gaston was disposed to be more snappish than usual. The fact is, he felt a grudge against his new servant for having so soon recovered, and to all appearance so entirely, from the intemperate grief he had shown on leaving his Chambéry friends.
"The fellow has no heart,"
was the verdict passed on him by the Baron. And where's the wonder? Are machines expected to have hearts? Monsieur had his warm water, rung for his coffee, and went to his study. Carlino, broom in hand, was just beginning to arrange the bedroom, when a furious pull at the bell made him rush into his master's presence. The Baron, in dressing gown and slippers, was standing by the table upon which lay the pistols, the cangiar, and the dagger.
"Who gave you leave to touch these things?"
asked he, with a look of Rhadamanthus.
"I beg your pardon," faltered Carlino. "I thought it was part of my duty."
"You need never think," retorted the Baron. "I forbid you most positively ever to meddle with these arms, or so much as to look at them. I already told you I would have no zeal. Now go."
To have no zeal, forsooth. To exact that from Carlo was as much as to exact from the flame not to burn upwards, from the water not to run downwards. He was saturated with zeal, boiling all over with zeal, made of zeal. Zeal was the very essence of his being. The Baron's words cut the poor fellow to the quick. To be lowered to the level of an automaton who need not think, and must only act when bidden, it was hard to bear, especially for a man who had been the right hand of his former master, and without whose advice not so much as a piece of furniture was displaced in that master's household. However, the first smart over, he bore the blow patiently, bore it because it was in his nature to be patient, and also because he knew his own worth, and was supported by the hope, nay, by the certainty, that his master would find it out in course of time, and end by coming round. At 12:30, Carlino was ordered to ask the concierge for the key of the stables, and to bring out the horse and groom it in the courtyard. The house was one entre cour et jardin, and the Baron, while dressing, could watch the proceeding from the window of the cabinet de toilette adjoining his bedroom. Presently he appeared downstairs, hat and gloves on, and bidding Carlino have the horse saddled at 2:00, went out. Carlino just ran up to the apartment and locked the door, as he had been accustomed to do when no one was at home, and then returned to his grooming. At 2 precisely, Monsieur was back and in the saddle. Carlino was struck dumb when he returned to the apartment to find the door wide open, and a man in shirt-sleeves, apparently quite at home, dancing in an odd sort of fashion up and down the dining-room. This person had a peculiar brush fastened to his right foot by a leather strap.
"What are you doing?" asked Carlino.
"What am I doing?"
repeated the intruder. "Don't you see? Te frotte."
"How did you get in?" asked Carlino.
"Apparently through the door," answered the frotteur, who seemed vastly diverted by the other's perplexed face.
"But I had locked the door," objected Carlino.
"And I unlocked it," rejoined the frotteur, never discontinuing his mysterious evolutions.
"Then you had a key?"
"Well, certainly. The concierge gave me his, as he always does when there's no one in the apartment."
Carlino went at once to the porter's lodge and received full confirmation of the frotteur's statement. He made no remark, contenting himself with keeping a quiet eye upon the unknown functionary. Nevertheless, the proceeding seemed to him too irregular, and involving his personal responsibility too much, to be passed over without observation. Therefore, no sooner did the Baron return than he felt it his duty to report the case. He said, "The frotteur has been here, sir."
"What if he has?" growled the Baron.
Carlino went on. "I had locked the door of the apartment while I finished grooming the horse, and he came in with the concierge's key."
"And what if he did?"
"Monsieur understands," went on Carlino, "that if strangers can come in at their pleasure—"
"I see what it is," interrupted the Baron. "Two of a trade cannot agree."
"It is not that, sir, but—"
"I will have no squabblings. Do you hear? Leave things as they are, and do not meddle with what is no business of yours, or we shall part before long."
Carlino would have persisted, but his master went in, banging the door after him. Not many minutes after, the ringing of the study bell summoned him again to his master's presence.
"I'm going out. You are free to do what you please until 10 o'clock, and if I am not home by that time, leave a lighted lamp in the anteroom, and go to bed."
Having said this, the Baron again went out. It was nearly then 6 o'clock. By 7, Carlino, having finished all he had to do in the house and in the stables, went to a neighboring small restaurant and had a dish of meat and potatoes, with bread ad libitum. He was a great bread-eater, and abstemious as to wine. His hunger appeased, he took a stroll in the garden of the Luxembourg close by. Long before 9 he was at home again. He lighted a candle and read a few pages of Le Nouvel de Sauve, a gift from the defunct prefect. This book constituted all Carlino's library. He never tired of reading it again and again, nor of falling asleep over its leaves, as was now actually the case. The striking of 10 o'clock roused him from his pleasant doze, and at once he lighted a lamp and placed it in the anteroom. Having obeyed implicitly the one half of his orders, why not the other? Because zeal, that terrible enemy of his, whispered in his ear that he had better sit up a little longer. He yielded to the prompting, and fell profoundly asleep. The grating of the key in the lock startled him out of his slumbers.
"What are you doing here?"
asked the Baron sternly. "I beg pardon. I thought monsieur might perhaps want me."
"I told you once before you were not to think, but to do as you were bid. Let me catch you here again after 10 o'clock, and you are discharged."
These last words were pronounced in such a tone as to leave a deep impression on Carlino's mind, that they conveyed no empty threat. In silence he took up his candle and went to his attic, saying to himself, "What a bear of a master I have chanced on!" Days and weeks passed by, and the glacier showed no signs of thawing. In other words, there was no coaxing or forcing Monsieur le Baron, even for a moment, out of his distant manner and uncommunicative ways. Every attempt on Carlino's part to trespass beyond the magic circle of his strictly official business was as resolutely repulsed and as sharply resented as on the first day. One morning, among others, to quote a last instance of the ferocious jealousy with which this gentleman guarded from any infringement what we suppose he considered his dignity, one morning Carlino had had a beautiful dahlia given to him, we will say by whom by and by. Among the gimcracks scattered on a table in the study, which at that moment he was dusting, he had often noticed a small vase in the shape of a lotus, seemingly destined to hold flowers, and it occurred to him that his dahlia would just suit it. So he half filled the vase with water and placed the dahlia in it. An hour or so after, Monsieur went into the study.
A tremendous ring at the bell brought Carlino running into the study. "Who put that flower there?" asked Monsieur in his iciest tone.
"I did,"
said Carlino, more smiling than ever. "Then remove it this instant," was the retort, "and take no such liberty in the future. When I want flowers, I know where to buy them." Bating such occasional rebuffs, and the smart attaching to the denial of all fellow feeling which they implied, Carlino had in other respects nothing to complain of, and much to be thankful for in his new situation. To begin with, his master, if not kind, which he certainly was not, neither was he unkind. If he never praised, neither did he ever find fault, so long as not intruded on. And in a man so rigidly undemonstrative as was the Baron, this negative mood might be interpreted as a tacit acknowledgment of the goodness of the service, and of his satisfaction with it. For, it need scarcely be said, with a person of Carlino's experience and goodwill, the service went on like clockwork. This result, we must add, was greatly helped by the Baron's methodical habits and even tenor of life, high merits in Carlino's eyes, and indeed in those of all really good servants, and for which he was truly grateful. Then, the situation in itself could scarcely have been better. There was certainly plenty to do, both in the apartment and in the stables, but not more than an active young man could manage without being overworked. Then he was his own master from 6 to 10. His wages were considerable, far more than what he had had from the late prefect, and he had calculated that with his sober habits he might, without pinching himself, save 50 francs a month, lay by £24 a year. Quite a treasure. He could accomplish this the more easily, as he had found, to his grateful surprise, that his master paid for his washing, though this item had not been mentioned in their verbal agreement. With Carlino's character, it was a mere matter of course that he should be on the best terms with the concierge and his wife, as with all the other servants in the house. Indeed, who could help being pleased with his cheerful, honest face and obliging ways? Last, not least, he had made a friend, found a confidant in the giver of the dahlia, Mademoiselle Victorine, his neighbor in the attic, the lady's maid and souffre de l'heure of the Marchioness of the second floor. Mademoiselle Victorine was not a favorable specimen of a Parisian soubrette. She was small, red-haired (red hair was not yet the fashion at that epoch), much freckled, and without being positively a humpback, made you think of one. Her mistress was not ashamed, at least the scandalous chronicle was positive on this point, to take advantage of these physical imperfections, serious impediment to the girl's finding a good place, to treat her as a slave, pay her very small wages, and literally starve her. Victorine had an old mother, whom she managed out of her small earnings to keep from dying, and for the sake of that mother suffered uncomplainingly, nay, cheerfully. This acquaintance, which soon ripened into a real friendship, was precious to Carlino in many ways. It opened a safety valve to his pent-up communicativeness, satisfied in a reasonable degree his cravings for sympathy, and by a natural comparison of Victorine's lot with his, reconciled him with his own. Contrasting it with that of this poor drudge, who was poorly paid, underfed, systematically scolded and ridiculed, obliged to wait up till her worldly mistress came home at 2 and 3 in the morning, contrasting, we repeat, his life and hers, Carlino might consider himself a spoilt child of fortune. Carlino felt for her, paid her all the little attentions in his power, cheered her when despondent, took her whenever she was free, not often the case, for a walk in the garden of the Luxembourg, or to the quays to see the shops and admire the engravings there exposed for sale, for Victorine had a taste for art. Of love-making between them there could be no question. Victorine, setting aside her personal defects, might have been his mother, and it was the tone of a mother or of an elder sister, affectionate with a little infusion of superior wisdom, that she had adopted and never wavered from with him. Carlino rarely went out, only for a walk, especially since the days were short. His dinner at the wine shop once over, he went up to his garret and employed himself, either mending his clothes — he was a capital hand at the needle — or in playing on an instrument resembling a brass comb, some one or other of his national airs. In this poor pocket harmonica consisted all the poetry of Carlino's existence. It evoked the vine-clad hills of a Piedmontese birthplace. It brought before him the familiar faces of father and mother long since gone to their rest. It reminded him of the joys and trials of his boyhood. It had stood by him like a faithful friend from his earliest years, and had soothed many a bitter pang. It was the muse of his melancholy hours, neither many nor of long duration. Once the tiny instrument was replaced in its case, and the moisture rubbed from his eyes, Carlino was himself again. That is to say, the buoyant, hopeful, warm-hearted creature nature had meant him to be. The only person within the circle of Carlino's acquaintance, his relations with whom left much to be desired in point of cordiality, was the frotteur. This last, a true son of Paris, was caustic and much given to quizzing, whereas the former, a true Piedmontese, was slow of repartee, and, like many greater men, unable to enjoy a joke at his own expense. So there was no love lost between them. Carlino looked upon the frotteur as a nuisance and an intruder, and the frotteur, on his own side, divined anything but a well-wisher in the Italian. The hebdomadal visit of this functionary was a thorn in Carlino's flesh. He felt it to be not only provoking, but degrading to have to wait the pleasure of this floor-rubber in order to give the last finishing touches to his apartment. Was it not alike the duty and the right of a good servant to do all that had to be done in the apartment confided to his care? Then zeal, that irrepressible zeal which could not be kept down, again whispered in his ear that to pay this jackanapes 15 francs a month for what he, Carlino, could and would do for nothing, was throwing money out the window. Actuated by these feelings, Carlino determined to learn how to frotter, a very easily acquired talent, and thus dispense with the services of this interloper. To this end, he carefully watched the various phases of the frotting process, and, once having mastered them, bought the various necessary implements, and began, when alone, practicing the art on his own account. This, however, could not be done for any time without leaving traces, which in the long run did not escape any more than their drift the experienced eye of the frotteur en titre. Thereupon the threatened functionary lost not a moment in complaining to Carlino's master, alleging that the Piedmontese, with his clumsy attempt to frotter, spoiled the parquet. The Baron, much against the grain, demanded an explanation of his servant. Carlino gave it, and candidly admitted that he had practiced frottying with a view to exercising the frotteur's functions himself, and indignantly repelled the charge of injuring the floor. The Baron, who had listened with undisguised impatience to Carlino's prolix statement, said, "The short and the long of it is, you want to pocket the 15 francs a month."
"God forbid," protested Carlino. "What I wanted was to save monsieur the unnecessary outlay of 180 francs a year."
Carlino was really appalled by the fearful and sudden change in his master's countenance. The Baron grew purple, and his eyes burned like carbuncles. "Impudent boor!" cried he in a terrible passion. "Who gave you leave to economize for me?" Carlino, terrified out of his wits, would have explained, but in vain. "Leave the room!" thundered his master, rising with a threatening gesture. "Leave the room, or by all the saints—" What could be at the root of this sudden violence? Simply this, that the Baron was far from rich. Indeed, for a man of his rank and tastes, he was positively poor, and ashamed of being poor. His ticklishness on this point amounted almost to mania. Any, even the most covert, hint at his straitened circumstances from an equal, he would have resented as an insult, which nothing but blood could wash away. Coming from a menial, and as such beneath his vengeance, he felt it as a disgrace past help. Le coup de pied de l'âne, as a Frenchman would say. Why he did not at once dismiss the offender remains a mystery. Carlino, who had never seen him in such a fury, expected his discharge, and, indeed, little cared if he did receive it, so disgusted was he with the Baron's ungraciousness. But having vented his spleen to his neighbor and confidant in the attic, her sympathy healed this wound also. Carlino was the last man to bear anybody malice, and least of all to the master whose bread he ate. A week had scarcely gone by when he had quite recovered his equanimity and his look of contentment. Not so Monsieur, whose mien and voice, whenever he spoke to Carlino, betrayed from this day a concentrated feeling of irritation. November arrived, bringing along with it more than its ordinary train of mist, cold, and rain. One day Monsieur, who still went out riding, only at a much earlier hour than before, was caught in a heavy shower, and returned home wet to the skin. The consequence was a cold which, strong as a horse as he was, and still more self-willed, the Baron made light of. Though feeling far from well, and coughing a good deal, he rode as usual, went out in all weathers as usual, smoked as usual, as though bent on conquering by main force his indisposition. It proved, however, stronger than his will, as evinced by the fact that a day came, it was the 4th since his wetting, when he felt unequal to going out. He had a large fire in the study, with a kettle of boiling water by its side, and spent all the day there wrapped in his dressing-gown. Carlino would have made some tisane, or prepared some bouillon, or vermicelli, or tapioca soup, but all these proposals met with a peremptory and ungracious no. The Baron, like most old bachelors, had a system of his own for all ailments. No food, and strong hot grog. Seeing that he was not better on the morrow, on the contrary, that the fits of coughing were more frequent and violent, Carlino timidly ventured to suggest the expediency of sending for a doctor, a hint which was answered by, "Don't bother me." This was not to be the last of Carlino's indiscretions during that day. The Baron was worse towards evening and went to bed. His breathing was short and hoarse, his cough unceasing. Carlino felt uneasy, and great was his perplexity as 10 o'clock approached. Was he, according to orders, to leave the Baron alone and helpless in case he should grow worse, or was he to remain at hand, at the risk of perhaps being discharged? The balance was sure to incline to the side of zeal. Carlino tried to convince himself, and succeeded in doing so, that there was no chance of Monsieur, ill as he was, getting up to wander about the apartment. On the strength of this conviction, Carlino took off his shoes, and with a beating heart sat down on a chair in the study, and listened. The study, as we know, was contiguous to the Baron's bedchamber, and the least sound in the one room, were it nothing but a sigh, could be heard in the other. For a good couple of hours the Baron's incessant cough kept Carlino wide awake, but then there came a lull, and exhausted nature began to assert its rights. Carlino's eyelids first grew heavy, then closed, and sleep stole over him. Now a man sleeping in an awkward and inconvenient position, though not an habitual snorer, is apt to admit now and then guttural or nasal sounds of considerable intensity. Such was just the case with Carlino, who, after a series of moderate snorts, was betrayed into one so much louder than the rest that he awoke himself with the sound. He listened for a while. Complete silence prevailed, and he resolved on a speedy retreat. He rose from his chair with the greatest precaution, and groped for his shoes. He had just caught hold of them when the door of communication opened, and the Baron, candle in hand, appeared on the threshold. "Dogging me, are you?" said the gentleman icily. "I suspected as much. I will have no spies about me. You are discharged." Had the Baron struck him, Carlino would not have resented it half so much as he did the name of spy. Carlino, be it remembered, came from a country enslaved for ages, and where the trade of spy had flourished and was still flourishing, to the disgust and abhorrence of all honest-hearted people. The greatest insult which could be offered an Italian was to call him a spy. No wonder, then, that, humble and submissive as he was, Carlino winced and smarted under the infliction, just as a quiet, well-broken horse will do when the lash falls upon a sore place. He said with some dignity, "I have sinned against Monsieur's orders, and Monsieur has a right to dismiss me, if he please. But Monsieur has no right to call me a spy."
"Indeed," sneered the Baron.
"Yes, indeed," continued Carlino warmly. "My late master was a first-rate liberal. He knew me from my boyhood, and would not have given his confidence to a spy."
"What is the man raving about?" said the Baron in unaffected surprise.
"I am not raving, but speaking the plain truth," replied Carlino. "Write to the Sindaco Bovino, my native place, and see if I am not telling the truth."
The Baron, who had no clue to his servant's peculiar train of thought and consequent emotion, shrugged his shoulders and turned to go.
"Monsieur must be so good as to listen to me for another moment. I was not spying. I was giving Monsieur a proof of attachment."
"Keep your attachment to yourself," retorted the Baron. "I don't want it."
"I know you don't, and the more's the pity," went on Carlino. "For permit me to tell you that you will never be well served except by an attached servant, and you will never have such a one unless you show that you value him. A man, though he is a servant, is not the less a man, with a man's feelings. You have some affection for your horse. You pat him on the neck. You encourage him with kind words when he is good. Why should you do less for a Christian who has a soul to be saved, just as you have?"
The bedroom door closed on these last words. Carlino picked up his shoes and went up to his attic and to bed, where for the first time he slept but little, so heavily did the word spy weigh upon his mind. For the first time, also, Carlino's bright smile was absent when he went the next morning, according to custom, to call Monsieur at 8 o'clock. "You have 8 days to look for another situation," said Monsieur.
"Thank you," replied Carlino, "but I do not mean to seek for another here. I shall go back to my country."
"In that case," said the Baron, "I shall pay for your journey."
"Monsieur is very good," said Carlino.
"I shall need some days to provide myself with a servant," added the Baron.
"As many as Monsieur pleases," assented Carlino.
There was nothing either aggressive or conciliatory in the Baron's voice or manner. Both were those of complete indifference. Carlino, after serious reflection, had come to the conclusion that it would be better for him to give up strange lands and to seek for employment in his own country. His personal experience, aided by that of Mademoiselle Victorine, had gone far to create in his mind a strong prejudice against French masters and mistresses, while his recollection of the prefect disposed him to invest the fellow countryman of that master and benefactor with the possession of all the best qualities. As to Paris, his stay had been too short to allow of his liking it enough to leave it with regret. He was glad to have seen it for the sake of being able to say that he had done so. But the huge metropolis, with its incessant noises and rush of people and carriages, bewildered rather than attracted him. His only regret was for Mademoiselle Victorine, that unfortunate creature who stood so much in need of a friend and comforter, and who was going to lose him, her sole comforter and friend. The Baron was so much better as to be able to go out in the afternoon, but came home early and went to bed early. 5 days passed as smooth as oil. Strange faces came and remained closeted with Monsieur le Baron. On the afternoon of the 6th day, he said to Carlino, "You are at liberty to go. I have provided myself with a servant."
"I will leave tomorrow morning, if that suit Monsieur."
Carlino spent his leisure hours of that day, from 6 to 10, in thoroughly cleaning the kitchen, putting his things together, and entreating Mademoiselle Victorine to a walk, her last walk with him. It was a very sad one, and Mademoiselle Victorine returned from it nearly heartbroken. Carlino rose on the following morning, as was his wont, with the dawn. He had not had a wink of sleep, poor fellow. He arranged his room with the utmost nicety, and then made his way downstairs. The door of the apartment on the 2nd story was ajar. Mademoiselle Victorine was lying in wait behind it. As Carlino was passing, she pushed it open, seized both his hands, and pressing something into one of them, said, between one sob and another, "Keep this in remembrance of me. I dare not stop longer. Goodbye, and a good journey. God bless you, Carlino."
"Thank you," said Carlino, also much moved. "I shall keep your present as a sacred relic till the last day of my life. God bless you also."
And so saying, he drew her close to him, and kissed her on each cheek, and then on the mouth, Italian fashion. Victorine's souvenir to Carlino was a silk purse, white, red, and green, the Italian colors, a work of patient affection with which she had beguiled many a long hour of the night while sitting up for her mistress. Carlino folded up Victorine's keepsake in a sheet of clean paper and put it in his pocket, then performed his customary work, lighted the fire, swept and dusted the rooms, that he might leave everything in order. As 8 o'clock struck, he was just going to carry a jug of warm water to his master when the door opened, and in came a tall, black-whiskered man, who asked whether the Baron was up.
"Are you the new servant?"
inquired Carlino. The stranger answered that he was.
"Well, take in the warm water, and tell your master that I am awaiting his pleasure."
The man returned presently, and said that the Baron would see Carlino by and by. Carlino ran up to his attic, brought down his trunk to the lodge, and begged the porter to fetch him a citadine at 9 precisely. A good half-hour after he had gone upstairs again, the new servant brought him word that the Baron was at liberty to see him in the study. Carlino, first knocking at the door, went in, and at sight of Monsieur seated as usual by the fire with a small desk before him, combined with the thought that he saw him for the last time, a lump rose in his throat, and he would have given something to have indulged in a good fit of crying, but he made an effort and adjourned that relief to the next moment of leisure.
"Here are the keys of the apartment, monsieur,"
said Carlino, steadying his voice as well as he could.
"If I have offended monsieur in word or deed, I hope monsieur will believe that I erred through ignorance, and from no want of good will or respect, and I humbly beg monsieur's pardon. I wish monsieur good health and all manner of happiness."
"Thank you," replied Monsieur. "I give you credit for having intended well. Here," handing Carlino some money, "are your wages for the present month. The rest for your journey. See if it is right."
"I have no doubt it is, sir," said Carlino, putting the money in his pocket.
"Well then, goodbye. I wish you success in your own country."
"Many thanks to monsieur," said Carlino,
and with a low obeisance left the room. His successor was waiting for him in the salle à manger, and said to him, "So you're off?"
"Yes, I am," was Carlino's answer.
"Between us,
is the place a good one?"
asked the other with a knowing wink.
"Excellent," said Carlino.
"Why then leave?"
"Because the air of Paris is bad for my chest. Good day."
As he crossed the court on his way to the lodge, Carlino turned round and saw Victorine, all in tears, at a window of the second story. She motioned to him with her handkerchief, and he waved his hand to her in return. This last farewell nearly brought about a crisis. All the pent-up emotions of the last 24 hours made a rush in search of an outlet, and it was in a most pitiable state that the poor young man took leave of the porter and his wife. At last he was in the citadine alone, and at liberty to keep the promise he had made to himself of a good cry. And he kept his promise so completely that the coachman had some difficulty in wrenching from him the explanation that he was to drive to the Lyon terminus. Que voulez-vous? These lumps of flesh for hire, as Baron Gaston graphically defined servants. These nobodies will have feelings and cry their eyes out, and be miserable to their heart's content, just as much as though they were somebodies. It is not to be borne. To be continued. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. The Air Mothers, by Charles Kinsley. Die Natur ist die Bewegung. You wish me to write from the West Indies, and write to you, please God, I will. But listen, for a voice from the West Indies is calling now to you and to me. It speaks in parables, but in true ones. Who are these who follow us softly over the moor in the autumn eve? Their wings brush and rustle in the fir boughs, and they whisper before us and behind, as if they called gently to each other, like birds flocking homeward to their nests. The woodpecker on the pine stem knows them, and laughs loud for joy as they pass. The rooks above the pasture know them, and wheel round and tumble in their play. The brown leaves on the oak trees know them, and flutter faintly, and beckon as they pass. And in the chattering of the dry leaves there is a meaning, and a cry of weary things which long for rest. Take us home, you soft air mothers. Now, our fathers, the sunbeams are grown dull. Our green summer beauty is all draggled, and our faces are grown wan and wan. And the buds, the children whom we nourished, thrust us off, ungrateful, from our seats. Waft us down, you soft air mothers, upon your wings to the quiet earth, that we may go to our home, as all things go, and become air and sunlight once again. And the bold young fir seeds know them, and rattle impatient in their cones. Blow stronger, blow fiercer, slow, air mothers, and shake us from your prisons of dead wood, that we may fly and spin away north-eastward, each on his horny wing. Help us but to touch the moorland yonder, and we will take good care of ourselves thenceforth. We will dive like arrows through the heather, and drive our sharp beaks into the soil, and rise again as green trees toward the sunlight, and spread out lusty boughs. They never think, bold fools, of what is coming, to bring them low in the midst of their pride, of the reckless axe which will fell them, and the saw which will shape them into logs, and the trains which will roar and rattle over them, as they lie buried in the gravel of the way, till they are ground and rotted into powder, and dug up and flung upon the fire, that they too may return home, like all things, and become air and sunlight once again. And the air mothers hear their prayers and do their bidding, but faintly, for they themselves are tired and sad. Tired and sad are the air mothers, and their garments rent and wan. Look at them as they stream over the black forest before the dim southwestern sun. Long lines and wreaths of melancholy gray, stained with dull yellow or dead dun. They have come far across the seas, and done many a wild deed upon their way. And now that they have reached the land, like shipwrecked sailors, they will lie down and weep till they can weep no more. Ah, how different were those soft air mothers, when, invisible to mortal eyes, they started on their long sky journey 5,000 miles across the sea. Out of the blazing cauldron which lies between the two new worlds, they leapt up when the great sun called them, in whirls and spouts of clear hot steam, and rushed of their own passion to the northward, while the whirling earth ball whirled them east. So northeastward they rushed aloft, across the gay West Indian Isles, leaving below the glitter of the flying fish, and the sidelong eyes of cruel sharks, above the cane fields and plantain gardens, and the cocoa groves which fringed the shores, above the rocks which throbbed with earthquakes, and the peaks of old volcanoes cinder-strewn, while far beneath the ghosts of their dead sisters hurried home upon the northeast breeze. Wild deeds they did as they rushed onward, and struggled and fought among themselves, up and down, and round and backward, in the fury of their blind hot youth. They heeded not the tree as they snapped it, nor the ship as they whelmed it in the waves, nor the cry of the sinking sailor, nor the need of his little ones on shore. Hasty and selfish, even as children, and like children tamed by their own rage. for they tired themselves by struggling with each other, and by tearing the heavy water into waves. And their wings grew clogged with sea spray, and soaked more and more with steam. But at last the sea grew cold beneath them, and their clear steam shrank to mist. And they saw themselves and each other wrapped in dull rain-laden clouds. Then they drew their white cloud garments round them, and veiled themselves for very shame, and said, "We have been wild and wayward, and alas, our pure bright youth is gone. But we will do one good deed yet ere we die, and so we shall not have lived in vain. We will glide onward to the land, and weep there, and refresh all things with soft warm rain." So they are wandering past us, the air-mothers, to weep the leaves into their graves, to weep the seeds into their seed-beds, and weep the soil into the plains, to get the rich earth ready for the winter, and then creep northward to the ice world, and there die. Weary and still more weary, slowly and more slowly still, they will journey on far northward across fast-chilling seas. For a doom is laid upon them, never to be still again, till they rest at the North Pole itself, the still axle of the spinning world, and sink in death around it, and become white snow-clad ghosts. But will they live again, those chilled air-mothers? Yes, they must live again, for all things move forever, and not even ghosts can rest. So the corpses of their sisters, piling on them from above, press them outward, press them southward toward the sun once more, across the floes and round the icebergs, weeping tears of snow and sleet, while men hate their wild harsh voices and shrink before their bitter breath. They know not that the cold bleak snowstorms, as they hurtle from the black northeast, bear back the ghosts of the soft air-mothers as penitents to their father, the great sun. But as they fly southwards, warm life thrills them, and they drop their loads of sleet and snow, and meet their young live sisters from the south, and greet them with flash and thunder peal. And please God, before many weeks are over, as we run westward ho, we shall overtake the ghosts of these air-mothers, hurrying back toward their father, the great sun. Fresh and bright under the fresh bright heaven, they will race with us toward their home, to gain new heat, new life, new power, and set forth about their work once more. Men call them the southwest wind, those air-mothers, and their ghosts the northeast trade, and value them, and rightly, because they bear the traders out and home across the sea. But wise men and little children should look on them with more seeing eyes, and say, "May not these winds be living creatures? They too are thoughts of God, to whom all live. For is not our life like their life? Do we not come and go as they? Out of God's boundless bosom, the fount of life, we came, through selfish stormy youth and contrite tears, just not too late, through manhood not altogether useless, through slow and chill old age, we return from whence we came to the bosom of God once more, to go forth again, it may be, with fresh knowledge and fresh powers, to nobler work. Amen. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Days in North India, by Norman Macleod. Number 1. Calcutta to Benares. Part 1. Days, only days, very few they were, yet very memorable. A single fortnight to see Benares, Allahabad, Cawnpore, Lucknow, Agra, and Delhi. Still, I am persuaded, every traveller will agree with me that a vast deal of nonsense is talked about the uselessness of brief visits. Want of time may be painfully felt and acknowledged, and yet, nevertheless, how rapidly the most vivid, correct, and enduring impressions may be made. All have felt this who have even for a few minutes gazed through a telescope on some brilliant constellation, or through the microscope on the marvellous creatures scintillating and roving about in a drop of water. Who that has stood even for 1 hour by Niagara or Vesuvius, gazed at Mont Blanc from Chamonix, or on Jerusalem from Nebi Samuel, stood on the Acropolis or on the ramparts of Edinburgh Castle, walked through St. Peter's, the cathedrals of Milan and Cologne, or York Minster, or even looked on any work of art, and has not felt the power, the wealth, the gain of a few hours, or even of a few minutes. On the other hand, how little in comparison may be seen or acquired by a voyage round the world, notwithstanding the ground voyaged over and the time occupied in it. For months and months, each day as much like the day before, as if the ship was anchored in mid-ocean, few places touched at, and still fewer of these being of interest to any human creature. Panama is probably hurried across in a train pursued by fever, then the Sandwich Islands, Japan, Singapore, the Cape, and home. A single day in Benares or Agra, not to speak of famous historical places in Palestine or Europe, is worth the whole trip. Yet the one traveller can say, "I had but a fortnight," and the other, "I have gone round the world." Nor do I see that it would have added any value to this journey, even if, as in the olden time, I had taken 6 months round the Cape to reach Calcutta, and other 3 months by Dak or Palki to reach Delhi. I left Calcutta on the evening of the 11th of February. Many friends accompanied me to the railway station at Howrah, across the Hooghly, for a railway bridge does not yet connect Calcutta with its iron roads, but I believe one is about to be erected. My official work in India had now terminated. There were no other mission stations connected with our church to be visited by me. Dr. Watson was to do all this alone. Still, wherever I went, and as far as my time and limited opportunities permitted, I made myself acquainted with missionary operations. I did not, however, feel as heretofore the necessity of devoting myself almost exclusively to this one great object for which our church had sent us to India. In spite of heat and other drawbacks, I experienced now, for the first time since leaving home, the feelings of the boy quitting school for a fortnight's holiday. I anticipated with delight any glimpse, however transient, of holy Benares, of Cawnpore, of Lucknow, Agra, and Delhi, names which no longer summon up, as of old, mere associations of oriental splendour, but remembrances of scenes at once the most revolting and tragic, and of adventures the most heroic and exciting. There is nothing in Calcutta itself which recalls the mutiny, but the moment one enters the railway terminus at Howrah, he cannot fail to remember a famous scene. Intent only on keeping time according to the rules of the company, a station master with his force tried to resist General Neil and his lambs, bent upon pushing on to the rescue of our countrymen. The question was practically and promptly settled by Neil putting the stokers and station master, the drivers and guards of the train under arrest until all the troops were seated and whirled off, few of them ever to return. Soon after dark I found myself alone, rushing along the line which, for upwards of 1,000 miles, leads to Delhi. There is little of any interest to attract the eye or break the ennui of the long journey. I do not remember any tunnel the whole way. We passed along the shore of the Ganges, though not always close to it, and across plains, except when, at some points, we skirted a low line of hills, rising like a line of beach to this ocean of alluvial soil. There was not much visible of any of the towns we passed. The natives who crowded the station houses were very like the people we saw everywhere. They pushed along in feverish anxiety to get their seats, being frequently encumbered with their bundles of household gear. Their wives and children clung to them all the while and jabbered with nervous earnestness. The first-class carriages are very comfortable. Each seat is capable of accommodating 6 persons, but they are never crowded, the greatest possible consideration being shown to European travellers. They are much more lofty and roomy than ours, and are protected from the sun by double roofs, projecting shades, and Venetian blinds. The mode of accommodating sleepers is very simple and efficient. The portion which forms the cushioned back of the long seats is lifted up like a shelf and is made fast by straps to the roofs. Large couches are thus formed, each capable, with a little bending of the knees, of giving stretching room to the travellers at night. At every station, abundance of cool drinking water is supplied by a besti, and earthen jars are sold for a trifle, in which it may be kept cool in the carriage. The refreshment rooms are at convenient distances and are well supplied. At many of them, the traveller may remain for the night. As there are English officials everywhere, there are no difficulties in getting along. Most travellers are wise enough, however, to provide some luxuries for the journey, and the private box is often resorted to in preference to the refreshment room. I never saw any native gentleman travelling in the same compartment with Europeans. This circumstance, however, arises not so much from any repugnance of race as from customs and habits which make the native repugnant to the European, and the European equally repugnant to the native. We reached Bankimpore, the station nearest to Patna, next day, and were most hospitably received and entertained by Mr. Richardson, the magistrate. Dr. Watson had travelled by palki to Gaya, some 60 miles off, and returned with our 2 missionaries, Mr. Clark and Mr. Macfarlane, old friends of mine, that we might confer together at Patna. I was unable to see anything of this great Mohammedan city, but I had the happiness of meeting at the house of Mr. Richardson a large party of our countrymen. We left Patna next evening and reached Benares about midnight. Here we were welcomed by the Reverend Mr. Kennedy, the respected missionary of the London Society, who has long laboured in this city. Mr. Clark had returned to Gaya, but Mr. Macfarlane accompanied us as far as Lucknow. Mr. Kennedy had made every preparation to enable us to see as much as possible of the city. The handsome English carriage of the Rajah Sadeo Naran Singh was waiting for us at the station, and next day was kindly put at our disposal, and our first visit was to the Rajah. I may state here that Benares is the finest city in Doab, higher or lower. It is on the frontier of the great governmental division called the North-West Provinces, which to the north, near Umballa, is bounded by the Punjab, and along its western frontier, south of Oud, by the Himalayas. These magnificent provinces are in area nearly equal to Great Britain, with an average of 361 persons to the square mile. There is a lieutenant governor, and the provinces are divided into 35 districts with 6 commissionerships. But to return to Sadeo, he was most faithful to the British government during the mutiny and did us the greatest service. To testify his sincerity, he lived with the resident and put himself wholly in his power when things were at the worst. No wonder that he should have had knighthood conferred upon him and the Order of the Star of India. Sadeo's house and its arrangements seemed in some of their features characteristic of India. The outer gate led into a bare, open compound, surrounded by the houses of the servants and dependents. This again led into a beautiful, well-watered garden, with walks of marble, beyond which was a handsome house approached by a double flight of steps, leading to the entrance door from an elevated terrace. This door was a very narrow one, with a narrow and steep flight of steps conducting to the public rooms above. a species of access which always suggests the idea of defence against sudden attack. Sir Deo met us at the top of this steep stair, received us very courteously, and conducted us to his drawing-room, which was furnished in the same profuse manner as those we had seen in Calcutta, with European works of art. It is used as a reception-room for European visitors only. Mr. Kennedy acted as interpreter. Sir Deo seemed to be an unaffected man, of much intelligence and common sense. The conversation was on several topics, but it was not of a kind to be reported. He presented us with flowers and scented our handkerchiefs, events of no serious importance. His attendants, like those I had seen in Calcutta, appeared to have a spirit of deep reverence for their master, with the same open-eyed interest in all that we said. Their bearing was much like what I have observed in Highland servants of the olden time, servants, yet friends, in whom a sense of dependence was combined with the social sympathies of what I may call patriarchal republicanism. Sir Deo sent a servant to accompany us in our ramble through the city. This servant carried a most imposing silver stick, which gave one a pleasing sense of his own importance. The means of conveyance put at our disposal to thread the streets of holy Benares were the Rajah's carriage, elephant, and tonjons, a sort of open sedan chair, which is carried by poles resting on the shoulders of the bearers. After parting with the carriage, where the narrow streets made it impossible for us to proceed in it, we found the elephant waiting for us. I felt awed in the presence of the noble beast. My acquaintance with his kind had been limited to Wombwell's menagerie and the zoological gardens. We had seen only 2 or 3 in India, and these did not impress us. It had never been proposed to us to ride upon any, either as a matter of amusement or of business. But here was a proper animal for our use. He was of great size and of great age. He stood with gouty-like legs, moving his huge ears. He was clothed in a coarse, home-made drapery of skin, fitting loosely to his body, and forming trousers, not exactly like those exquisite models pictured at railway stations, price 16 shillings. A lad sat on his huge head, a thick iron spike in his hand, by which he seemed to touch the creature's thoughts as if by some electric process. A ladder placed against his side led up to the seat on his summit. It was not possible to look at that small eye of his without questioning one's safety. It was so inquisitive and sagacious, so thoughtful and calculating, that no astonishment would have been felt had he, out of sheer fun, played us any trick and then shaken his frame with elephantine laughter. Before we ascended, he bent his tough grey knees, not, however, until cushions had been laid for them. Then he quietly knelt down. We got up to our seats, feeling very much as if we were on the ridge of a 1-storied house. We there held on as if for life, while the mountain heaved, for as he rose on his hind legs, he sent us forward, and on his forelegs sent us backward. At last we got under way. Judging from my own feelings, I was astonished that the people did not laugh, and the windows open, that the idle women, albeit in the east, should see the sight. But all seemed to be a matter of course, much as if at home we had hired a cab. On we went, with slow, silent, soft, stately swing. The great ears were below us, and below them the stout tusks, as if to clear the way. Having fully realized our dignity, and being fully convinced that all asses, horses, carriages, even railways, were poor and undignified things when compared with an elephant, and almost wishing that we could have one provided for us as we went to report ourselves to the first General Assembly in Edinburgh, we nevertheless quietly hinted that a more humble mode of conveyance would be quite as comfortable. So we descended, with gratitude for our safety. Apart from our own wishes, the streets made this change necessary. I question if our august friend could have squeezed himself through some of the narrow lanes of Benares. In its structure internally as a city, as well as in other respects which I shall presently allude to, Benares stands alone. The houses are all built of solid stone, obtained from the quarries of Chumar in the immediate neighbourhood. They are flanked by houses 6 or even 7 stories high, whether to gain shade from the burning sun or as a means of defence against foes. These streets are so narrow as to resemble the closes in the old town of Edinburgh. Indeed, if our readers can suppose the closes worming through the whole city with sharp turnings and endless windings, they will have a pretty good idea of the place. There are shops of every kind and for every trade, according to the quarter of the city. All these are open to the street. There are workers in brass and iron, in silver, gold, and jewels, workers of slippers and saddlery, of arms and accoutrements, of cloths and oriental fabrics, of sweetmeats ad nauseam, and sellers of grain of every kind. The lower stories in all the houses are the worst, and we sometimes saw cattle stalled in them, and gazing out into the street, to add to the peculiarity of the scene. To a traveller, one of the most remarkable features of Benares is the presence of monkeys. The honour conferred on this animal is not owing to any anticipation of the discoveries of Darwin, which have made the genus interesting, as being the possible ancestors of Milton, Shakespeare, and Goethe, but because of certain benefits conferred by the king of the monkeys upon the deities of Hindu worship, which need not here be inquired into. These funny creatures are fed by pilgrims. They enjoy the happiest, most guileless existence in Benares, and although panics have been occasioned by accidents befalling them, a broken leg having in one instance sent a foreboding gloom over the more religious inhabitants of the city, they themselves seem strangely unconscious of responsibility, and leap and climb and jabber, and amuse themselves in a way which is really delightful to their human descendants. The only shop or factory we had time to visit was that of the famous brocade of Benares. We threaded our way through many narrow passages and ascended many narrow stairs, and passed through room after room until we got into the treasure room of the gorgeous manufacture. All this difficulty of entrance told of past times when property was so insecure as to demand means of concealment and defence. When at last we reached the small chamber where the goods were displayed, we fully enjoyed the brilliant spectacle. To see those magnificent gold brocades costing £20 or even more the yard. Wealth might purchase them, but no wealth, save the wealth of long-trained art, could command the exquisite taste they displayed. Web after web was unfolded, and it was a great enjoyment to gaze on them. Oriental splendour appeared so natural and so refined that broadcloth and white neckties seemed impossible for anyone who could clothe himself in such gorgeous costume. To adopt our vulgar, prosaic, commonplace Western suits was like preferring mist and rain to the splendours of sunset. From defective arrangements as to the pay of the clergy, it was impossible for me to patronize this magnificent manufactory, but I gave it all I had to bestow, my enthusiastic admiration. Our next peep at Benares was from the river, but before taking this peep, I must put the reader more en rapport with this famous city. Benares is to the Hindus what Mecca is to the Mohammedans, and what Jerusalem was to the Jews of old. It is the holy city of Hindustan. I have never seen anything approaching to it as a visible embodiment of a religion, nor does anything like it exist on earth. Its antiquity is great. How great I do not know. As in the case of most ancient cities, there are in it few remains of the old portions. Perhaps not a single building, or even the remains of one, exists which dates beyond 300 or 400 years, and this owing to the domination of the Moslem, with his hatred of idolatry and idol temples. Even poor desolate Jerusalem has many more vestiges of the past than Benares. But nevertheless it is now, as it has been for long ages, the grand centre of Hindu worship and veneration. It contains 1,000 temples and tens of thousands of images of all the gods worshipped in Hindostan. To make a pilgrimage to Benares, to visit its shrines, and walk for 50 miles around its sacred territory, even though tottering with age or sickness and almost crawling on the earth, has for centuries been the highest ambition of the devotee, from Cape Comorin to the Himalayas. And to die in Benares has been the sure passport of millions wishing for glory. The orthodox rulers of territories, small or great, recognized its sanctity, and in person, or by the substitution of their vakil, have paid their respects and money to it and sought its blessings. Many nobles have built their palaces in it and have reared temples or long flights of stairs or gouts for the convenience of the faithful. Not a few have spent, and many still spend, the evening of their days within its walls, atoning for their sins by their asceticism or by their liberal hospitality and largesse to the ever-recipient Brahmins. Benares has been the Vatican, the Oxford and Cambridge of Hindostan. Here the most learned men of India have lived, studying the Vedas, which to all but the priesthood were sealed books, until they were mastered and published by Max Muller and his learned brotherhood. The pundits of Benares have written learned treatises on grammar, metaphysics, and theology. Students from every part of the country come to live with them and study under them. Here, miserable devotees covered with ashes have endured fiercest torments, and holy beggars in crowds have collected their alms. Holy bulls have wandered through the streets, and as gods were revered, being made welcome to eat at every grain shop they were pleased to honour with their attentions. No melas or holy fairs were so attended as those of Benares. Hundreds of thousands every year gathered to this, the scene of their solemnities. Changes to some extent have taken place. The melas are not now so well attended. Without much opposition, the bulls have, for sanitary reasons, been denied the freedom of the streets. But the monkeys are as holy and as numerous as ever. As the last convulsive effort of dying Brahmanism, the temples increase rather than diminish, and the city is as much as ever wholly given to idolatry. End of section 4. Section 5 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Good Words, January 1870. Edited by Norman Macleod. Section 5. Days in North India by Norman Macleod, Number 1, Calcutta to Benares, Part 2. The difference between the finest temples in Benares and those in South India is very visible. The former are paltry and contemptible in comparison with the latter. This, I understand, has been occasioned by the Mohammedan persecutions in former days, when the great Mogul was all in all. Large temples would then have been destroyed, and large shrines were consequently preferred as being more easily built again if destroyed. The Hindus never had such freedom under native Mohammedan rule as they have enjoyed under the foreign Christian government of Britain. To visit the temples of Benares would be the labour of weeks, and the profit more than questionable. We visited the chief one, however, the temple of Bishawar, the idol king of Benares. The one which we visited was a sort of cathedral. It had nothing imposing in its structure. The lingam predominated and, in fact, was all in all. The usual ceremony of worshippers in this temple consists in presenting some flowers to the ugly-looking monster called God. They prostrated themselves before him and struck the bell, which is in every temple, and then departed. The temples are always wet with the holy water of the Ganges, which is poured on the god and over every offering. Many of the worshippers throw themselves down before the savage-looking image, and not a few seemed excited by Bang. There is a famous well beside the temple into which flowers were cast, and from whose fetid waters worshippers drank. The people looked utterly stupid and prosaic. Many of them were sensual and depraved in appearance, and the whole scene disgusting in the extreme. This impression was not lessened by the sight of figures of bulls carved in stone, reminding one, as they did, of the olden time of Apis and the golden calves, with the condemnation of the Almighty upon them. We rowed down the river through the city for 2 or 3 miles in a covered boat. Certainly I never saw such a striking spectacle in my life. It remains unapproached and unapproachable in my memory. No description can give any adequate idea of the scene. I must refer to the illustration, although even it can only convey an imperfect notion to the reader. The architecture was remarkable, yet no building, unless perhaps the 2 remarkable minarets, made any distinct impression of beauty or of grandeur upon the mind. Still, as a whole, and with many remarkable bits, it was extraordinary. The city rose high from the edge of the grand old river with a strength and imposing majesty, from its height and the vast mass of stone, such as I had not before seen in the East. The river itself, flowing in broad and rapid stream, formed a splendid foreground to the picture. Its surface was covered with every kind of out-of-the-way picturesque boat, whose sails, whether white or saffron-coloured, whole or tattered, each made a study. See page 24. The marvellous line of architecture was of every possible variety of form, the ghats or landing places, see page 17, having long flights of stairs, and being continued on and on along the river in such numbers as one never saw before. These stairs were not uniform, but were longer or shorter, broader or narrower, according to each builder's fancy. All, however, were built of solid stone, massive and apparently enduring. Above these, and mingling with them in utter confusion, were a countless number of temples, small and great. And then, lastly, overtopping these, were fortress-looking stone palaces of Rajas, who had here their town residences, although probably they generally resided in distant parts of India. When one was cool enough, for the spectacle was most exciting, to look at architectural details, how picturesque they were! As to the excellence of these works as artistic productions, I could form no judgment as I floated past. I felt, but could not criticize. And certainly nothing could be more unique than such a first glimpse beneath the bright sun and the blue sky of an outline so broken and of forms so fantastic, of brightest lights and shadows numberless, of balconies, verandas, towers, cupolas, oriel windows, projections, recesses, and covered galleries, endless and indescribable. And then there was the absence of every trace of Westernism, for so far as the eye could see, no Englishman had ever visited Benares. There Hinduism had reigned long ere the Romans had landed in Great Britain, and did not seem to have been disturbed. The Ghats are wholly given to idolatry, and were alive with devotees. Hundreds, nay thousands, crowded them, many performing their ablutions in the holy waters of the Ganges and saying their prayers. Thousands again grouped round the holy Brahmins, who sit under their white umbrellas, planted like beds of great mushrooms along the river, for under these all ceremonies are properly arranged, blessings bestowed, and fees paid. Here the weak, the aged, and the sick, who have arrived from long pilgrimages of hundreds of miles, receive spiritual strength and comfort from these sacred waters, or die and enter heaven direct from its gate. On one gout, smoke constantly ascends from the burning bodies of the dead, and on another the most heinous crimes are being atoned for. Rest is promised to the sinful and weary as the reward of sacrifices, pains, penances, and pay. And all this has been going on for centuries. What knows this spiritual world of Benares about us, and what care we for it? Alas, we are only excited or amused by this antique drama, so strange, so un-European, so old world it is. Were we ourselves right towards God and man, and had we loved to our father and our brother, we should look at such a spectacle with a very different eye, and experience a poignant sorrow for such ignorance, degradation, and lying vanities. One spectacle only is more sad and alarming: the idolatries, the mammon worship, the indifference and the formality, the materialism and unbelief which exist at home. Within the heart of the Church of Christ, more than anywhere else, the battles are to be fought and the victories gained, which will ensure the spiritual conquest of India and ultimately convert such a city as Benares into a home of Christian worship. I have before me a lecture delivered in December 1866 by a native, Lingam Lashkemaji Pantlu Garu, before the Benares Institute, which gives anything but a flattering account of the social status of the Hindus. Whether his is a correct account or not, I cannot tell, but it is interesting as being the judgment of one of their own children, who, one would think, must be well informed on the subject. If his statements were untrue, he would hardly dare to give them forth in the city of Benares and among his own people. There are about 10 missionaries in Benares, supported by the Church Missionary and London Missionary Societies, with schools, native pastors and teachers, and native congregations. Mr. Kennedy, our host, who is connected with the London Mission, and Mrs. Leupold of the Church Mission have laboured here for 26 years. Here, as in other parts of India, we have evidences that the combined forces of Western culture and civilization, together with education and Christian teaching, are slowly but surely creating a better public opinion, and, if not making many individual converts as yet, are most certainly and surely preparing the way for greater results in the future. There is also in Benares a very handsome government college, which I had time only to glance at. It seemed full of young men, and was presided over by a distinguished Oriental scholar. And now, before starting for Cawnpore and Lucknow, I must say a few words about the Great Mutiny, thoughts of which possess the mind in visiting those cities, just as do thoughts of battle, and thoughts of the bravery of our countrymen when we visit the field of Waterloo and the ruins of Hougoumont. As we peruse the many narrations of such a terrible time as that of the Indian Mutiny, or when in silence and with a full heart we pace over spots associated with the awful and stirring events which these describe, we find it difficult to set them in order before the mind, and to form a clear and precise idea of them, any more than when reading the account of a fleet bravely combating the winds and waves of a furious hurricane, we can follow the evolutions of each vessel and realize the details of the scene. In the history of the mutiny, all seems inextricable confusion. Innumerable pictures rapidly pass before the eye and excite our wonder and our profoundest sympathy. Large armies rising against defenceless men, women, and children. Officers rudely massacred. Inconceivable treachery. Robberies. Cantonments on fire. Miscreants let out of prison. Telegraphs destroyed, communication cut off, defences extemporized, agonized women and children flying by night anywhere to escape the shouts and yells of murderers in pursuit. Broken-hearted husbands and fathers, in nakedness and want, wandering through the jungles to seek shelter in vain, and dropping down one by one under disease, or fatigue, or the stealthy hand of the assassin. Heroic defences rising everywhere against fearful odds, with sufferings, agonies, escapes, battles, victories, each and all of tragic interest, culminating at length in the defence and relief of Lucknow, the capture of Delhi, which crown a history of such indomitable courage as cannot be surpassed by that of Greek or Roman fame. It is strange to be reminded, as one often is, how a new generation has already grown up who do not remember these occurrences and know little of them, although to many of us they seem fresh as the latest intelligence of the daily newspaper. But the memories of such times must not be allowed to perish. What our nation has suffered and achieved in the past is a precious inheritance to all generations, and her sins and chastisements, as well as her deeds of righteousness and her triumphs, should live in our thoughts as lessons for our warning or for our encouragement. Those who wish to obtain full and accurate information, gathered from the most authentic sources, regarding the history of the mutiny, will find it in Mr. Kay's deeply interesting Sepoy War. Yet, as the subject of the mutiny was naturally a constant topic of conversation with those whom we met in India, who had taken a prominent part in the leading events of that memorable time, I may be permitted to say a few words on the subject. 1. It was not a rebellion of the country against the British rule, but a mutiny of the soldiery, a Sepoy War only. Accordingly, as a rule, the natives of power or political influence did not rise against us, while all to whom we had shown kindness, and by whom we had dealt justly, stood bravely by us. Men of wealth everywhere, who had anything to lose, did the same. The titular king of Delhi, the deposed king of Oudh, Holkar, the miscreant Nana Sahib, and such like, had suffered real or supposed injuries at the hands of our government, whilst others from fear or from hopes of booty were carried away or forced into the movement by the fierce and, for a time, apparently successful sepoys. But, with such exceptions as these, our enemy were composed of the soldiery, the contents of broken-up jails, and gangs of hereditary robbers, who had been kept under control by the sheer power of the government. To these may be added the many to be found everywhere who hope to get something for themselves in the scramble. I do not allege by any means that the natives did not rebel, owing to their affection or disaffection towards our people and our government. Footnote. In July 1867, a confidential circular was issued by the Viceroy to the leading civil administrators in British India, demanding their opinion with reference to the correctness of a doubt expressed by the present Marquis of Salisbury, then Lord Cranborne, in the House of Commons, as to whether the system of British administration in India possessed, in the minds of the natives, any superiority over the method of government pursued in the independent states. This called forth about 30 replies, which were published by the Indian government at Calcutta in December 1867. In this correspondence, the question started is fully treated, and the amplest justice is done to all sides by the men most competent to deal with such a matter. It impresses one very deeply, I think, with the political wisdom, the intellectual grasp, and thorough fairness and honesty of the leading civilians who practically govern India, and it is full also of deeply interesting information. End of footnote. It must be confessed that the English generally are not popular. They are apt to be distant in their manners, to show a large amount of hauteur and pomposity, to look at things too much through English spectacles, to be somewhat wanting in social sympathies with foreigners, as well as in the fancy and imagination required to understand Oriental character. And to all this must be added their merely temporary residence in the country, and the utter impossibility of their coming into close contact with the people, owing to wide differences in language, race, and above all, in the customs and feelings springing out of religion. Thus it is that the Westerns never can be popular with the Easterns, let them govern ever so wisely and well. But whether popular or unpopular, whether, on the whole, wise or unwise, it remains beyond all question that ours is the best government which has ever existed in India. There never was one which has so benefited the masses of the country or given such security to life and property, nor have any before tried so honestly to do their duty, or been so truly a terror to evildoers and a praise to them that do well. But if there was no enthusiasm for us as a people on the part of any class, there was a positive and undying hatred toward us on the part of the Mohammedans, as well as a growing dislike entertained toward us by the Orthodox Hindus and Brahmins. They easily perceived that their old civilization was being in every day and in many forms brought into direct antagonism with ours, and were forced to the conclusion that theirs must, in the long run, give way. As to the rural population whom we have most benefited, they often behaved very well and kindly to our people when seeking shelter during the mutiny. Footnote: Mr. Kennedy, our host while at Benares, published a brief but well-written account of the Great Mutiny in October 1857. In writing on this point, he speaks thus: "To see European gentlemen and ladies fleeing on foot for their lives, in a country about which they had hitherto ridden in carriages as the rulers of the land, was an extraordinary spectacle which drew forth wonder and pity. We have heard of villagers lifting up their hands and giving expression to their astonishment in the strongest terms. Not a few, utterly destitute, wandered among them and were helped and relieved. We have known of a major's lady with 3 children, the youngest 13 months old and the eldest not 5 years, without a rupee, without a change of clothing, without an attendant, wandering about for a fortnight in a very turbulent district, and everywhere treated with pity and kindness, till at last she succeeded in reaching a European station. For every such instance of kindness, we fear 10 instances of treachery and cruelty might be adduced." End of footnote. But what could be expected from these rude and ignorant natives, whose own superiors and friends had risen against us? What knew they of past governments, so as to be able to contrast them with our own? All they knew was that might alone had a right to claim their homage and respect, and as this seemed no longer to belong to the Ferenghis, their claims were gone. The peasants and the princes, the Riots and the Rajas, were in some respects alike. All were equally indifferent to the English race. All regarded them as strangers and aliens, and all worshipped power de facto, without respect to de jure. The difference between them was this, that the poor man thought he might gain something and lose nothing by a revolution, while the rich man believed the reverse. The one supposed that power belonged to the sepoy, and therefore they followed him. The other believed that it belonged to the government, and therefore they supported it. It was thus not a rebellion, but a mutiny in which, from various motives, many natives sympathized, but few of any influence assisted either by men or money. 2. But what occasioned this mutiny among our sepoys, who had so long fought and conquered for us, been trusted by us, and officered by us? This has been all accounted for by the condition of the Bengal army. Its discipline had become lax. Its feelings, its whims and prejudices had been in some respects too much yielded to, while in others they were not sufficiently considered and respected. Above all, the native soldiery apparently held all power in its own hands, and seemed to be able to seize the whole country and bring back the reign of the Moguls. Moreover, the Crimean and Persian War had prevented British troops from being regularly sent to India. Never had the country, with its treasuries, magazines, and forts, been so entirely given up to native regiments for protection. At Cawnpore, which used to have a strong European garrison, with infantry, dragoons, and artillery, there was but one company of European artillery and a large native force. In the whole province of Benares, with a population nearly 3 times greater than that of all Scotland, when the mutiny broke out, there was only a European force of 25 artillerymen and 60 invalid soldiers, while there were everywhere native regiments of infantry, cavalry, and artillery. Nor did the soldiers of the Bengal army, like those of the Madras one, have their wives and families within their lines, their homes being in the north, generally in Oud, so that the mutineers going north fled not from their families, but to them. One check against the licence and excess that ensued was thus absent. Another feature of the army was the presence in it of so many Brahmins. Footnote. Mr. Kennedy, in his account, writes that in the 37th Native Infantry, which mutinied in Benares, there were, according to the account of one officer, 400, and to another, 600 Brahmins. He gives the following description of these Brahmins. It is commonly thought in Europe that Brahmins are holy men, devoted entirely to religious services, at one time engaged in conducting the worship of the people, and then studying with eagerness the Shastres, which they deem the productions of the gods and sages, now unfolding to the people the meaning of these Shastres, and then, as their spiritual guides, applying their lessons to the varied phases of life, at one time dwelling among the people as their religious teachers, then retiring to the wilderness to give themselves uninterruptedly to devotion and ascetic practices, above all, regarding life with the utmost sacredness, shrinking from taking the life of an ant, far more the life of a human being. To such persons the announcement must be startling that Brahmins abound in the Bengal army. Residents in India know well that Brahmins form in many districts a large part of the community, that they are a race rather than a select class set apart for select work, and that they are obliged, whatever their theoretic views, to engage largely in secular employments for their support. Setting aside the many who find subsistence as priests, performers of ceremonies, religious teachers, plodding scholars, carriers of sacred water, guardians of sacred places, ascetics, and religious beggars, there remains a very large part of the community to be otherwise occupied and supported. A vast number of them are so illiterate that they cannot read a word, but whatever their work may be, they never forget that they are Brahmins. They have had it instilled into their minds from their earliest years that they are essentially different from and superior to others, and that it is only an iron age that is the cause of their depression. Of their deep humiliation during a large part of the Mussulman role they know little and think less, but the most illiterate among them are familiar with the traditions which represent them as superior even to the gods. In thought they live in the times of which their poets sing, when the world existed only for the glory of the Brahmins. That these men should be proud and look down on others with contempt is an inevitable consequence. Brahmins, even when illiterate, have first-rate talents for plotting, and with no check from a foreign element in the ranks, it would be strange if their talents were not drawn into exercise. They are also intensely superstitious. They are not high-principled, or even, as a body, orderly in their lives, but their immorality is quite consistent with superstitious zeal. They are superstitious from policy, as well as from education and habit, being well aware that the downfall of Hinduism would be the downfall of that fancied greatness, to which they attach so high a value. End of footnote. Who, as I have before remarked, had of late become afraid of both their religion and of their influence being weakened. These fears had been intensified by reports of an intention on the part of government to send them for service abroad, which would destroy their caste, and no doubt the question of the greased cartridges, though chiefly the mere pretext, was also to some extent one of the causes of the mutiny. Finally, the annexation of Oude, with expectations of the same policy being followed out in other districts, added fuel to the flame. The people of Oude had no doubt complained to the British resident times and ways without number against the cruelties and tyrannies of their native rulers and of the lawless oppression which everywhere prevailed. A more worthless and depraved king and court, a more infamous horde of men and women than that which crowded the palaces of Lucknow, never existed upon earth. They lived in the wildest and lowest debauchery, from the half-idiotic king and his ministers down to the troops of fiddlers, dancing girls, and mountebanks. The country was sick of them. Yet the dethroning of the whole royal race, the annexing of a whole kingdom with its revenues to the British crown, was an extreme and, to say the least, a doubtful measure, according to the judgment of some of the ablest men in India. And to this was added the unwise treatment of the Thalukdars. These native aristocrats lived in their own feudal castles in the midst of the jungles, defended by their own guns and followers. They might have been gained to our side, but from some of our hard and fast red tapeism, they were turned against us, so that the kingdom of Oude was really in rebellion. The soldiers of the Bengal army were deeply affected by this, for they were chiefly recruited from Oude, and all their relatives were there. But I will not dwell longer upon this subject at present. Other sides and features of the mutiny will fall to be considered as we proceed in our narrative. We must move on to Allahabad, Cawnpore, and Lucknow. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Lady Noel Byron, lines written in 1852. Now that the most contradictory qualities are simultaneously ascribed to Lady Noel Byron, that she was mad, and invented false and wicked accusations in her madness, and that she was so coldly rational that her poetic husband could not live with her, that her distempered mind brooded over her wrongs till she believed in her own delusions, and that she had no wrongs, and was of a most calm, calculating, severe disposition, that she was garrulous and addicted to mysterious reticence. It may be interesting to read the impression produced by her character on one who was intimate with her for many years, and which is given as written down at the moment. And as she spoke, it seemed as though I stood upon the summit of some holy hill, in the calm brightness of an autumn eve, serene and cloudless, glowing yet still clear, while at its base life, seen as from a height, joyous and sad, lone huts and busy crowds, and devious streams that tend one knows not where, till far away the great sea makes all plain, bounding the whole, lay spread before our view. and all alike, both near and far, was thus mellowed and mingling, yet distinctly seen. In the still radiance of the light she sheds, for she has reached that higher truth which shows what here seems intricate and dark and dim, which reconciles the lesser truths which oft, half seen below, appear to jar and strive. That even balance of her mind was wrought, not idly deeming man more wise than God, striving the nature given us to improve, by pruning and by lopping it away, but by so using all his many gifts, proportionate, that heaven-born trinity, imagination, feeling, reason, all for which he here made her responsible, that none were stunted, or did dwarf the rest, but ripened into one harmonious whole. And she has kept her heart bright, that her God might therein look, and be reflected straight. And thus 'twas light, pure from the heaven above, which so interpreted the earth for us. End of section 6, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 7 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Dorothy Fox, Chapter 1, The Fortune of War. It was in the summer of 1856. The war being at an end, England began to forget the excitement and military ardor which for 2 years had pervaded her every nook and corner. But at the principal seaports the memory was still kept alive by reckless soldiers and sailors spending their hard-earned money, and by their less fortunate comrades wandering about, pale and haggard, some on crutches, some in splints, waiting to hear the decision of pension or discharge, the only 2 alternatives left for them. At the top of one of those narrow streets of the old town of Plymouth, leading from the Barbican, a crowd of sailors, fishwomen, apprentices, boys and girls, had assembled to witness a fight. Through this motley crowd a soldier-like man was almost vainly endeavoring to push his way. He was pale and thin from recent illness, and his bandaged arm showed the cause of his suffering. "Good heavens," he thought, "how sick and faint I feel! I wish I had listened to the doctor and not have been in such a hurry to come out. I wonder if there is any place hereabout where I could sit down for a little while." He walked more rapidly on towards the guild hall, passing a saddler's, an ironmonger's, a goldsmith's, until he came to a shop with a fat gilt lamb hanging over the door, and having opposite it an old round clock, stretching its face into the street. Here a curious sensation came over him, which made the lamb and the clock's face seem to change places, and he had just sense enough left to turn into the open door and sink into a chair, as a voice reached him from the distance. "How can I serve thee?" Then all became still and dark and blank. The name of the young man was Charles Verschoyle. The shop he had entered belonged to Nathan Fox, cloth and woolen draper, and the voice which inquired, "How can I serve thee?" came from his daughter Dorothy, who, while she was speaking, saw to her great terror and perplexity the stranger's head sink back, and a pallor as of death spread itself over his face. She gave a little cry and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what can be the matter with him? And Mark away, and Judith out? What shall I do?" She then leaned across the counter, saying in a louder voice, "Friend, friend, art thou ill?" And then something she saw in the white face forced her, despite her fear, to run forward and put out her arm to support his falling head. Now, seeing his bandaged arm, she dismissed an idea which had crossed her mind that perhaps he had been drinking. She said tenderly, "Poor fellow, it is his arm that has caused this sudden faintness. If I had but some water or mother's smelling salts, he would most likely revive." At this moment the inner door of the shop opened, and a bright-faced, middle-aged woman with a thick-frilled white cap appeared. "Oh, Judith, Judith, come here. I am so glad thou art returned. While thou hast been away, see, this poor man has come into the shop, and he has fainted. Do run and get some water." Before Judith obeyed, she came over to have a closer inspection of the sufferer, saying, "Are you sure now he's swooning? It isn't tricks or drink?" But without waiting for a reply, she continued, after looking at the face, almost as white as the kerchief against which it leaned. God forgive the thought, and his poor broken arm tied up to his side. The young man heaved a deep sigh. "Oh, do run, Judith, and get the water," exclaimed Dorothy, anxiously bending over him, and he, suddenly opening his eyes, met the earnest gaze, took in the childish face, wondered where he was, then leaned his head back and forgot it all again. Judith returned with the water and sprinkled it over his face, while Dorothy chafed his hands as she had seen her mother do to her Aunt Abigail. "Judith, dost thou think mother and father would object if we asked him to rest a while on the sofa until he finds strength enough to walk home?" Judith looked dubious. Master and mistress were away. If they had been home, she would not have hesitated. And Mark was out too. "No," she thought, "we had better not." Dorothy looked grave. "Thou might ask him to stay until Mark comes. Then he could fetch him a cab. It's nearly 5 o'clock, and Mark is always here at 1:30. Judith shook her head. She was not certain whether it was safe. "Mother says we are always to do good to one another," persisted Dorothy. "And the text quoted last first day in Dorcas Horsnail's discourse was, 'Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares.'" "Well, then, I wish this was one," exclaimed Judith in perplexity, "and that he would fly away, for as it is, I don't know what to do with him, and that's the truth." "Hush," said Dorothy, with the double intention of reproving Judith's levity, and because the stranger was coming to himself. She shrank back, and Judith, finding she was expected to take the initiative, demanded, "Are you better, sir?" "Better? Oh, yes," returned the young man with a short gasp between each sentence. "What has been the matter? Where am I? I am afraid I have been giving some trouble." "Indeed, no," said Dorothy, coming forward. "I am only glad thou wert able to reach here." "You are both very kind," he answered. "I am quite unable to thank you." And such a soft expression came into his dark eyes and lit up his wan face that all Judith's former prudence gave way, and to Dorothy's great satisfaction, she begged he would walk into the parlor behind the shop and rest on the sofa for a while. "Nobody will disturb you there, sir, and if you don't feel strong enough to walk by the time our shopman comes, he can call ye a cab." Thinking that she was the mistress of the house, Captain Verschoyle thanked her and accepted her invitation and assistance, for he still felt very unsteady. He went into the substantially furnished parlor, threw himself on the large, old-fashioned sofa, and was asleep before Dorothy returned with the ginger cordial she had been getting to revive him. Very few customers were likely to come into the shop, for Nathaniel Fox's business was principally confined to wholesale and private orders. So, telling Judith she would sit quietly until Mark returned and she was ready, Dorothy seated herself in the only approach to an easy-chair, one of carved oak, black and stiff-backed. Taking her knitting in her hand, she furtively glanced at the sleeper, but finding he was quite unconscious, she let her hand drop idly in her lap, and her eyes gazed earnestly and curiously. "He must have been very ill," she thought. "How beautifully white his hand is." And then she regarded the little pink-dimpled pear which lay in her own lap with a critical and rather dissatisfied expression. "What long eyelashes he has! And first one eye and then the other is shut to see if a glimpse of her own can be obtained. No, nothing but the tip of the provoking little nose, and her gaze falls again on the young man who, from his bearing, may perhaps be a soldier wounded in the war. At this thought, she gives a little shudder, takes up her knitting, and works away most industriously for fully 10 minutes. Then the click-click of the needles cease, and her thoughts begin to wander. Her reverie this time is so deep that she does not notice that the sleeper has awakened, and is in his turn attentively inspecting her. As she sat in the old black carved chair in her gown of soft gray stuff, with her rebellious hair, in spite of brushing and tight fastening up, twined into little gold rings, her fair face, almost infantine in its youthfulness, gave such a ridiculous impression of primness and juvenescence that Captain Verschoyle was reminded of nothing so much as of some lovely child playing at being a staid woman. The deep tones of the Guildhall clock striking 6 were now heard. The chimes of St. Andrew's repeated the hour, and Judith, softly opening the door, closing it again as she saw Dorothy put her finger to her lip. But the disturbance seemed to have roused the young man, who opened his eyes and sat up. "Dost thou feel better?" asked Dorothy anxiously. "Oh, yes, I am all right again now. But you do not mean to say it is 6 o'clock? Why, what have I been thinking of? I had no idea of going to sleep when I sat down. Not that I am particularly clear about what happened after I reached here." "Did thou feel ill suddenly, or was it thy intention to come here?" "No, I was passing the door when I became quite faint." "Thy arm doubtless was the cause. I see it is bandaged," she said with a pitiful voice. "Oh, my wound is a mere scratch," replied Captain Verschoyle. "I am weak from fever and ague, and though I have been in Plymouth a month, this is the first time I have ventured so far. The doctor advised me against going out today, but I thought I was much stronger than it seems I am. I do not know what would have become of me if I hadn't had strength enough to stagger in here. Fate was unusually good to send me where I should meet with so much hospitality. I really cannot express how very grateful I feel for your kindness." "Oh, do not speak of it," said Dorothy. "I only did what mother would have me do. Art thou sure that thou art sufficiently strong to walk? Mark can get thee a cab in a few minutes." "Thanks, I will not trouble him. The air may revive me, for my head is a little heavy." He took out a card and gave it to Dorothy, saying, "Will you give my thanks to your mother? Goodbye," and he held out his hand. "Farewell," she said, giving him hers, "and I hope if thou should ever be near and feel weary, thou wilt not hesitate to come in and rest." "Thank you very much." Again he looked round the shop, but seeing no one but Mark, he turned once more to Dorothy and said, "You will not forget to give my adieus and thanks to your good mother," and was gone. "My good mother," thought she. "What does he mean? Oh, perhaps he thought that Judith was my mother," and she smiled as she contrasted the two. Then she looked at the card and read, "Captain Charles Egerton Verschoyle, 17th Lancers." Then he was a soldier, one of the men belonging to a profession her father and friends generally condemned. She was still recalling all the details of this little episode when Judith appeared, ready dressed in her shawl and bonnet. "Why, Judith, art thou ready? I will not keep thee a moment." "That's right, dear. Make haste, or the omnibus will be here. Mark is looking out for it to pass the church corner." Dorothy was soon down again, and Judith inquired, "Was the young man all right before he left? I saw him go as I was putting on my things." "Yes, but he said he had a headache, and dost thou know, I think he took thee for mother." "'Twas like his impudence, then, not to see you were a young lady, and his better most like." "Why, Judith, how funny thou art," laughed Dorothy. "How could he tell anything about us? And besides, thou wouldst make a very nice mother, I think." "Bless your dear heart," replied Judith fondly. "It's a proud mother I'd be with such a treasure as you in my keeping. But marrying ain't for the like of me, child. The only man I ever looked with favor on, things went bad with, and he had to go for a soldier, and whether he's living or dead, poor boy, is more than I know now, or perhaps ever shall." "That was very sad," said Dorothy, who knew Judith's love story by heart. "The young man who was faint was a soldier. He did not look like one, did he?" "Oh, they're all good-looking enough," returned Judith. and I'm not one for sending them all to the bottomless pit wholesale like the master does. As the saying is, nobody's so black as they're painted, and though there's no soldiers at the Friends' meetin', they can't keep the flesh and the devil out. No, nor never will, as long as the members there are men and women. Happily, the omnibus arrived at this moment, or Judith would have given a lecture in justification of her speech, for being a strict Methodist, she could not resist a little hit now and then at what she considered the Quakers' spiritual pride, much as she approved of them. The Foxes did not live at their place of business. They had a pleasant, old-fashioned country house near Compton, Gifford, and thither the omnibus was now carrying Judith and Dorothy, her mother and father being absent for a few days. Dorothy had gone in the morning to spend the day with Judith, who attended to the domestic duties of the Plymouth establishment. After leaving the omnibus, they turned down a lane, at the widest part of which stood a long white gate, shaded by 2 thick elm trees. This was the entrance to the house, a rambling, old-fashioned place, half of it the original manor dwelling, and the other half added to it at various times, as adorning or enlarging was needed. There was nothing at all pretentious. It only looked a comfortable, carefully kept house. Nathaniel Fox would have been horrified at the idea of its being thought anything but a house becoming a well-to-do tradesman to dwell in, yet more was expended on it than upon many a country seat. Order and neatness reigned everywhere, and the gardens had a prim old-world air that set off to advantage the gabled roof, the small, high, narrow windows with their diamond panes, and the fantastic chimneys, half-wreathed with long sprays of ivy and Virginian creeper. Just now, the master and mistress were attending a quarterly meeting at Exeter. Generally, Cousin Diamond came and kept Dorothy company during these visits, but she was ill, and Dorothy was for the first time left entirely alone with 2 maids, Judith coming out every night, and seeing that all was going on rightly. On Thursday or Friday her mother would return, with such a deal to tell her, when Elizabeth Sparks was going to be married, and whether Josiah Crewdson intended coming to them on a visit. As she sat at supper in the old nursery, now dedicated to Judith's especial use, she speculated on the probability of these events. I wish father would have given his consent to my being one of Elizabeth's bridesmaids, but he does not approve of their giving up the dress of friends. Well, my dear, answered Judith, I quite hold with him there, as long as he stops short of the bonnet and cap. But when I thought he was going to frump you up in them coal-scuttle things, I seemed to be turned against the dress entirely. Oh, Judith, I do so hope I shall not be obliged to wear them, but the Crewdsons are so very strict. Thou knowest Josiah dresses as a friend. I wonder if he is coming here. Father has asked him. And Dorothy sat looking thoughtfully for a few minutes. Then she suddenly demanded, Would thou be very sorry for me to be married, Judith? Would I be sorry if I heard the sun was never to shine again for me, darlin'? Said Judith fondly, and Dorothy went over and put her arms round her old nurse's neck, saying, Why do people want to get married at all? I cannot bear to think of ever leaving father and mother and thee, but it will not be for years to come yet, I hope. Ah, now, exclaimed Judith, I won't have ye wait too long. Grace was but 21, and I'm not going to have my bantling behind her. Oh, but Grace is so happy. Well, and so will you be too. Mr. Crewdson is a worthy, good man, they all say, and so he need be, for it wouldn't be a saint I'd think more than a match for my Cosset. Thou art a foolish, fond old Judith, said Dorothy, laughing. As mother says, thy vanity will spoil me. I ought to be very thankful to be chosen by one so respected and highly approved of. But sometimes I think and wish, I cannot tell thee what, for I do not know myself. But there goes 9 o'clock, so we must go down for reading. And they descended into the dining room, and the 2 maids came in. Dorothy read the appointed chapters and an explanation, dismissed them, and went to her room, attended by Judith, who persisted in considering her as helpless as when she was under her special care. Dorothy Fox, at 19, was both older and younger than most girls of her age. When she was only 10, Grace, her half-sister, had married, and she had no brothers or sisters of her own. She was her mother's constant companion, and the only society she saw was composed of people much older than herself, whose conversation was principally confined to the proceedings of the Friends. For some years past, a great revolution in their ideas had set in, causing much division among them. The younger members were beginning to object strongly to the peculiar dress and mode of speech, and while they fondly approved of the faith in which they had been nurtured, they made a stand against being so entirely shut out from amusements in which they considered they might join without harm to themselves or scandal to the profession they made. Dorothy's father had seen with pain his eldest daughter and her husband become leaders in the new school. This made him doubly anxious that Dorothy should unite herself to a man who had been brought up like herself to hold firmly to every principle of the Society of Friends, and look with displeasure upon any innovation. And all these good qualities he found in Josiah Crewdson, the son of an old friend of his. For many years, an alliance between the young people had been the sincere desire of the two fathers. Old Stephen Crewdson had died about 2 summers before, but not until he had made known his wishes to his son and counseled him to carry them out. A few months back, Nathaniel had, with Josiah's knowledge, spoken to Dorothy, and she had promised him that if it were possible, she would not place any obstacle to the fulfillment of his desire. She had not seen Josiah since she was a child, but she had heard a great deal about him, so perhaps she should like him. Of course, as father wished it, she would try, and then accept when some special event, such as his forthcoming visit, called it up. The thing almost seemed to die out of her memory. Her mother was the only person who raised any objection. She had recently seen Josiah at York, and it did not seem to her that he possessed many qualities to win a young girl's heart, particularly such a girl as Dorothy, who, in spite of all the repression of her education, possessed an extra share of idealism and romance, mixed with much strength of will and purpose. Patience knew her daughter's character well enough to feel that love was a necessity to its perfection. Then again, she could not help saying to herself, surely such a face might win any heart. Few persons who casually met the young Quaker passed her without turning again to look at her sweet beauty, but to those who could watch her look into her earnest brown eyes, shaded by their long dark lashes, to those who loved her and whom she loved, Dorothy's face was the dearest, most winning face in all the world. She was full of gaiety, admiring all that was beautiful and delighting in sweet sounds and gay colors, in which she longed to deck herself. Her life hitherto had been, though happy and contented, quiet to excess. Since she had stayed a few days at Fryston with her sister, she had felt much more curiosity about the world beyond her own home. She was not quite certain she felt so thankful, as her father daily expressed himself, that the world was unknown to him and his family. She would have liked rather to see a little more of it. But perhaps all this was wrong. So she checked the natural desire 1 minute, only to renew her wandering into some fresh subject the next, until she was lost in dreams of a world fashioned after her own young imagination, a sweet garden of Eden, all roses and rose-colored. End of section 7. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 8 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Dorothy Fox, Chapter 2, Like the Prince and Princess in the Fairy Tales. As Captain Verschoyle walked through the busy streets after leaving Nathaniel Fox's shop, he felt that though the cool summer air fanned his hot head, it sent a shiver through the rest of his body. Still he thought it would be better to walk for a little distance than to ride at once, so he proceeded at a tolerably brisk pace until he came to the little toll gate from which he could see the hospital, though how to get to it did not exactly occur to him. "Why, sir," replied the tollman in an answer to his inquiry, "you come a brave bit out of your way. You should have gone up Eldad Hill and round by no place. But there, your leg ain't in a sling, though your arm may be, so 10 minutes one way or t'other won't make much odds. You go straight on till you come to a little gate, and then through the path, onto the posts, through they, and up a lane, past the rectory, and up another lane, and there you be with the gates right before you. You can't miss it, if you mind what I've told you." The consequence of this direction was that the young man did not find the gates right before him until the heavy dews were falling thick and wetting the grass he was obliged to walk through. The old doctor shook his head at him and advised him to get off to bed as soon as possible. Captain Verschoyle stoutly held to it that he should be all right by the morning and able to go out the next day, when it had been decided he should have his discharge. Yet the next discharging day to that went by and found him still an inmate of the hospital suffering from another feverish attack, which, though slight, had kept him from joining his mother and sister at Exeter and going with them to Shilston Hall, as he had previously arranged to do. This fresh illness had upset all his plans, and now it would be quite another week before he could leave the hospital. No wonder, then, he was sitting rather ruefully when his man brought him this letter. My dear Charlie, it is some days since we heard from you, and I cannot help thinking you are worse than you say. You do not know how I longed to see you, nor how disappointed I was to find you were not at Exeter to meet us. As we have old Marshall with us, I have begged Mamma to let her go with me to see you, and she has consented. So I am coming, and you may expect me tomorrow. You dear old thing, I hope you are not really worse, and that you will be glad to see your loving sister, Audrey. Bless her heart, exclaimed Captain Verschoyle. Glad to see her I should think I should be, for I began to feel as if my coming home couldn't make much difference to anyone. Here, Hallett, to his servant, I expect a lady to see me. Go down to the gates and watch for a cab driving up, and when they ask for me, tell Miss Verschoyle you are my servant, waiting to show her the way to my quarters. But first, just see all straight here. Yes, sir, and the man left, and his master drew a chair to the window where he might be able to catch a momentary glimpse of his visitors before they entered the building. Everything looked very much brighter than it had done an hour before. It was so pleasant to know somebody was coming who would make him feel he was at home again. Why, except that good motherly shopkeeper and her pretty daughter, no woman had spoken to him since his return. And then he smiled to himself to think how, through the dreams resulting from the drugged sleep and subsequent wanderings of the fever, he had been haunted by the quaint grey figure. I suppose, he thought, the brain is acted upon by its last vivid impression. Well, I'm glad mine was such a pleasant one, for the child was very pretty, not a bit like the mother. Past 2 o'clock. I hope nothing has prevented Audrey coming. I should be so disappointed. But before he had time for more reflection, he heard a rustle, a sound of voices, the door was thrown open, and his sister had her arms round his neck. Oh, how good it is to feel you are safe back once more, she exclaimed after a few moments, then giving him another great hug. I did not know I loved you so much, Charlie, until I thought we might never meet again. Now, let me have a good look at you. Well, you are thin and pale, of course, but you are just as good-looking as ever. Captain Verschoyle laughed. You are just the same, Audrey, thinking of good looks at once. I verily believe, if I was going to execution, you should be anxious that my personal appearance should be all you desire. Of course I should. Why, what have we to trade upon but our family and good looks? And now, tell me about my own appearance. I'm dying to hear. I've not fallen off. You peacock, exclaimed her brother. You know you are as handsome as ever. How is it that you are not married? Ah, the universal question, she replied. Because I am not. But don't look so grave, for I am seriously thinking of it, and am busy weaving a snare into which my bird will most certainly fall. Why, I am 28, Charles, an awful age for a spinster. You cannot imagine my feelings every time I see Aunt Spencer and hear her invariable, Audrey, my dear, excuse my saying it, but it's quite time you were married. And then people are beginning to appeal to my memory in the most inconvenient manner, saying, You must remember that, Miss Verschoyle. It isn't more than 10 years ago since it happened. Why do we ever grow old, Charlie? It does not matter for men, but for women. Oh dear, dear. However, Mamma has had a splendid scheme on hand, a millionaire for me, and an heiress for you, and I'm sure you'll succeed, for nothing wins a woman's heart like a warrior bold, pale, and wounded. Well, I'm glad you have settled my fate for me, said Captain Verschoyle, for I am thoroughly homesick and want to settle down. So long as I have no trouble in the matter, I'm prepared to go in and win. That is, if she's anything decent, hasn't a hump or a squint, and isn't 40. Oh, no, she's very nice, replied Audrey, and is young and foolish. The latter may be a recommendation. And now, to tell you all about Mamma. First and foremost, she sent you her dearest love and a kiss. Then she desired you would have camphor put among your clothes for fear of bringing home infection. Next, that nothing but her wretched health and weak nerves prevented her coming to see you. And lastly, she begs you will have your hair cut at once, or it may fall off and leave you prematurely bald. Captain Verschoyle smiled, saying, "Ah, I see you go on as usual. How is the old lady?" "Why, a great deal better than she would be if she heard her beloved son inquire after her by that opprobrious title. Yes, we squabble, and I am rude and penitent, just as I used to be, and get caressed and appealed to in public and scolded and snubbed in private. But it is really more my fault than hers. I did not want to go to Shilston Hall, but to come on here to you. However, Mamma said she could not afford it, though it would not have cost much. I detest Shilston, and the Brocklehursts are such a set, every one of them possessed of an entire and peculiar meanness, and each trying for the old lady's money by setting her against the rest of the competitors. One of the most powerful arguments in my favor was that I had had a tilt with her, and I told Mamma a day's absence was the only chance I had left. That reminds me, I must call Marshall in and decide about the train to return by." "Return?" echoed Captain Verschoyle. "Why must you go back? I cannot get away from here for 4 days, and if we could spend them together it would be quite a holiday. And this is such a pretty place. Hallett could get lodgings for you and Marshall close by, and I could get out all day. What do you say? Would you mind staying?" "Mind it?" said Audrey. "Why, I should like it of all things. But how can we manage it? Shall we call Marshall in and hear her ideas? I left her in the next room." So she opened the door and admitted Marshall, a small, thin woman who had been Audrey's maid since she was a child, and therefore knew Captain Verschoyle well enough to shake his hand and heartily hope he was gaining strength. After the due inquiries had been made, Audrey told her the plan they had in view. "Now, Miss M., give me the benefit of your wise head and tell me what's the best thing to do." "Well, miss, what have you made up your mind to do?" said Marshall. "Why, to stay, of course," replied her mistress. "Only Mamma is sure to object, you know, so how can we manage?" "Well, miss, thinking if Captain Charles was very ill you might remain, I'm prepared with your bag for 1 night. After that I suppose I must go back to Shilston for some more things, though I know her ladyship will be terribly put out with me." "I have it," exclaimed Captain Verschoyle. "I will send Hallett off by the next train, telling Mamma I won't let you go, and that she must let you stay or I shall never get well, that I will take care of you, see you are comfortably lodged, and pay all the expenses." This plan meeting with universal approbation, Hallett was called to receive his orders, and during the 2 hours he had to spare before starting he was desired to take Mrs. Marshall and seek lodgings in the village close by. Captain Verschoyle went to see what arrangements he could make for giving them some refreshments, and Audrey was left to herself. She took a survey of the room, opened a book or two lying on the table, and then stood at the window looking at the picturesque Dutch sort of view of the neighboring town. Was it because in this scantily furnished room there was nothing to arrest attention that Audrey Verschoyle looked such a striking object? No. Had you seen her surrounded by luxury and magnificence, it would have been the same. She possessed a something that, no matter where she was or in what company, you singled her out and wondered who she could be. Not that she was particularly beautiful. Indeed, many laughed when they heard her good looks brought forward as a reason for the attention she received, notwithstanding her wonderful eyes and tall, graceful figure. After you have talked to her, however, you were generally fascinated. She seemed to speak and move exactly as you desired, to satisfy your admiration and make you constantly think she was the most elegant woman you had ever seen. But one thing struck everyone, that she must always have been a woman, never a girl with thoughtless winning ways, never a child with a gleeful, boisterous mirth. Yes, Audrey was always a thoroughbred, self-possessed woman who studied every art by which she could make herself fascinating, who valued without overrating each attraction she commanded, and who could give her rivals all credit for the charms they possessed, insomuch as she exactly estimated her own power to compete with them. Her sprightly wit made her a delightful companion, and after she had been amusing you through a long conversation, her tact would cause you to leave feeling that she had been equally interested and was as sorry to part from you as you were to go from her. Notwithstanding all this, many a man and woman who had been perfectly fascinated by Audrey Verschoyle sighed when she left them, sighed to think what a sacrifice of happiness these perfections had cost her, felt sure that times often came when she wearily longed for the great happiness without which all women's lives must be crownless, someone to love. Not to love her alone, for many a heart had been offered to her, but someone to whose love her own heart could respond. She used to say, love, you know, is a luxury for the rich and poor only. We who stand on middle ground must be content to live without it. And apparently she had contrived to live without it happily enough. She had had her disappointments. Elder sons who had seemed secured had suddenly seceded to some country hoyden or beauty fresh from the schoolroom. Rich bachelors who, on the very eve of triumph, had taken fright and flight and so kept their liberty. Wealthy old men whom death had snatched from their would-be bride. Still, Audrey carried all off with a high hand, openly expressing her disappointment and chagrin, always laughingly saying, people should marry for what they value most, and I value nothing so much as fine houses and carriages and clothes, money and position. And as fate has ordained that these good things shall not be my portion during my single state, why I must try and get them by my own exertions, and I shall appreciate them so thoroughly that I am certain to make an excellent wife to whoever is good enough to bestow any or all upon me. Perhaps there was some excuse for Miss Verschoyle's love of money, for ever since she could remember it, it had been the thing lamented and longed for at home. Colonel Verschoyle was a younger son of a very good family. He had been brought up in luxury, so that extravagance was habit to him. He spent every farthing of his rather liberal allowance on himself. He went into the best society, mixed with people who either had large incomes or lived as if they had them, went where it was the fashion to go, did whatever it was the fashion to do, and one season, it being the fashion to fall in love, fell in love with Lady Laura Granville. He proposed to her and was accepted. Lady Laura had always been allowed to have her own way, and she would not be ruled in the choice of a husband. She had no idea of the value of money, and as she saw Colonel Verschoyle could supply all his own wants, she thought he would be able to give her all she had been accustomed to. Her father the more readily yielded to her wishes from the fact that a failure on the turf had ruined him and made it highly desirable that he should speedily break up his establishment and retire abroad. After their marriage, notwithstanding, they both talked a great deal of the economy they intended practicing. Each felt it very hard to make any the least personal sacrifice. Colonel Verschoyle did not find domestic happiness a sufficient compensation for the horses he had to give up, or the club he could no longer afford to belong to, and Lady Laura, in her turn, yawned and felt weary at the end of a quiet tete-a-tete evening, on which she had been obliged to send a refusal to some dinner party or ball, because another new dress could not be afforded. As time went on, the birth of a son and daughter increased their expenses, and the struggle to compete and keep up an appearance due to the set in which they mixed became more apparent and irksome, leading to constant bickerings between the husband and wife. Charles had seen little of this, being at school during his boyhood, and then going at once into the army. But Audrey had felt it bitterly, had seen with the keenness of a child's intuitive sense of fairness, how selfish her father often was, and how deceitful her mother proved to be. Regarding the want of money as the cause of all this evil, she determined at a very early age that when she entered into the world, wealth should be her chief object. "I have Mamma's experience before me," she used to say. "Hers was a love match, and it proves that love without money cannot give happiness. But money without love, though it may not give happiness, can give many things which enable you to bear your life very contentedly." Captain Verschoyle had been dead 10 years, and Lady Laura's income as a widow was tolerably good, or would have been, had she been contented to live quietly without straining to give the world an impression that she possessed double the sum she had. The fact that Audrey was still unmarried was a sore disappointment to her mother, and every year her mortification increased. She detested girls who had the slightest pretensions to beauty, and if she could insidiously depreciate anyone whom she regarded as her daughter's rival, she never missed an opportunity of doing so. This weakness in turn annoyed and amused Audrey, who with all her failings had not a trace of meanness. She delighted in a thrust and parry encounter with any girl whose object in life she considered to be the same as her own, and as long as they were together, often tipped her arrows with a little covert ladylike venom. But let them part, and her rival was quite safe from Audrey, and woe betide the man who, presuming on the too frequent foible of a woman, presented her with a dish of flattery at her adversary's expense, or, while paying her a string of compliments, depreciated the absent one's recognized advantages. Lady Laura was as selfish with her children as she had been with her husband. Audrey might positively refuse to go somewhere, or to do something on which Lady Laura had set her heart, but as she said, she had always in the end to give in to mamma. For when argument and threats failed, Lady Laura had her delicate health and shattered nerves to fall back upon, and they were the result, according to herself, of a life devoted to her ungrateful daughter. Her great love was centered in Charles. She seemed to look upon the two from perfectly distinct points. Her son had given to her to love. Her daughter had given her to marry. True, even her love for him could not overcome her rooted dread of infection. Gladly would she have gone to him, but the very name of hospital conjured up horrid visions of fever and smallpox, and though she had, after much pleading and entreaty, allowed Audrey to go to see her brother, she was terrified she might catch some of those horrid complaints during her visit, and as she put it, a serious illness at Audrey's age would blight her prospects forever, ruin her complexion and her hair, and make her look quite plain and old, and then perhaps she'd become a district visitor or a sister of mercy, for there was no knowing what peculiar things girls would consider their vocation when all their good looks had vanished. So she began to heartily regret she had let Audrey go, and to half wish she had gone herself and seen after her dear boy. Miss Brockhurst comforted her by saying that Audrey had considerably raised herself in her opinion, and if she considered it right to stay with her brother instead of returning for the bazaar and flower show, she would see that she was not a loser in the end. This declaration from a lady who, as compensation for all the caprices and disagreeable humors she saw fit to inflict on her relations, had announced her intention of leaving £50,000 to the one who treated her best, filled Lady Laura with joy. In her imagination, Audrey was already an heiress, spending her income under her mother's sole direction and management. Lady Laura was thus in a frame of mind that made Hallett's task a very easy one. He accordingly left under the impression that Marshall was the most wrong-sided and prejudiced of her sex, and that it's no good trying to please women, for anybody who'd call Master's mother a dragon of a temper, well, he wished they'd had a taste of 2 or 3 of the tempers he had had to put up with in his day. Before an hour had elapsed, Captain Verschoyle had joined his sister, and Marshall had returned to announce that they had found some rooms which would suit them in Paradise Row, close by, and if they liked that the landlady would see about getting them a substantial tea at once. "Oh, that would be much nicer, Charles, than having anything here, and as it will be quite early, we can take a stroll or drive together after." Captain Verschoyle, being no longer under strict surveillance as an invalid, soon made the necessary arrangements for going out. Hallett received his orders and departed for Shilston, laden with messages and instructions from Marshall, and 2 notes from his master, one to Lady Laura and the other to her hostess and cousin, Miss Brockhurst. Marshall hurried away to give all necessary instructions about the tea, and the brother and sister leisurely followed, pleasantly chatting together. Audrey laughed incredulously at her brother's desire for home and quiet. "Why, my dear Charlie, your state is really a most dangerous one. It would take very little to make you fall romantically in love with some charming creature, who of course would not have a penny, and to imagine you could spend the rest of your life lapped in the delights of domestic felicity and the luxuries which £800 a year would give you. Mamma's heiress will prove an interposition of Providence. She is just the girl for you to meet in a country house in your present frame of mind. She is so pale and fragile-looking. Then, from having had every other want supplied, love is sure to be the one wish of her life. She will adore you, and you will gracefully consent to be worshipped. She will beg you to accept her fortune, calling it a cipher compared with the treasure you have given her and your love. And you will accept her 50,000 pounds, and while pressing her to your heart, lament she is not penniless, that you might show your disinterested love is for herself alone. Most dramatically drawn, laughed Captain Verschoyle, and not altogether an unpleasing picture, for even now I should require little short of an angel to reconcile me to love in a cottage on a limited income. So may your foreshadowings prove true, sister of mine. Oh, here is Marshall. I suppose we have reached our destination. They turned into the open gate and followed Marshall into the house and up the stairs to an old-fashioned, bow-windowed drawing room, the ornaments of which seemed collected from every quarter of the globe. There were dangerous weapons of savage life, dainty carvings and grotesque joshes, curious shells, gaudy feather flowers, cases of stuffed tropical birds, and rare china bowls and vases, all contrasting oddly with the well-worn carpet and somewhat over-substantially made furniture. The table was set out for tea with whatever could be procured for an impromptu meal. Altogether, the room looked quaint and homely, and quite different from anything Audrey had ever seen. "I hope, miss," said the smiling, good-natured-looking landlady, "you'll try and make yourself comfortable, and ask for everything you want, and tell me all you don't like, and then we shall soon know each other's ways." "Thank you," said Audrey, and then throwing herself into a chair, she exclaimed, "For 4 days, farewell to all my greatness. I intend forgetting the world and everybody it contains for you, Charlie, and will try and be like the prince and princess in the fairy tales, as happy as the days are long." End of section 8, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 9 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Dorothy Fox, Chapter 3, At King's Heart. In quiet lives, simple occurrences become great events. And so it was that Dorothy Fox dwelt more than most girls might have done on the adventure of the day before. Naturally, she desired to know if the handsome young soldier had quite recovered, and this led to wondering where he lived and whether she should ever see him again. Then the wounded arm spun a web entirely on its own account, telling its tale of Russians and Zouaves, echoing the names Alma, Inkerman, Sebastopol, names that recalled deeds, the fame of which could not be shut out even from the ears of the peace-loving Quaker. Notwithstanding all she had heard against fighting, a halo would throw itself over a wounded hero, and when she sat down to write her diurnal letter to her mother, it seemed a task to give a plain, unvarnished statement of such an interesting circumstance. She determined, therefore, to tell her only the facts, that a young man had come into the shop and had fainted, but that by judicious care he recovered, and after resting was able to walk home. The details she would give to her mother when she returned. And as the return was to be on the following day, Dorothy employed herself in scanning the flower beds, rearranging the pots in the various stands, and redusting the already speckless furniture. All was ready by the next evening, and 6 o'clock saw Dorothy standing in the garden, waiting to catch sound of the wheels which would tell her that old Roe, with his white horse Fly, was bringing the expected travelers slowly home. The sun had nearly lost its power, and twilight would soon gather slowly over the fair prospect. Already the distant hills were preparing to enshroud themselves in their blue misty coverings. Everything seemed hushed and peaceful, and the harmony between the low, ivy-covered house, the trim garden with its yew hedge screening the view of the high road, and the young girl in her gray, old-world dress was complete. You might have fancied you had gone back to the days succeeding those when the first Charles held his court at a house close by, and had come to this very place to visit its loyal owner, who, in memory of the spot on which the king had stood, planted a yew tree, which he cut in the fashion of a heart, and to this day King's Heart is the name the house goes by. Wheels! And this time, instead of going on, they come nearer and nearer, only stopping in front of the gate, which Dorothy quickly opens, feeling a desire to throw her arms round her mother's neck and kiss her 20 times. But her father, she knows, would not approve of any such display of affection, so she stands quietly, with beaming eyes of love, waiting for them to descend. Then they exchange a quiet, sober, but warm greeting and go into the house, quite ready to enjoy the substantial supper which Dorothy has provided for them. When supper is over, the conversation flows more readily, although the two great points of interest, Elizabeth Sparks' wedding and Josiah Crewdson's visit, have to be deferred until Dorothy is alone with her mother. In the meantime, she answers the questions relating to the household in the garden, tells them who she saw at meeting on first day, and who gave the discourse, and is in her turn informed of all that happened at Exeter during the stay her father and mother made there. Then they show her the presents they have brought home, and finding among them one for Judith, Dorothy runs off to look for her old nurse, who is waiting to see master and mistress, to give an account of all the proceedings of the Plymouth establishment during their absence. Patience's eyes followed her daughter's retreating figure and turned to her husband. She said, "I have seen no one to compare with our child in sweetness since we have been away. I hope I am not too greatly set upon her, Nathaniel." "No, Patience, no," replied her husband, whose voice seemed always softer when he addressed his wife. "I believe thou hast towards her only the love of a fond mother, though," he added smiling, "certainly one of thy greatest failings is letting thy love make thee somewhat blind to people's shortcomings." Patience gave an involuntary sigh, which, seeing her husband had noticed, she explained by saying, "I feel such a shrinking when the thought that I may perhaps soon lose her comes across me." "Thou must not call giving her to Josiah Crewdson losing her, Patience," replied Nathaniel with a tinge of reproach in his look as well as in his voice. "I only earnestly trust I may live to see her united to a man who, I believe, is worthy of her, and of being a champion in this cause of upholding our principles against those who, while they are friends in name, are foes to the society they should defend and honor. I have more pleasure in looking forward to giving Dorothy to Josiah Crewdson than I had to giving Grace to John Hanbury." "Dear Grace," said Patience, "I wish that she and John saw things more as thou would have them do, but I feel sure Grace never allows that in which her conscience condemns her." "Ah, the devil can make a conscience very elastic, Patience. Once let him get the smallest entrance into the heart, and he will soon fill it and the mind with the love of his snares and besetments." "I hope Dorothy may like Josiah," said Patience, pursuing the subject which was uppermost in her mind. "Of course she will like him," returned Nathaniel, growing impatient. "Why should she not? An excellent young man, whom we have all known from his childhood. I trust that my daughter has been too well brought up not to be greatly guided in her choice of a husband by the knowledge that he has the approbation of her father." Then, seeing a troubled expression on Patience's face, he patted her hand, saying, "Be very sure. Love will come, wife. Love will come." "I trust so, for without it marriage must be a dreary bondage of mind and body. Two people may honor, obey, and respect each other, but if love is not present to make them one, oh, husband, can you not say, 'I pity them'?" Before Nathaniel could reply, Dorothy returned, asking if Judith might come in and see them. Permission being given, the old servant was soon interesting them in accounts of the orders Mark had taken, and how many times he had been away to Tavistock, Totnes, and other places. After this, Nathaniel went out to speak to the gardener, and then Judith entered upon gossip of a more domestic character, until, having exhausted her stock, she suddenly exclaimed, "Did you tell the mistress about the young soldier, dear, and his fainting off dead in the shop, just as luck would have it when I'd run out to tell Mary Daw about Friday's cleaning? Such a woman as she is with her tongue, which once set a-clacking, and I'd like to see the one who'd get in a word on the blade of a knife. However, I was soon back, or I don't know what the poor child would have done." "Ah, thou did mention something of the sort, Dorothy, but how did it happen? and what brought him to the shop? Hereupon Judith and Dorothy related the whole circumstance. And mother, said Dorothy, Judith is quite offended with him because he took her for thee, and when he left, desired his thanks and his card to be given to her. Hush now, exclaimed Judith. It is too bad to bring that up against him. The truth is, his poor head was so dazed he couldn't tell cockles from corn. I almost wish thou hadst heard where he lived, remarked Patience, that Mark might have inquired whether he reached home in safety. These sudden attacks of faintness are very alarming. What was his name? Captain Charles Egerton Verschoyle was on the card, answered Dorothy. Oh, then he was not a working man, replied her mother. Working man? Echoed Judith. Indeed, he had the bearing of a lord and the step of a drum major as he walked down the street. 'Twas his looks made me wonder what I'd best do with him. I am glad thou let thy kind heart decide for thee, Judith, said her mistress. The day must never come when anyone, gentle or simple, in want or need, turns from Nathaniel Fox's door. Remember the spirit of true charity has dwelt in that house for many generations. But here comes thy father. It is time for reading, so call Lydia and Anne and get the books, Dorothy. The maids came in, and the family, after sitting silent for a short time, listened attentively while Nathaniel Fox read the evening portion to them. To have merely looked in upon such a scene would have sent a peaceful feeling over a troubled, world-weary life. Although it was not quite dark, the lamp was lighted and placed before the reader, thus making him the most striking object, and throwing out his face and figure. Nathaniel Fox was a tall, well-made man of nearly 60 years. His face was grave and almost stern in its expression. His disposition was naturally genial and cheerful, and he enjoyed a good joke, or quick repartee, more than he would have cared to own. His family had belonged to the Society of Friends for many generations. His father had commenced life as a woolen draper, and by his frugal habits and patient industry had so increased his business that he amassed a considerable fortune, which was inherited by his only son. Nathaniel had been sent to York School, and kept there until he was 15, at which age he was considered to be duly educated and ready to learn the business. He never left home, settled early in life, and succeeded to a larger income than, with his quiet habits, he had any means or desire of spending. As time rolled on, his little peculiarities naturally became enlarged. His opinion that his own views were right became confirmed, and his toleration to those who differed from him got narrowed. Of the world he was literally ignorant, although by his warnings and exhortations against its snares and follies, one might have fancied he had run the gauntlet of every temptation. So it was that this simple, pure-minded man, to whom the truth was a law he never knowingly broke, took the most one-sided view of things, which, if he had seen them in their true light, he would have upheld and enjoyed. No rigid fanatic ever stood by a dictum more staunchly than did Nathaniel Fox advocate every principle enjoined by the Society of Friends. The diminishing of the height of his collar, or the narrowing of the brim of his hat by 1 fraction of an inch, would have been considered by this worthy man a grave offense. He never seemed to consider that though people might, in most cases, indulge in plainness of speech and behavior without much personal inconvenience, plainness of dress entailed great trouble and expense. If Nathaniel wanted a hat or coat, he could not obtain such articles to his satisfaction in Plymouth. He had to apply to some maker for the Brotherhood residing in Exeter or London. A new bonnet for Patience cost more trouble to obtain than any lady of fashion went through to secure the newest style from Paris. Still, nothing would have induced Nathaniel to adopt any other dress than that which he had been brought up to consider as the only proper one for a consistent friend. Certainly he had so far departed from the practice of his forefathers as to not insist upon mounting a cocked hat with brim fastened up to the crown with cord. Neither did he consider it incumbent upon him to confine himself entirely to drab, but his neck was ever enveloped in the whitest of cravats, tied with exquisite neatness, and his drab breeches and gaiters, as well as his black swallow-tailed, straight-collared coat, were made of the finest West of England cloth. Nathaniel had been married twice, his first wife having died soon after the birth of their daughter Grace, who, having mixed greatly with her mother's family, had formed opinions and ideas which differed considerably from those held by her father. Patience, his second wife, was the daughter of a wealthy tea merchant of York. Her opinions and education had been more liberal than those of her husband, over whom she influenced a more decided sway than she ever named or he ever knew. They were very opposite in character and disposition, but their love to each other was devoted and unmistakable. From her mother, Dorothy inherited her fair face and delicate features. Patience had been a beauty, and those who knew her thought she had lost but little of its charm. She was the friend of all around her, rejoicing in their happiness and prosperity, comforting them in sorrow and adversity, and giving to them in her own life a perfect example of each womanly grace and virtue. End of section 9, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 10 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Cold and Quiet by Jean Ingelow. Cold, my dear, cold and quiet. In their cups on yonder lea, cowslips fold the brown bees' diet. So the moths enfoldeth thee. Plant me, O love, a lily flower. Plant at my head, I pray you, a green tree. And when our children sleep, she sighed, at the dusk hour, and when the lily blossoms, oh, come out to me. Lost, my dear, lost, nay, deepest love is that which loseth least. Through the night time while thou sleepest, still I watch the shrouded east. Near thee, my wife that aye liveth. Lost is no word for such a love as mine. Love from her past to me a present giveth, and love itself doth comfort, making pain divine. Rest, my dear, rest. Fair showeth that which was, and not in vain sacred have I kept, God knoweth, love's last words atween us twain. Hold by our past, my only love, my lover. Fall not, but rise, O love, by loss of me. Boughs from our garden, white with bloom, hang over. Love, now the children slumber, I come out to thee. End of section 10. Section 11 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Defton Wood by Jean Ingelow. I held my way through Defton Wood and on to Wander Hall. The dancing leaf let down the light in hovering spots to fall. O young leaves, you match me well. My heart was merry and sung, now wish me joy of my sweet youth. My love, she too is young. Oh, so many, many, many little homes above my head. So many, many, many dancing blossoms round me spread. Oh, so many, many, many maidens sighing yet for none. Speed, ye wooers, speed with any, speed with all but one. I took my leave of Wander Hall, and trod the woodland ways. What shall I do so long to bear the burden of my days? I sighed my heart into the boughs whereby the culvers cooed, for only I between them went, unwooing and unwooed. Oh, so many, many, many lilies bending stately heads. Oh, so many, many, many strawberries ripened on their beds. Oh, so many, many, many maids, and yet my heart undone. What to me are all, are any? I have lost my one. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Biebel. Good Words, January 1870. Edited by Norman Macleod. Section 12. A Visit to the Country of the Vaudois by S. Smiles. Number 1. Introductory. Dauphiny is one of the least visited of all the provinces of France. It occupies a remote corner of the empire, lying completely out of the track of ordinary tourists. No great road passes through it into Italy, whose Piedmontese frontier it adjoins, and the annual streams of English and American travelers accordingly enter that kingdom by other routes. Even to Frenchmen, who travel little in their own country and still less in others, Dauphiny is very little known, and Monsieur Join, who has written an excellent itinerary of the south of France, almost takes the credit of having discovered it. Yet Dauphiny is a province full of interest. In scenery, it almost vies with Switzerland in grandeur, beauty, and wildness. The great mountain masses of the Alps do not end in Savoy, but extend through the southeastern parts of France, almost to the mouth of the Rhone. Packed closer together than in most parts of Switzerland, the mountains of Dauphiny are furrowed by deep valleys, each with its rapid stream or torrent at bottom, in some places overhung by precipitous rocks, in others hemmed in by green hills over which are seen the snowy peaks and glaciers of the loftier mountain ranges. Of these, Mount Pelvoux, whose double pyramid can be seen from Lyon on a clear day 100 miles off, and the Aiguille de Midi, are among the larger masses, rising to a height little short of that of Mont Blanc itself. From the ramparts of Grenoble, the panoramic view is of wonderful beauty and grandeur, extending along the valleys of the Isère and the Drac, and across that of the Romanche, the massive heads of the Grand Chartreuse Mountains, bounding the prospect to the north, and the summits of the snow-clad Dauphiny Alps on the south and east, presenting a combination of bold valley and mountain scenery, the like of which is not to be seen in France if in Europe. But it is not the scenery or the geology or the flora of the province, however marvelous these may be, that constitute the chief interest for the traveler through these Dauphiny valleys, so much as the human endurance, suffering, and faithfulness of the people who have lived in them in past times, and of whom many interesting remnants still survive. For Dauphiny forms a principal part of the country of the ancient Vaudois or Valdenses, literally the people inhabiting the Vaux or valleys, who for nearly 700 years bore the heavy brunt of papal persecution, and are now, after all their sufferings, free to worship God according to the dictates of their conscience. The country of the Vaudois is not confined, as is generally supposed, to the valleys of Piedmont, but extends over the greater part of Dauphiny in Provence. From the main ridge of the Cottian Alps, which divide France from Italy, great spurs are thrown out, which run westward as well as eastward, and enclose the narrow strips of pasturage and cultivable land and green shelves on the mountain sides, where a poor, virtuous, and hard-working race have long contrived to earn a scanty subsistence amidst perils and trials and difficulties of no ordinary kind, the greatest of which, strange to say, have arisen from the pure and simple character of the religion they professed. The tradition which exists among them is that the early Christian missionaries, when traveling from Italy into Gaul by the Roman road passing over Mount Genèvre, taught the gospel in its primitive form to the people of the adjoining districts. It is even surmised that St. Paul journeyed from Rome into Spain by that route, and may himself have imparted to the people of the valleys their first Christian instruction. The Italian and Gallic provinces in that quarter were certainly Christianized in the 2nd century at the latest, and it is known that the early missionaries were in the habit of making frequent journeys from the provinces to Rome. Wherefore it is reasonable to suppose that the people of the valleys would receive occasional visits from the wayfaring teachers who traveled by the mountain passes in the immediate neighborhood of their dwellings. As years rolled on, and the church at Rome became rich and allied itself with the secular power, it gradually departed more and more from its primitive condition, until at length it was scarcely to be recognized from the paganism which it had superseded. Footnote: The ancient Vaudois had a saying, known in other countries: religion brought forth wealth, and the daughter devoured the mother; and another of like meaning, but less known: when the bishops' croziers became golden, the bishops themselves became wooden. The heathen gods were replaced by canonized mortals, Venus and Cupid by the Virgin and Child, Lares and Penates by images and crucifixes, while incense, flowers, tapers, and showy dresses came to be regarded as essential parts of the ceremonial of the new religion as they had been of the old. Madonnas winked and bled again, as the statues of Juno and Antony had done before, and stones and relics worked miracles as in the time of the ogres. Attempts were made by some of the early bishops to stem this tide of innovation. Thus, in the 4th century, Ambrose, bishop of Milan, and Philastrius, bishop of Brescia, acknowledging no authority on earth as superior to that of the Bible, protested against the introduction of images in churches, which they held to be a return to paganism. 4 centuries later, Claude, bishop of Turin, advanced like views and opposed with energy the worship of images, which he regarded as absolute idolatry. In the meanwhile, the simple Vaudois, shut up in their almost inaccessible valleys, and knowing nothing of these innovations, continued to adhere to their original primitive form of worship, and it clearly appears from a passage in the writings of St. Ambrose that, in his time, the superstitions which prevailed elsewhere had not at all extended into the mountainous regions of his diocese. The Vaudois Church was never, in the ordinary sense of the word, a Reformed church, simply because it had not become corrupted and did not stand in need of reformation. It was not the Vaudois who left the church, but the Roman Church that left them in search of idols. Adhering to their primitive faith, they never recognized the paramount authority of the Pope. They never worshipped images, nor used incense, nor observed Mass. And when, in the course of time, these corruptions became known to them, and they found that the Western Church had ceased to be Catholic, and became merely Roman, they openly separated from it, as being no longer in conformity with the principles of the gospel as inculcated in the Bible and delivered to them by their fathers. Their ancient manuscripts, still extant, attest to the purity of their doctrines. They are written, like the Noble Leçons in the Romance or Provençal, the earliest of the modern classical languages, the language of the troubadours, though now only spoken as a patois in Dauphiny, Piedmont, Sardinia, the north of Spain, and the Balearic Isles. Footnote: Siamondi, Littérature du Midi de l'Europe, Introduction, page 159. If age counts for anything, the Vaudois are justified in their claim to be considered one of the oldest churches in Europe. Long before the conquest of England by the Normans, before the time of Wallace and Bruce in Scotland, before England had planted its foot in Ireland, the Vaudois Church existed. Their remoteness, their poverty, and their comparative unimportance as a people for a long time protected them from interference, and for centuries they remained unnoticed by Rome. But as the Western Church extended its power, it became insatiable for uniformity. It would not tolerate the independence which characterized the early churches, but aimed at subjecting them to the exclusive authority of Rome. The Vaudois, however, persisted in repudiating the doctrines and formularies of the Pope. When argument failed, the Church called the secular arm to its aid, and then began a series of persecutions, extending over several centuries, which, for brutality and ferocity, are probably unexampled in history. To crush this unoffending but faithful people, Rome employed her most irrefragable arguments. The curses of Lucius and the horrible cruelties of Innocent and the Vicar of Christ bathed the banner of the cross in a carnage from which the wolves of Romulus and the eagles of Caesar would have turned with loathing. Long before the period of the Reformation, the Vaudois valleys were ravaged by fire and sword because of their alleged heresy. Luther was not born until 1483, whereas nearly 4 centuries before his time, the Vaudois were stigmatized as heretics by Rome. As early as 1096, we find Pope Urban II describing Val Louise as one of the Dauphiny valleys, then called Valles Girontana from the torrent of Gire which flows through it, as infested with heresy. In 1179, hot persecution raged all over Dauphiny, extending to the Albigeois of the south of France as far as Lyon and Toulouse, one of the first martyrs being Pierre Valdo, or Valdensis, of Lyon, who was executed for heresy by the Archbishop of Lyon in 1180. Footnote: It has been surmised by some writers that the Valdenses derived their name from this martyr, but being known as heretics long before his time, it is more probable that they gave the name to him than that he did to them. Of one of the early persecutions, an ancient writer says, in the year 1243, Pope Innocent II ordered the Bishop of Metz rigorously to prosecute the Vaudois, especially because they read the sacred books in the vulgar tongue. Footnote: Jean Léger, Histoire générale des églises évangéliques des vallées de Piedmont aux Vaudoises, Leyde, 1669, Part 2, page 330. From time to time, new persecutions were ordered and conducted with ever-increasing ferocity, the scourge, the brand, and the sword being employed by turns. In 1486, while Luther was still in his cradle, Pope Innocent VIII issued a bull of extermination against these poor people, summoning all true Catholics to the Holy Crusade, promising free pardon to all manner of criminals who should take part in it, and concluding with the promise of the remission of sins to everyone who should slay a heretic. Footnote: Léger, Part 2, pages 8 through 20. The consequence was the assemblage of an immense horde of brigands who were let loose on the valleys of Dauphiny and Piedmont, which they ravaged and pillaged in company with 18,000 regular troops, jointly furnished by the French king and the Duke of Savoy. Sometimes the valleys were under the authority of the kings of France, sometimes under that of the Dukes of Savoy, whose armies alternately overran them, but change of masters and change of popes made little difference to the Vaudois. It sometimes, however, happened that the persecution waxed hotter on one side of the Cottian Alps, while it temporarily relaxed on the other, and on such occasions the French and Italian Vaudois were accustomed to cross the mountain passes and take refuge in each other's valleys. But when, as in the above case, the kings, soldiers, and brigands on both sides simultaneously plied the brand and the sword, the times were very troublous indeed for these poor hunted people. They had then no alternative but to climb up the mountains into the least accessible places, or hide themselves away in dens and caverns with their families until their enemies had departed. But they were often tracked to their hiding places by their persecutors and suffocated, strangled, or shot, men, women, and children. Hence there is scarcely a hiding place along the mountainsides of Dauphiny but has some tradition connected with it relating to these dreadful times. In one, so many women and children were suffocated. In another, so many perished of cold and hunger. In a third, so many were ruthlessly put to the sword. If these caves of Dauphiny had voices, what deeds of horror they could tell. What is known of the Easter Massacre of 1655 made an unusual sensation in Europe, but especially in England, principally through the attitude which Oliver Cromwell assumed in the matter. Persecution had followed persecution for nearly 400 years, and still the Vaudois were neither converted nor extirpated. The Dukes of Savoy, during all that time, pursued a uniform course of treachery and cruelty towards this portion of their subjects. Sometimes the Vaudois, pressed by their persecutors, turned upon them and drove them ignominiously out of their valleys. Then the reigning dukes would refrain for a time, and probably needing their help in one or other of the wars in which they were constantly engaged, would promise them protection and privileges. But such promises were invariably broken, and at some moment when the Vaudois were thrown off their guard by his pretended graciousness, the Duke, for the time being, would suddenly pounce upon them and carry fire and sword through their valleys. Indeed, the Dukes of Savoy seem to have been about the most wrong-headed line of despots that ever cursed a people by their rule. Their mania was soldiering, though they were oftener beaten than victorious. They were thrashed out of Dauphiny by France, thrashed out of Geneva by the citizens, thrashed out of the valleys by their own peasantry, and still they went on raising armies, making war, and massacring their Vaudois subjects. Being devoted servants of the Pope, in 1655 they concurred with him in the establishment of a branch of the Society de Propaganda Fide at Turin, which extended over the whole of Piedmont, for the avowed purpose of extirpating the heretics. On Palm Sunday, the beginning of Holy Week, the Society commenced active proceedings. The army of Savoy advanced suddenly upon La Tour, and were let loose upon the people. A general massacre began, accompanied with shocking brutalities, and continued for more than a week. In many hamlets, not a cottage was left standing, and such of the people as had not been able to fly into the upper valleys were indiscriminately put to the sword, and thus was Easter celebrated. The noise of this dreadful deed rang through Europe, and excited a general feeling of horror, especially in England. Cromwell, then at the height of his power, offered the fugitive Vaudois an asylum in Ireland, but the distance which lay between was too great, and the Vaudois asked him to help them in some other way. Forthwith he addressed letters, written by his secretary, John Milton, to the principal European powers, calling upon them to join him in putting a stop to these horrid barbarities committed upon an unoffending people. Footnote. It was at this time that Milton wrote his noble sonnet beginning, "Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, whose bones lie scattered on the Alpine mountains cold," etc. Cromwell did more. He sent the exiles 2,000 pounds out of his own purse, appointed a day of humiliation and a general collection all over England by which some 38,000 pounds were raised, and despatched Sir Samuel Morland as his plenipotentiary to expostulate in person with the Duke of Savoy. Moreover, a treaty was on the eve of being signed with France, and this Cromwell refused to complete until Cardinal Mazarin had undertaken to assist him in getting right done to the people of the valleys. These energetic measures had their effect. The Vaudois who survived the massacre were permitted to return to their devastated homes, under the terms of the treaty known as the Patents of Grace, which was only observed, however, so long as Cromwell lived. At the Restoration, Charles II seized the public fund collected for the relief of the Vaudois, and refused to remit the annuity arising from the interest therein, which Cromwell had assigned to them, declaring that he would not pay the debts of a usurper. After that time, the interest felt in the Vaudois was very much of a traditional character. Little was known as to their actual condition, or whether the descendants of the primitive Vaudois Church continued to exist or not. Though English travelers, amongst them Addison, Smollett, and Sterne, passed through the country in the course of the last century, they took no note of the people of the valleys. And this state of general ignorance as to the district continued down to within about the last 50 years, when quite a new interest was imparted to the subject through the labours and researches of the late Dr. Gilly, Prebendary of Durham. It happened that the gentleman was present at the meeting of the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge in the year 1820, when a very touching letter was read to the board, signed Frederick Perani, Minister of Pramol, requesting the assistance of the Society in supplying books to the Vaudois churches of Piedmont, who were described as maintaining a very hard struggle with poverty and oppression. Dr. Gilly was greatly interested by the reading of this letter. Indeed, the subject of it so strongly arrested his attention that he says it took complete possession of him. He proceeded to make search for information about the Vaudois, but could find very little that was definite or satisfactory respecting them. Then it was that he formed the determination of visiting the valleys and ascertaining the actual condition of the people in person. This visit was made in 1823, and in the course of the following year he published the result in his Narrative of an Excursion to the Mountains of Piedmont. The book excited much interest, not only in England, but in other countries, and a movement was shortly after set on foot for the relief and assistance of the Vaudois. A committee was formed, and a fund was raised, to which the Emperor of Russia and the Kings of Prussia and Holland contributed, with the object, in the first place, of erecting an hospital for the sick and infirm Vaudois at La Tour, in the valley of Luzerne. It turned out that the money raised was not only sufficient for this purpose, but also to provide schools and a college for the education of pastors, which was shortly after erected at the same place. In 1829, Dr. Gilly made a second visit to the Piedmontese valleys, partly in order to ascertain how far aid thus rendered to the poor Vaudois had proved effectual, and also to judge in what way certain further sums placed at his disposal might best be employed for their benefit. Footnote: Dr. Gilly's narrative of his second visit to the valleys was published in 1831 under the title of Waldensian Researches. It was in the course of his second visit that Dr. Gilly became aware of the fact that the Vaudois were not confined to the valleys of Piedmont, but that numerous traces of them were also to be found on the French side of the Alps, in Dauphiny and Provence. He accordingly extended his journey across the Col de la Croix into France, and cursorily visited the old Vaudois district of Val-Fraissinet and Val-Queyras, of which an account will be given in the following articles. It was while on this journey that Dr. Gilly became acquainted with the self-denying labors of the good Felix Neff, among those poor outlying Christians with whose life and character he was so fascinated that he afterwards wrote and published the Memoir of Neff, which is so well known to English readers. Since that time, occasional efforts have been made in aid of the French Vaudois, though those on the Italian side have heretofore commanded by far the larger share of interest. There have been several reasons for this. In the first place, the French valleys are much less accessible. The roads through some of the most interesting valleys are so bad that they can only be traveled on foot, being scarcely practicable even for mules. There is no good hotel accommodation in the district, only auberges, and these of an indifferent character. The people are also more scattered, and even poorer than they are on the Italian side of the Alps. Then the climate is much more severe, from the greater elevation of the sites of most of the Vaudois villages, so that when pastors were induced to settle there, the cold and sterility and want of domestic accommodation soon drove them away. It was to the rigor of the climate that Felix Neff was eventually compelled to succumb. Yet much has been done of late years for the amelioration of the French Vaudois, and among the most zealous workers in their behalf have been the Reverend Mr. Freemantle, rector of Claydon, Bucks, and Mr. Edward Milsom, the well-known merchant of Lyons. It was in the year 1851 that the Reverend Mr. Freemantle first visited the Vaudois of Dauphiny. His attention was drawn to the subject while editing the memoir of a young English clergyman, the Reverend Spencer Thornton, who had taken Felix Neff for his model, and he was thereby induced to visit the scene of Neff's labors, and to institute a movement on behalf of the people of the French valleys, which has issued in the erection of schools, churches, and pastors' dwellings in several of the most destitute places. It is curious and interesting to trace the influence of personal example on human life and action. As the example of Oberlin in the Bain de la Roche inspired Felix Neff to action, so the life of Felix Neff inspired that of Spencer Thornton, and eventually led Mr. Fremantle to enter upon the work of extending evangelization among the Vaudois. In like manner, a young French pastor, M. Bost, also influenced by the life and labors of Neff, visited the valley some years since, and wrote a book on the subject, the perusal of which induced M. Milsom to lend a hand to the work which the young Genevese missionary had begun, and thus good example goes on ever propagating itself. And though the tombstone may record Hic Jacet over the crumbling dust of the departed, his spirit still lives and works through other minds, stimulating them to action, and inspires them with hope, allures to brighter worlds, and leads the way. A few words as to the origin of these fragmentary papers. In chalking out a summer holiday trip, one likes to get quite away from the ordinary round of daily life and business. Half the benefit of such a trip consists in getting out of the old ruts and breathing fresh air amidst new surroundings. But this is very difficult if you follow the ordinary tourist's track. London goes with you and elbows you on your way, accompanied by swarms of commissionaires, guides, and beggars. You encounter London people on the Rigi, on the Vengener Alp, and especially at Chamonix. Think of being asked, as I once was on encountering the Pavillon at Montanvert after crossing the Mer de Glace from the Mauvais Pas, "Pray, can you tell me what was the price of Brighton stock when you left town?" There is no risk of such recounts in Dauphiny, whose valleys remain in almost as primitive a state as they were hundreds of years ago. Accordingly, when my friend M. Milsom, above mentioned, invited me to accompany him in one of his periodical visits to the country of the Vaudois, I embraced the opportunity with pleasure. I was cautioned beforehand as to the inferior accommodation provided for travelers through the district. Tourists being unknown there, the route is not padded and cushioned as it is on all the beaten continental roads. English is not spoken. Bass's pale ale has not yet penetrated into Dauphiny, nor do you encounter London tourists carrying their tin baths about with them as you do in Switzerland. Only an occasional negociant comes up from Gap or Grenoble seeking orders in the villages, for whom the ordinary auberge suffice. Where the roads are practicable, an old-fashioned diligence may occasionally be seen plodding along, freighted with villagers bound for some local market, but the roads are, for the most part, as silent as the desert. Such being the case, the traveler in the valleys must be prepared to rough it a little. I was directed to bring with me only a light knapsack, a pair of stout hobnailed shoes, a large stock of patience, and a small parcel of insect powder. The knapsack and the shoes I found exceedingly useful, indeed indispensable, but I had very little occasion to draw upon either my stock of patience or insect powder. The French are a tidy people, and though their country beds, stuffed with maize chaff, may be hard, they are tolerably clean. The food provided in the auberge is doubtless very different from what one is accustomed to at home, but with the help of cheerfulness and a good digestion, that difficulty too may be got over. Indeed, among the things that most strikes a traveler through France as characteristic of the people is the skill with which those of even the poorest class prepare and serve up food. The French women are careful economists and excellent cooks. Nothing is wasted. The pot-au-feu is always kept simmering on the hob, and with the help of a hunch of bread, a good meal may at any time be made from it. Even in the humblest auberge, in the least frequented district, the dinner served up is of a quality such as can very rarely be had in any English public house, or even in most country inns. Cooking seems to be one of the lost arts of England, if indeed it ever possessed it, and our people are in the habit, through want of knowledge, of probably wasting more food than would sustain another nation. But in the great system of national education that is to be, no one dreams of including as a branch of it skill in the preparation and economy in the use of human food. There is another thing that the traveler through France may always depend upon, and that is civility. The politeness of even the French poor to each other is charming. They respect themselves, and they respect each other. I have seen in France what I have not yet seen in England. Young working men walking out their aged mothers arm in arm in the evening to hear the band play in the Place or to take a turn in the public promenade. But the French are equally polite to strangers. A stranger lady may travel all through the rural districts of France and never incur a rude look, a stranger gentleman, and never receive a rude word. That the French are a self-respecting people is also evinced by the fact that they are a most sober people. Drunkenness is scarcely known in France, and one may travel all through it and never witness the degrading sight of a drunken man. The French are also honest and thrifty and exceedingly hard-working. The industry of the people is unceasing. Indeed, it is excessive, for they work Sunday and Saturday. Sunday has long ceased to be a Sabbath in France. There is no day of rest there. Before the Revolution, the saints' days, which the Church ordered to be observed, so encroached on the hours required for labor that in course of time Sunday became an ordinary working day. And when the Revolution abolished saints' days and Sabbath days alike, Sunday work became an established practice. What the so-called friends of the working classes are aiming at in England has already been effected in France. The public museums and picture galleries are open on Sunday, but you look for the working people there in vain. They are at work in the factories, whose chimneys are smoking as usual, or building houses, or working in the fields, or they are engaged in the various departments of labor. The government works all go on as usual on Sundays. The railway trains run precisely as on weekdays. In short, the Sunday is secularized or regarded but as a partial holiday. As you pass through the country on Sundays, as on weekdays, you see the people toiling in the fields. And as dusk draws on, the dark figures may be seen moving about so long as there is light to see by. It is the peasants working the land, and it is their own. Such is the magical influence of property, said Arthur Young when he observed the same thing. It is to be feared, however, that the French peasantry are afflicted with the disease which Sir Walter Scott called the yeared hunger, and there is danger of the gravel getting into their souls. Anyhow, this continuous devotion to bodily labor, without a seventh day's rest, cannot fail to exercise a deteriorating effect upon their physical as well as their moral condition, and this, we believe, it is which gives to the men, and especially to the women of the country, the look of a prematurely old and overworked race. By S. Smiles. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. The Christianity of the Present and of the Future, by the Dean of Canterbury. In introducing this subject, some explanation of terms may be necessary. It may be asked, is not Christianity always the same? In the sense which I assign to the word, certainly not. Christianity is one thing. The gospel or the Christian revelation is another. The gospel or Christian revelation is, as to its great truths, always the same. It has been given us once for all in the life and sayings of our divine Master and of those whom he specially authorized. It is the foundation. It is, in one word, which includes all, Jesus Christ himself, other foundation than whom none can lay. But Christianity is the building raised upon that foundation, and this may, and indeed must be, very variously constructed. Not only will it vary in worth of material and in power of endurance, according to St. Paul's well-known illustration, but it also will and must vary according to difference of times, climates, national temperaments and habits, classes and stations of men, nor less so according to the prevalence of this or that time of certain currents of thought and inquiry. Christ is one, and true, and unchangeable. But a man's Christianity, a family's Christianity, a nation's Christianity, nay, the whole world's Christianity, at any given time may be inconsistent and untrue, and liable to and needing change. By Christianity, then, I understand man's fashion of following Christ, and as each age and country has its own fashion, I shall presume to inquire whether our present fashion in this land is right, whether it is calculated to meet the demands which our age and our habits of thought are making upon us, and, in so far as we may think we find that it fails in these points, what change it needs in order to correct that failure, and enable it to hold its place as the Christianity of the future. Now, unquestionably, there are some essentials of all true and honest Christianity, and it will be for us first to consider whether we, at present, are fulfilling these essentials. With regard to these, it is no question of prudence or of adaptation to temporary requirements, but it is, as we say, a question of life or death. At whatever hazard, these essentials must be secured. And if a man were required to name the very first essential of all Christianity, there is but one thing I conceive which can occur to his mind. He would naturally and rightly say, the following of Christ, by which I understand that the person of the Lord Jesus Christ is the center of the whole system, that Christian belief rests in that one person, that reverent affection recognizes him as its object, and humble obedience follows him as its master. Now, of course, it is a very different thing for all this to be professed, and for it really to be so. I suppose there is no body of Christians among us who would not claim to fulfill this requisite, who could not point to their formularies and their official practice to show that they do so. And yet, I do not hesitate to say that neglect of this essential matter is one of the chief faults of the Christianity of the present. The great object of an ordinary Englishman's faith in our day is not so much the glorified Lord in heaven as it is his own Christianity, that is, the validity of the historical and outward framework by which his faith in Christ is expressed. I speak for the Christian body to which I myself belong when I say that I much fear our faith in our church system, in our creeds and formularies and sacraments, yea, and in the written word, is a more real and a stronger thing than our faith in the living, present person of our divine Lord. Now, I have the greatest wish not to be misunderstood. Everything that I may say now, or at any other time, on the subject of the Holy Scriptures, is said with a view to enhance their authority, and to further that influence among men which their divine giver destined for them. But this cannot be done by resting in them and falling short of him whom they reveal to us. Let them stand in the very first rank among the means of grace and the ordinances of God. But in that rank let us keep them. They are the guide and rule of faith, but they are not its object. We believe our Bibles, but we believe in that person whom our Bibles reveal. We hold them in our hands and see them. But faith necessarily looks beyond that which is held and seen. They are not the end of faith, but a means to that end. Just as Christ was the end of the law for righteousness, so Christ is the end of the gospel for faith, that is, for righteousness also. We have more to say on this by and by, so I pass on. We were observing that the belief of us English Christians, each in his own Christianity, is very strong. Stronger, we fear, than the common belief of us all in him who is the head of all. And I think this is seen also in the way in which we regard each our own special doctrinal confession, as compared with the value we set on the love of Christ and uniformity of his example. Now let me say that we can hardly value our doctrinal confession too highly. It is in that track in which our Christian thoughts move, that channel down which comes to us grace and strength. We receive it and have grown up in familiarity with its terms, or we worked it out with the honest search of the Berean of old, proving for ourselves as we went. But as this is so with any one of us, in like manner is it with our neighbor also. And just in proportion as we set store by our own doctrinal confession, so likewise ought we to remember that he does the same by his, and to honor and reverence it as a thing which is held precious by our brother. As long as any trace remains among us of persecution, or exclusion from sympathy, or depreciation or alienation on account of doctrinal persuasion, so long as our Christianity is defective in one main point, its standard of the Christian character, so long as our churchmanship is loosed from the one bond of unity of all churches, the personal recognition of our common Lord, let each Christian body maintain, let each by lawful means propagate its own doctrines. Let none tell us that doctrine is insignificant in comparison of practice, for there is no Christian practice which does not spring out of the recognition of Christian truth. Doctrine never can be insignificant to him who holds it aright. For my part, I believe, with regard to doctrines that I hold, and can substantiate to myself, that another who holds them not is the loser for that not holding. And he, if he have made his rejection of them sure to himself, believes me to be the loser for not holding them. This may be a reason why we should try to persuade one another, but not why we should rail at and dislike one another. Again, let each Christian body not only value and propagate by persuasion its own doctrines, but let it fence about its position so as to keep itself pure according to its own doctrinal views. There is no hardship in this, if once exclusive privileges of one body over another are done away. Indeed, it were well, so long as it is accomplished by fair means, to remove altogether from among us the spectacle, now it is to be feared so common, of men numbered among the working servants of a church, and holding doctrines entirely at variance with its formularies. But again, this may be done without that disproportionate estimate which we at present apply to men. Who art thou that judgest thy neighbor? There is, say, some point of Christian doctrine which I regard as essential, as lying at the very root of my Christianity. I have well considered this. I cannot modify my conviction. I cannot see that I can be a Christian at all without holding this truth. My fellow religionists are of the same mind. Our creeds, formularies, services are constructed to express and to conserve this point of doctrine. But by me dwells a neighbor whose thoughts are altogether different. We have had many arguments, but nothing will convince him. He thinks that my cherished tenet destroys Christianity altogether. He has always thought that, and has his reasons to give for his belief. Now I could not be as he is. To me it would be death to faith and hope. And he could not be as I am, for a like reason. What then is my inference from this? Is it that there is no such thing as authoritative truth? That my doctrine is true for me, and his for him? That every man is to himself the measure of truth, and that truth has no independent existence? To all such views I say, God forbid. Truth exists. Truth is discoverable. Wherever truth is found, it is obligatory and authoritative. When I hold that which I firmly believe to be true, I hold that my friend is bound to hold it likewise. But it is what follows after this that I find fault with. In the prevalent Christianity of the present day, these two, my neighbor and I, regard one another with aversion, and use hard words each concerning the other. and this simply and solely on account of the great difference in doctrine. Now, what I say is that in such cases we have absolutely no right to judge our neighbor. Does he believe in Christ? After our fashion, perhaps no. But does he profess and call himself Christian? Does he call Christ his Lord and Savior? Then is he within the pale of our common Christianity, and ought to be treated as a Christian brother. It is quite impossible for us to measure his responsibility, or to see into his heart. If we could, very likely our uncharitable estimate of him might be at once reversed. The only allowable judgment of others regards not doctrinal confession, but Christian life. By their fruits ye shall know them. It was admirably laid down as a leading principle of the Reformation that God alone is Lord of the conscience. The much misapprehended expression of the Apostle St. John, which seems to put this in doubt, in reality only confirms it, when he says, "If there come any unto you, and bring not this doctrine, receive him not into your house, neither bid him God-speed." The reason he assigns refers to partaking, not of erroneous opinions, but of evil deeds. And the person described is whosoever transgresseth and abideth not in the teaching of Christ. And Christian life is obedience, is conformity to Christ, and its fruits are the fruits of faith in Christ. If his person held its rightful chief place in the Christianity of our day, these practical matters would be the subjects of our inquiry rather than those others. Let those be done, but let not the other be left undone. Let us all guard against indifference to doctrine. Let each be fully persuaded in his own mind, and cleave to that persuasion, or modify it, as conscience before God may lead him. But let us all remember that above all systems, beyond all inferences and conclusions of subsequent church belief, there is the blessed person of our Master and Head. That simple belief in him which the primitive Christians held, for which martyrs bled and confessors suffered, ages before councils had formed the propositions which we now receive, that, I say, needs now to be restored to its place and dignity, of which, among our eager strivings for exactness of doctrinal detail, we have well nigh deprived it. In the most salient examples of bitter zeal, and the spirit of persecution and anathema now extant among us, we fail to discern any appreciation whatever of love and obedience to Christ, of service done to him, of likeness to the pattern which he set us. All this seems to have been put behind and ignored, and its place taken by a rigid inquisitorial censorship, whether a man have ever said a word capable of heterodox interpretation, or ever allied himself with others who have so spoken. So that I believe one of the most pressing needs of the Christianity of our day to be the fixing more and more attention on the life and person of our blessed Lord. I say not for one moment bestowing less attention on the doctrinal beliefs which have sprung up around this center, because I believe that the more we study him, the clearer and stronger and truer these latter will become. Because, in my character of a firm holder and propagator of Church of England doctrine, I am persuaded in my own mind that the better he is known, the wider will be the recognition of that doctrine. And therefore I rejoice to see that the Christian Church in Europe is awakening to a sense of this prime need, and that one and another is thinking and writing on the life and acts and sayings of our Lord. It is a wholesome sign, this stir of thought, this arousing of interest about him whom we love and serve. It must tend to good. Its first results may be various, as of old. Some may build wood, hay, stubble, and some may build precious stones. But after all our complications and strifes, it is, at all events, a blessing that some are laying here the rock beneath the church, and striving again to unite themselves with it. Such a touching of our Christian Mother Earth can but give us strength. Now, as we pass onward, and look at other characteristics of the Christianity of the present, we find a defect closely connected with that which we have already considered, and that is, want of any well-defined idea of what constitutes the Church. What I am about to say applies perhaps less to nonconformist bodies, but I can testify to the utter confusion which prevails among members of my own body on the subject. Bound to a hard and dry theory of salvation in a certain form of church alone, and yet unable to deny to thousands outside that church the faith and character of Christians, they take refuge in amiable inconsistencies, allowing to their fellow Christians salvation by God's uncovenanted mercies, or finding by some equally unmeaning terms an excuse for that conviction, which is forced upon them, that these outsiders, as they regard them, are in the way of salvation. And the same persons exhibit in their public Christian life an inconsistency even more remarkable. Regarding their differing neighbors as Christians, they yet ignore them, and at the very least abstain from, as we call it, fraternizing with them. The matter lies in the compass of a very simple dilemma. Either these persons are Christians, or they are not. If they are not, tell us so plainly, and send missions to convert them. If they are, then in the name of our common Lord, why not treat them as such? You know well that they are, but you dare not treat them as such. And why? Because you are fettered by a false church theory, which drives you into this inconsistency of conduct. Because you are afraid of the faces of men, and quail before determined looks, and big words, and tremendous anathemas. Now, as to church theories, let us take up the New Testament. That is our sole ultimate authority in this matter. We may have all the respect for the practice of antiquity. We may conscientiously believe one form of church government to be better in itself than another, but these are human inferences, not divine obligations. Show me any place in the New Testament where either our Lord or his apostles laid down as obligatory any one form of government for the Church. The Church of Christ, the Church Catholic throughout the world, is founded on nothing short of him and his uttered or prescribed words. These bind every member of the Church Universal. But as members of the Church Universal, we are bound by nothing else. In everything not uttered or prescribed by him, the Church is left free, and this freedom extends to all matters of form, to all those matters to which nations, classes, and individuals are diversely constituted. It follows necessarily from these premises that the one Church Catholic shall be made up of many bodies of Christians, with diverse organizations, various forms of worship, differing habits of thought. Each of these bodies of Christians requires, for its very existence, rules, requires public order, requires subjection to constituted authority. But these rules, this order, this authority, are only divine as all other rule and order and authority is divine, and not by any indefeasible injunction from the head of the Church. A man is not a whit more, nor a whit less, a member of the Church Catholic, because his section of it happens to be governed as the great majority of Christian churches in all ages have been governed. That general consent may go far to recommend such a system of church polity, but it can never make that requisite to the Church Universal, which the Lord has not ordained. And the same is true of worship and ordinances. Take that one which was specially and in form ordained by the Lord as commemorative of his death. We, I am speaking as a member of the Church of England, have a sober and beautiful ritual as regards the administration of this sacrament, to which, taken in its simplicity and in the obvious meaning of its terms, few, if any, of our fellow Christians have ever objected. But even of this form, admirable as we cannot help regarding it, how very little can be traced to any binding command of our Lord or of his disciples! The primitive ordinance was, and was known as, breaking of bread. It seems to have been simply a solemn meal taken in common, and taken specially as a divine ordinance. We fail to trace any act of consecration as we now practice it. When St. Paul says, "the bread which we break, the cup of blessing which we bless," he does not mean by "we" any special class, as the clergy. The pronoun is not expressed in the original and is absolutely unemphatic. It is taken up again and emphasized as being the same "we" which was before only understood when he continues, "For we, being many, are one body, for we are all partakers of that one bread." There is no mention even of any one person administering it to the rest. All seem to have partaken as equals. We well know why this was altered, for St. Paul has given us the clue in his injunctions to the church at Corinth. This merely social partaking gave opportunity for abuse and disorder, and therefore a more formal and more strictly regulated administration became necessary. But St. Paul gives no directions for alteration in any such sense as to make the ordinance in form what it is now. Do I therefore reject that form, or think it undesirable? Far from it. I have no doubt sufficient reasons have arisen since why it should have come down to us as it has. But, and here is our point, I have absolutely no right to require of a member of any other religious body that he should conform to that particular mode of fulfilling our Lord's command, or should view it as I do. What the Lord ordained, that binds every Christian man, and nothing else. We have the same power of interpreting his words now as those had who immediately followed the apostolic times. Of the great army traveling on to the end of all things, those who are far down in the progress have the same spirit to guide them into the same faith delivered to them as those who lived in the glow of the divine ascension and had heard the voices of the apostles. So that even if our Lord's words are by any fellow Christian supposed to bear other interpretation than most of us put on them, then, though we may not approve that interpretation, we have no right, if they call Christ Lord and be found in his ways, to unchurch or depreciate them, even though they hold not the command as pointing to an ordinance at all. This is what I take the liberty of saying has not been understood by the Christianity of the present. We have made some advance to it, but we have very much more yet to make. We have made some advance, for we do not any longer require of men that they should conform to one ritual in order to qualify for serving the state. But we have much more to make, for we have not yet ceased to assert the universal obligation of one ritual. We have not yet ceased to look with disfavor on those who refuse to conform to it. Leaving this particular illustration, but profiting by it, let us speak of the general defect a little more, and in another point of view. It is, in fact, a charge of want of unity which we have to make against the Christianity of the day. Now, much has been said and written of late about unity. Men have banded themselves together to promote the unity of Christendom, and churches far and wide have been solicited to display this unity by overt acts of communion. But I venture to say there has been immense confusion in understanding this term unity. As long as any outward uniformity is retained as its condition, it is misunderstood. The only unity of the Church Catholic consists in its being one body under one head, the members acknowledging and not repudiating one another. This is a matter which must be distinctly understood, and I am persuaded will be distinctly understood, in spite of adverse appearances, in the Christianity of the future. More and more symptoms are every year coming to the surface that a time is preparing when the many Christian bodies of England will consciously constitute one church, not, mind, by growing uniformity, but by the bringing out of their essential unity in the midst of manifold variety. And now let us turn to another aspect and another relation of the Christianity of the present. God is one. God is true. If God have manifested himself in words, and also in his works, it is impossible that these two should be at variance. Now we have before us God's word and God's works, both for us to study and understand, by his help, as we may. The search is in both cases not only one worth making, but one worth requiring our best faculties to make. In both cases, truth lies deep. Mere first impressions will no more guide us to the sense of the written word than they will to the true account of the phenomenon of nature. We must dig and delve in the one as in the other. The same sacred writer who said of the one, "How I love thy law, all the day long is my study in it," also said of the other, "The works of the Lord are great, sought out of all them who have pleasure therein." Now, this being so, the attitude which becomes us is surely one of deep humility with regard to both. And what is this humility, practically interpreted? Surely a frame of mind which should keep us from two rash procedures. First, from hasty adoption of crude physical theories and speculations, and secondly, and no less, from clinging to superficial and inadequate interpretations of the text of the Scriptures. Science, properly so called, and Scripture, properly understood, are perfectly safe together. The demonstrably assured discoveries of science may again render it necessary, as they have already rendered it necessary, in cases universally allowed, to understand Scripture expressions otherwise than they have been hitherto understood, to suppose them popularly used, or even to suspend our power of understanding them at all. But any such change will leave our Christian faith just where it is. Who believes his Bible the less because "Sun, stand thou still," cannot be literally understood. And if far greater modifications of our present understanding of the sacred text have to take place in consequence of new discoveries, what single article of our Christian faith will be affected? Surely it is not an attitude befitting one ready to be taught of God, to be timidly shrinking from the possible results of scientific inquiry, and evermore crying out that the Scriptures are in danger. Do we think that we have so completely mastered the sense of Scripture, we who know it only at a distance of nearly a score of centuries, and in a language different from its original one, that we have nothing more to learn about its interpretation? Do we suppose that the Holy Spirit, who taught mankind of old, is teaching them nothing now? Because both of these presumptions seem to be involved in what some of our teachers are now telling us. Truth can take care of itself without me. And depend on it, some of the greatest eclipses truth has ever suffered have been owing to men gathered round it and nursing it, instead of giving it free course. I am persuaded that such procedure as that on which I have been commenting is simply suicidal. And if the Christianity of the present persists in it, we shall have the future trying to do without Christianity at all. For you cannot crush out truth. You cannot forbid research. These will go on, as earnestly, as fruitfully, as they are going on now. And if you proclaim them, what they do not proclaim themselves, hostile to Christianity, if you make an enemy of that which ought to be one of your chief friends, you will find the advance of scientific discovery too strong for a merely artificial and conventional religion. For it is free, fettered by no prescription but the laws of thought, and knowing no limits but the universe of facts, while you, who ought to be the free men of the Spirit, are behaving as bondsmen of the letter. Nay, my friends, let us be free likewise, not afraid to follow the leading of that Holy Spirit, whose office it is, throughout the ages of the Church, to lead her into all truth, not so wedded to ourselves and our own traditional interpretations, as not to be ready to submit the one, and to surrender the other, if need be, at his bidding. And thus we are gradually led on to another matter, on which I venture to think the Christianity of the present is hardly making due preparation for becoming the Christianity of the future. I mean, its treatment of the Holy Scriptures. Now, what does all Christianity believe about Holy Scripture? Is it not that it is a revelation to us of the will of God? And mind, I am not now speaking of the belief of one set of Christians as distinct from that of another. I am not now speaking of the method or the degree in which one or another holds Scripture to be a revelation from God. But what I am saying is this, that I suppose every Christian on earth believes Scripture to be in some sense or other a revelation of God's will to man. If he does not, I cannot see how he can be a Christian in any sense, for he must be a follower of Christ, and Christ distinctly claimed to reveal God to us, and the record of that claim, and the substance of that concerning which it was claimed, are nowhere but in the Scriptures. Well, then, all Christians believe Scripture to be a revelation from God. If this be so, the Scripture must be precious to Christians in proportion to this their importance. Now let us just examine, taking up anew, considerations which I urged before in passing, what these Scriptures are as we find them. They consist of a multitude of documents written many ages ago, and written in lands whose language and whose habits of thought were totally diverse from our own. But God was pleased to employ these languages and those habits of thought to reveal his will to mankind. Well now, it is clear that we, our people generally, cannot possess this revelation as it was given, because we do not understand its language, and that there must be, in turning it into our own totally different language, some disadvantage, because all translation is done at a disadvantage, and because there must be many words and phrases which were then thoroughly understood, but which have lost their full significance now. It will illustrate my meaning if I say that the Romans, Corinthians, and others to whom St. Paul wrote must necessarily have understood his figures of speech and taken in his arguments far better than we can now. Very well. What I am aiming at is this. If we are necessarily, by difference of language and distance of time, placed at a disadvantage with regard to that which is so precious, is it not reasonable, and would not real reverence for Holy Scripture demand it of us, that we should be the most anxious to reduce that disadvantage to the least possible dimensions? Ought we not to make use, from time to time, of every accession of knowledge as to the real contents and the real meaning of the sacred books, and thus to get as near as we possibly can to the actual revelation which God has given us? Now, it is in this matter, it is because no such pains are taken in the Christianity of the present day, because it does distinctly refuse to take such pains, that I cannot but feel apprehension when I look on to the future. Here we have, on the one hand, scholarship, research, enquiry, busy over these same sacred books. The original authorities for these texts have been considerably multiplied. Important questions respecting the genuine reading of doubtful passages have been set at rest. The meanings of difficult sentences and expressions have been elucidated. And what is the attitude of the churches of England? We possess an admirable version of the Scriptures, put forth in its last authorized form 268 years ago. Every Christian Englishman values that version as he values few other things, is jealous of having it touched, has its phrases familiar as household words. Yet every scholar who regards truth rather than popularity is constrained to confess that this version, excellent as it is, does not now, within many degrees, represent what we know of the text and the meaning of the Holy Scriptures. Those who hold the very highest views with regard to the verbal inspiration of Scripture are the very persons who are the least anxious that their countrymen should possess those words which were the utterance of God. Now, this is no light matter. It is very easy for us to sit still and be assured by the opponents of biblical revision that all changes which might be made would not touch one article of the Christian faith. This may be, and I believe it is, particularly true. But it has exactly nothing to do with the matter. If we are conscious that we are reading in our churches and are sending forth to our people an inaccurate representation of the revelation of God to man, then it is our bounden duty to correct that inaccuracy, let the results be great or small. But according to the same objectors, who have 2 strings to their bow, the results will be great and much to be apprehended. The reliance of the English mind on the English Bible will be shaken. Now, I venture to say that the opposite will be the case. Englishmen will see, by a careful authorized revision of our version of the Scriptures, 2 things. First, how little in amount that is which needs change. Next, how much the sense and coherence of the text have gained by the changes. Did the various issues of the English Bible, from the Reformation to the days of James I, loosen the confidence of our people in its authority? Was not each of these, as issued, recognized as better than its predecessor? And has not the last of them held its exclusive ground in all sections of the English Church till now? And is all this an argument against our acquiring one still better? Nay, is it not all an argument directly the other way? But is the time ripe for such an attempt? I believe it is, at least with regard to that portion of the Scriptures which lies nearest to our belief and practice. I mean, of course, the New Testament. I think the day is fully come when public opinion ought to begin to express itself in some concentrated form on this matter, and an organization should be undertaken with a view of not letting it be lost sight of. We are operating at present under a great disadvantage as against the impugners of Scripture. All that our people ought to know, they know well, and represent it in a garbled and exaggerated light for their purposes. The Church of Christ ought to be put in possession of all the facts as to the gospel of Christ, and not in any, even the least matter, to be fighting her enemies in the dark. And if we once begin being honest and consistent as to the one great deposit, many other beneficial results, now out of our reach, would follow. But too many good Christians among us, anything like an intelligent study of Scripture is discouraged, and almost forbidden. With regard to anything like an appreciation of its several books, their writers, their characteristics, the comparison of one with another, the majority of our people are very inadequately informed. Certainly, if English Christianity is to become the Christianity of the future, more reverence for Scripture, and more knowledge of it, are requisites which we cannot afford to neglect. 27 years ago, when I first conceived the idea of editing the Greek text of the New Testament, I received from a dear and valued friend a piece of advice which I cannot forget. It was this: do not point out difficulties, pass them over and ignore them. It is not the time to be directing attention to them. My answer was, I can consent to no such procedure. As every difficulty arises, I will state nothing but the plain truth, for I am persuaded that the cause of Christ never has been, and never can be, served by any concealment or warping of the truth, nor by any equivocation or reservation soever. And every one of the 27 years since has confirmed this persuasion. From that time to this, as events have unfolded themselves, every bit of concealment, every stroke of tactics, every cleverly contrived plot to mark or hold back the truth has been a loss to us, while by every concession to truth and justice, every sacrifice of the conventional for the real, in a word, by every act done on first principles, and with no by-end, we may have appeared to short-sighted persons to be losers at the moment, but we have gained immensely in the end. The spirit of our last remarks leads me to say that our present Christianity needs more directness, more simplicity, less subjection to the cramping of precedent, and the persistence in honored abuses. Great practical wants are crowding upon us, and will not bear to be left outside our door, because to admit them would oblige us to disarrange some of our furniture. Such questions as the part of the laity in our church work and government want settling in a spirit of generous and ingenious concession to plain demands of truth and justice. And it was simply lamentable to see the kind of action which seemed threatened, but is so now, I would hope, no longer, in the nascent Irish Church on this matter. The work of women in the Church, again, is a pressing question, demanding much good sense and mutual forbearance, and curbing of childish fancies, but not on this account to be put by or off for a future time. And now let us conclude with no mistake as to what has been the spirit and tendency of these remarks. The Christianity of this country is, at the present moment, on its trial. We have passed the days of mere thought and books, and we stand on the border of a time of action. What shall that action be? It depends on the churches of Christ in England to answer that question. God has given us Christianity for all nations, all languages, all modes of thought, all ages of man. Shall this Christianity fulfill its function over our land in the age now coming? Now mark well the situation in which we find ourselves. Christianity cannot coerce, cannot persecute. This weapon of her sovereignty is taken from her by the law of the land. Again, she cannot prevail by railing, storming, anathematizing. This weapon is taken from her, thank God, by the growth of common sense. Persuasion is her only weapon left. And here again she is limited. We are more and more coming to days when persuasion must be sound persuasion. Time was when a well-quoted bit of Latin verse would decide a weighty matter lying altogether beside it. Nor is the day quite gone by when a well-planted bit of banter sells at a premium which seriously disturbs the market. But it is passing. The great masters of the art of banter are not believed in as they were. Men laugh and go on their way, but they are beginning to laugh less with and more at the scorner. Christianity would do well to leave off going down to the Philistines to sharpen her defensive weapons. If Christianity is to prevail, it must be by love of truth for truth's sake, by transparent simplicity, by self-distrust and self-denial, by walking humbly and sympathizing generously, by large allowances and boundless forgiveness, by putting off the spirit of the world and putting on the spirit of Christ. End of section 13. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section number 14 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Our Working People and How They Live. Number 1. The Newcastle Collier. John Wesley writes of Newcastle. Certainly, if I did not believe there was another world, I would spend all my summers here, as I know no place in Great Britain comparable to it for pleasantness. Even 100 years ago, that must have been somewhat exaggerated praise for canny, but still coaly Newcastle. And nowadays, so far at least, as atmosphere is concerned, a stranger verily is not likely to be reminded of heaven by the smoke-canopied town. And yet, in spite of the multitudinously malodorous murk that overbroods the town and neighborhood, an artist in search of the picturesque might go further than Newcastle, and fare a good deal worse. No stranger can help being interested when he turns into its chairs, narrower than Yarmouth rows, or dives down steep staircases, swooping in stages from the high ground to the riverside, here and there through groves of dangling boots and shoes, like water-worn chasms in sea cliffs. The rectangular, dingy, bonded warehouses at the bottom lose their prosaic look with the feet of those steep staircases peeping out between their lofty walls. Ancient and modern Newcastle come into very sharp and piquant contrast hard by the elliptical railway arch. St. Nicholas's flying buttressed steeple is incongruously grafted on the arch, and the bulging old houses of the side and sandhill look like jolly old burghers lounging in dingy shirt-sleeves, with modern swells superciliously scrutinizing them through their eyeglasses, in juxtaposition with the prim plate glassed piles of offices, the expansion of the town's trade, has caused to be their neighbours. On the sandhill the Newcastle mob would have murdered John Wesley, had not one of the Newcastle fishwives affectionately embraced the diminutive but dauntless evangelist, brandishing meanwhile the clenched, disengaged moiety of her 10 Commandments, and exclaiming defiantly, "Touch the little moan, no, if you duh." In Sandgate, writes Wesley, after preaching, the poor people were ready to tread me underfoot, out of pure love and kindness. In the Newcastle shops I saw the photographs of modern Methodist ministers exposed for sale in groups, with a frequency and a prominence that showed they must be popular favorites. In Wesley's time, Sandgate was colonized by keelmen, but the keelmen have now largely exodized from the Sandgate, and though there are still keels upon the Tyne, steam lighters, and the gaunt black jetties along the riverside that shoot coal sheer into the ship's hold, have relegated the Tyne keels into comparative insignificance. The bridge beneath the high-level railway line is not a place to lounge on, if you want fresh air. High as it is, its air seems putridly stagnant, and when a whiff comes from the river, it chokes you with coal smoke, or nauseates you with cloic cynical odors. But listening to the trains thundering overhead, looking up and down the dirty, smoky river, hemmed in on both banks with filthy but wealth-coining piles of building, you may get a vivid idea of the important part the Newcastle Collier plays in our complex civilization. Let us thread our way through the bustling throngs and landed cargo that obstruct the miry, craft-fringed quayside, and take a run down the river in one of its host of steamboats to get a more detailed notion of the power of Newcastle coal. As the boat's paddles begin to churn up the Stygian waters, a shrill scream is heard, and a line of coal trucks dwindled to a toy train by the height rushes across the high-level bridge. The deck and seats of the boat have recently been swabbed down, but she is past washing. The grime of many a yesterday shows plain beneath the wet. Very few of the craft she passes, however, can sneer at her as a sloven. Some of them are so sooty that a rusty anchor at the bow glows like a sunflower. It is hard to believe your neighbor when he points to a mud-colored boat towing a net, and tells you that the mud-colored man who is pulling it is a salmon fisher, adding, "There's a vast o' salmon caught in Tyne," announcing its arrival at its various stopping places by a trumpet blast from its engine, aided by a stentorian shout of "Get oot here for low felling," or whatever the place may be. The steamboat splashes seawards, but for miles both banks are lined continuously with proofs of the wage-giving, wealth-making value of the Northumbrian and Durham coal. A jumble of smoke-dried brick and stone works, of new brick works, fast blackening, of huge sheds, of colliery staiths, rattling black avalanches of coal down hinged chutes, or dropping coal trucks from a giddy height through traps, rises above the shipping on either hand. Cranes swing, yellow water cascades into the river, fire glows, steam engines send out angry white puffs, chimney stalks pour out black coils, machinery clanks, tools rattle, with a ceaseless, savage energy that would drive a Neapolitan mad. So vast and varied is the amount of labor which coal has crowded on the banks of this wonderful river that a mere visitor is inclined to blush, feels as if he must take off his coat and set to work at something. There are those grim, gigantic staiths, Walker, Walsen, Wellington, and the rest of them, looking like black skeletons of monsters seen in nightmare. There are foundries fort like blast furnaces, torrid puddling forges, whirring, rattling, rolling mills, chain and anchor works, lead works, copper works, plump-coned glass works, and potteries, chemical works exhaling their poisonous fumes from Wellingtonia gigantea, chimney stalks, whose height seems oites in such an atmosphere, fetid manure works, grindstone wharfs, sawmills, oil mills, cement works advertising chalk wanted on great boards, brickworks, coke ovens, patent slips, iron and wood in shipbuilding yards, graving docks, timber docks, and docks crammed with shipping. In the stream lower down lies a crowd of shipping, of every build and flag, about to start to all parts of the world with the Tyne's black diamonds. In very busy times you might almost walk from south to north shields on the decks of the intervening vessels. The smoke and the hubbub of the riverside overlap a good way into the country, but where you can see the color of the sky, and even hear a bird singing, and you begin to fancy that you have escaped the coal trucks for a while, the ear catches a low monotonous whirring, and, looking over a hedge, you see another of the straight, narrow, colliery tramways, ruled through the landscape, like a line of ink, with the chain of its stationary engine running over the friction-polished wheels in the middle of the single line of metals. The dust of the lanes is like the dust of a foundry, and the hedges are powdered with it as if they had been dredged with pepper. Hundreds of men are working for miles beneath your feet. You are walking over a huge human ant-hill. Here is a little village that would look rural, but for the omnipresent smut. It has an old-fashioned little bridge spanning a little stream, in which ducks are paddling, an old church surrounded by old tombstones, a manor house or a rectory standing back behind the grass and trees, old-fashioned stone cottages in little sloping gardens, and an old-fashioned public house. But the dirty ducks are washing in vain in a dirty stream, beneath a dirty bridge. The church and its tombstones are both streaked with smoke instead of lichen, and the grass and the trees look as if their pores were clogged with coal dust. The landlady of the little inn, when asked what wages her Collier customers get, answers confidently, some £5 a fortnight, some £4, some maybe 46 shillings. When this statement is quoted below ground, the man to whom it is quoted shakes his head, laughs, glances slyly, in the dim lamplight, at his fellows, and informs them in an amused tone, "He says we make £5 a fortnight." They seem as amused as he is, but still they will not condescend to particulars of what they do get. Perhaps it will not be unfair to estimate the average earnings of the adult North Country miners at a little below the mean between the landlady's two extremes. No one can say that the remuneration is too high for work so dangerous, disagreeable, and laborious as theirs, but one is inclined to wonder that, in such wages, they can be content with dwellings so, outwardly, squalid as the majority of the cottages they tenant. Most of these rows of gardenless hovels are dreary-looking barracks, as pleasing to the eye as so many bars of dusky mottled soap, though far less suggestive of cleanliness. Some are of red brick, some have a tiny window, like a pigeonhole, squeezed into their dingily whitewashed walls between their shuttered lower windows and the eaves of their tiled roofs. Here is a little colony that may perhaps be taken as a fair type of North Country colliers' homes. A row of rough-stoned, tiled cottages, most of them one-storied, stretches along the dusty road. Another row or two of facsimilia are ruled along the dustier waste ground behind. In the background tower black, belching chimney-stalks that look like burning tree trunks. The numbers of the cottages are chalked upon the doors. A row of dwarf palings runs in front of each, festooned with flannel jackets and breeches hung out to dry, after having been, apparently, rinsed in ink. Ducks that look as if they had been used, as geese were once, for sweeping chimneys are trying to squeeze in between the dusty palings. Each cottage has a portally covered water butt, fed through a square slanting little wooden water pipe, and though in spite of the covers to the butts, the water in them cannot be of the purest, good purifying use is made of it inside a good many of the cottages. Some of them are almost choked with furniture, brass-handled and brass-mounted chests of drawers, and such like the cottages do not all tell of housewifery. The handsome new schoolhouses that may be seen in the very midst of the rude Collier homes are satisfactory salient characteristics of the district. Its Collier children of a generation back would never have dreamt of playing at school, but on a patch of roadside grass that looked very much like a mangy, dusty doormat, I found a group of little Collier lasses so employed. The schoolmistress was hearing her pupils say the alphabet, and was very anxious that they should pronounce the letters properly. And now for a stroll in the underworld. Here's a pit employing 500 men and boys, and 100 horses and ponies, below ground. Leave to descend is asked of the viewer, and granted readily enough, so far as he is concerned, but the overman is supreme in the underworld, and therefore he has next to be hunted up. The overman is in bed. He is fagged with yesterday's work, and today he will have to pay the men, Collier's pays in the north being fortnightly and a week on. The overman, however, is a good-natured Pluto, and as soon as he is aroused from slumber, sends to summon inefficient Mercury for the visitor who has so unceremoniously disturbed his sleep, and sends out also the key of his office, that I may make use of it as a dressing-room. By the time the pit toilette is completed, Mercury makes his appearance, a civil, short, square-shouldered deputy, attired in flannel hip jacket and knee breeches, and blue worsted ribbed stockings. He carries a safety lamp. He has a pleasant, half-washed, thickly mustached face, and a chronic cold in his head, which makes him talk as if the coal dust he has inhaled for half a century were clogging up his throat. We mount a magnified hen's ladder, and come out upon the cold, dusty platform of a tarred weatherboard, annex to the engine house. A timber-laden bogie almost runs us over, as its propelling boys butt at it. Up comes the cage with a jarring clash. Laden coal tubs are run off it. Empty tubs are run onto its 2 lower stories, and we take our places, crouching on the 3rd floor, through the damp darkness for nearly a quarter of a mile. My guide, as he leads the way, speaks of the different members of the carbonaceous circle, into whose midst we descend at the foot of the downcast as this or that gentleman. We enter the overman's cabin, a grotto hewn out of the coal, with benches running round its walls, and lamps and a barometer and thermometer hanging upon them. He takes down 2 oil lamps, lights them, and when he thinks that I have sufficiently rested, proposes to start upon our ramble. I have explained to him that I have been down a mine before, but when he learns that it was an iron-stone pit, he is only half satisfied with such previous mining experience. Men are working in his pit 2 miles from the pit's mouth, and we have a walk of more than 2 miles, there and back, before us. Sightseers sometimes go down coal pits for the fun of the thing. If their coal cellars at home be at all damp and low-roofed, they might have got as much fun by lighting candles and groping about for an hour or 2 over their own coals, as they are likely to get by exploring the hollows from which those coals are hewn. It does not foster the sense of personal dignity to get a knock on the head every 2 or 3 minutes from a projecting knob in the ceilings of corridors, through which one is floundering with spine almost at right angles with the legs, and to have one's hat sent down like an extinguisher upon one's lamp, when, in response to a shout of, "I say, old fellow, my light is out," the guide ahead turns round to look after his charge, it may be temporarily pleasant to follow his friendly advice to sit down and rest in a mixture of moistened emery powder and liquid blacking, with head resting on a pillow that turns streaming perspiration into Indian ink. But subsequently, that is not a position which any one who plumes himself on his walking powers is likely to look back upon with pride. When 5'3" guide comforts his taller charge with an assurance that we are soon coming to a passage in which we can stand upright, how can charge, however much he may respect him otherwise, help thinking guide a tantalizing humbug, when he sees guide's head in the promised pleasant places, as upright as an onion's, whilst his own has still to hang like a bulrush's? The mine stables are the first mine show my guide conducts me to. Of course they are very dark, but of course they are also very cozy, and the horses champing their fodder in their cavern mangers are plumper than a great many of their brethren above ground, far worse housed. I make this remark to my guide, and he repeats it to the overman, when we get above ground again, as if he were proud, not only of the fact, but also of having been in the company of a person capable of making so strikingly original an observation. at different halting places throughout the mine. Hay lies ready for the horses and ponies. In one of the mangers, so stored, we find a youthful driver of a tub train sound asleep. The deputy flashes lamplight in his smutty face. The grimy boy, half naked above the waist, wakes up with a start. He listens with decorous bewilderment to the official wigging he receives, and then, as soon as we have passed, drops back his heavy head upon his couch of hay. Boys in the mine get for 1 shilling 3 pennies a day, and have to work for 12 hours, the men working for 8. As we pass along the back crooking, trampling thoroughfares, we are often stopped by trains of Lilliputian trucks. A distant rumbling is heard, a light is coming towards us, a shout is raised when our lights are seen, and as we jump from the roadway and crouch in angular hollows at its side, the train rumbles past, its half-naked driver whistling blithely, because the breeze that is blowing from the downcast on our unappreciative backs is blowing refreshingly full in his face. At other times we come upon standing trains and have to lean over on them as we grope along, to avoid getting up to our knees in pea-soupy ponds. My guide has been pointing out, for my scientific edification, the flaws, troubles, dips of the coal seam and ribbony bands of ironstone in the walls we pass. He has been showing me the splint, which entails a fine of 3 pennies per tub on the miner who sends a tub so adulterated up to bank. He has been distinguishing the props, some of which are broken, bending, that support the ceiling of the corridor. Norway fir, he says, in proportion to size, is about twice as strong as Scotch. He has proudly pointed out, for my artistic admiration, the capital letters and grotesque caricatures which the pit boys have chalked on smooth surfaces of the outcropping rock. But the artists in charge of the halted trains have a keen eye to business. With a frequency which would empty one's pockets if generally complied with, they exclaim in a tone crescendo in emphasis, but the opposite in politeness. "Pay your footin', sir, pay your footin'. Footin', footin', footin'." As we splash on into the further darkness, ever and anon, as we stumble over the rough sleepers of the tramway, we have to lift up a canvas curtain, push open a swing door, or have a door swung open for us by the grimy urchin who crouches beside it in the dark. These aids to ventilation are commonplace looking enough, but the lives of hundreds depend upon the free action of their hinges. A door propped back against the wall, or so hung as to be able to stand open of itself, might turn the mine into a furnace prison. Every now and then a muffled little boom is heard, the report of a collier's shot, to see how the work is done. We halt beside a tall, stalwart young fellow, who, my guide tells me, has been a soldier. Another brawny fellow, engaged in putting up fresh timber props hard by, is chaffing the ex-soldier on his former occupation. "How many times ought you to be hung, George?" the pit-wit asks. "How many lads ha' ye killed? Ye'd rather be here than in the army, wouldn't ye, George?" "Aye," answers George, and as he shifts his lamp, its light shows a broad, corroborative grin upon his damp, dark face. But George has no time to waste on repartee. He shovels the loose coal his last shot brought down into the tub that is waiting for it, as if he had staked his life on shoveling match against time. The colliers are paid per score of tubs, each man's being distinguished by his token. Then George takes up his pick again and swings it, like a crusader battle-axing paynims, as he makes a ledge in the coal face in front of him in readiness for the next blast. As the small coal rattles down, it crackles like damp firewood. George bores a hole, rams in his cartridge, sprinkles water from his ship's block-shaped canteen upon some coal dust, rams that in, and then puts a lighted quick match into the hole. We shelter close by, behind some timber. In a minute, the dull boom is heard. When we scramble out, George is already shoveling the loosened coal into his tub. Where George is working, he has a flawless seam of splintless coal to operate upon, and he can almost stand upright whilst he operates upon it. Therefore, remembering the cramped positions in which he has been obliged to work, and the comparative poorness of the results of previous toil, George acknowledges by a grateful grunt that he does think the lines have at last fallen unto him in pleasant places. The wit is a reading man, and finding that I am something in the writing line, he proceeds to remark on the false statements which he says he has often found, at first to his astonishment, in print. "You've read Joyce's Scientific Dialogues, lad? No, Joyce says that ye can see the stars at daytime, if ye look up from the bowels o' the earth. I have tried many a time, but I never could." The black sheesh cravers still shout, "Footin', footin'," as we re-enter the cage. The cry rings up the shaft after us. When black as a crow and blinking like an owl, I re-entered the overman's cottage. It looks so clean with its freshly washed floor, and he looks so clean with his freshly shaven chin and in his freshly ironed shirt, that I feel inclined to back out again. He insists, however, on my coming in and washing my face and hands in presence of his family, one or other of whom is good enough to supply me with basinful after basinful of fresh water, after carrying away basinful of turbid ink. On the wall of the office in which I resume the garb of those who walk and work in upper day, hangs a copy of the general and special rules of Harton Colliery. The wages are to be paid at the office, such office not being contiguous to any house where spirits, wine, beer, or other spirituous liquors are sold. No swearing or fighting is to be allowed in the pit. The regulations as to ventilation, the use of open and safety lamps, the examination of goves and juds, the consultation of thermometers, barometers, and anemometers, the inspection and management of machinery, etc., etc., all seem as complete as experience. Sharpened wit can make them, but reading that complete code, one cannot help fancying that the grim death who haunts coal pits is reading it over one's shoulder with a sneering, self-satisfied grin. Rules may be excellent, but who can be sure that they will be obeyed? And even if obeyed, they still leave a terribly wide margin for chance to play its fatal freaks in. Flood, fire damp, choke damp will burst and creep out in spite of all precautions. And metal, that looks as if it would last forever, suddenly snaps like sealing wax. Not far off, on the other side of the river, is the New Hartley Colliery. Its men, wearily cheerful, were being drawn up from work one winter morning when the huge beam of the pumping engine snapped in two. Down the shaft thundered one half, crushing the cage that was coming up, plowing off timber, earth, and stone from the shaft's sides, and piling them in a vault above 10 men and boys, whilst meanwhile the filthy floods which the disabled pumping engine had let loose rushed out ragingly eager to drown the buried alive like cornered rats in a flushed sewer. Some years ago it was calculated that for every 100,000 tons of coal sent up to bank in England, one collier's life was lost. If the accident average had been struck during the last 2 years, it would, I think, have been considerably higher. Any reader of a newspaper must have been startled by the recent frequency of Collier's explosions, etc. The Colliers, no doubt, are often to blame. Anything that a man hath, we are told, he will give for his life. But a Collier frequently will not give up the tobacco pipe. That may bring death on scores of his fellows as well as himself. For the sake of a little more illumination, too, he will use a naked light. Although carefully provided with an improved safety lamp, there is a large amount of recklessness amongst colliers below ground, and it sometimes still breaks out in brutal behavior above ground. But the average collier is no longer the savage he was in Wesley's time, and in later times in which careless society still disgraced itself by allowing half-naked women and girls to take the place of beasts of burden in the pits that fed its fires. The pitmen are still rough, but most of them now will behave decently towards any one who will behave decently towards them, and amongst them there are very many who are not merely honest and respectable, but genuinely God-fearing men. Their piety may not be of the type that flourisheth in soft-cushioned places of worship. They hear, unshocked, language which would horrify the daintily clad worshippers who sit upon those seats. But they have a real faith in the God before whose judgment seat they may be suddenly called at any moment of their regular employment that might be edifying to some of the easy-going religionists, whose ears polite would be harrowed by the coarse language which provokes no comment from these pious colliers. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870. Edited by Norman Macleod. Work. Footnote. The first part of this poem, entitled Choice, appeared in Good Words for June 1, 1869. End footnote. By the author of Lady Grace. Cast list. Stage directions, read by Wayne Cook.
Cyril, read by Larry Wilson.
Markham, read by Ingelow.
Woman, read by April 6090.
Girl, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Boy, read by Shrimpfish.
Man 1, read by Mama Fish.
Man 2, read by Zach Martin.
Mother, read by Stacy M.
Cyril, in his study, evening.
The tree of life, earth-rooted, blooms in heaven where's height reaches. Our impatient faith outstrips our hope, and at the base of growth clamors for fruit. If here it dropped for us, how should it ripen in that rich beyond for which we work? We can afford to wait, being so sure. Thus have I conned my task, yet by long waiting surest hope grows sick. What boots nice ordering of a feast for him who faints upon the threshold? What the light of far-off welcome for blind hearts that break out worn with travelling homeward? Oh, I want the music of possession. One it is outweighs a world of shall-be's. If I knew that I had gained one soul, that I could set one trophy on my heart with "This is mine, mine and no other's." When I see the brink lean over the darkness, if I could plant myself a wall upon the slope of that despair, to save one dangerous passer, seizing him just as he falls, whether by will or choice. If reeling with the shock of victory, I with that joyful burden on my breast could reach my Master's feet, let it there crush me. What matter, so triumph crush me there? But that were easy crowning. Not the toil, but the utter darkness of the toil appalls me. The saints of old saw where their weapons struck. Aye, they endured as verily seeing him who is for us invisible. He came about them as day comes about the world. The comfort of his glory strengthened them when they beheld it. For they were not left to wish and murmur, desolate with doubt, one palmless martyrdom. They saw and felt, and grasped and handled their substantial hope. Could he doubt heaven for whom the car of fire rose, bearing from his gaze the friend beloved? Or they for whom the water split and stood a twofold wall, could they deny God's name? Could she mistrust the pity of God, whose arms drearily wrapped about her weeping face, were severed into swift embrace, receiving her own from the dead again? Was not their life transparent for the deity within, as a vast allegory? I remember 10 years ago, when I began to think how fair the old Greek life appeared to me, that creed of fairy tales which left no nook of the sweet world a blank, all populous with superhuman fancies. And I thought this, not being true, was yet more beautiful than any truth, and had these fancies been noble and pure as they were beautiful, I could have wished to die believing them. Then sprang the thought, how was it? These things were a past forever, for we cannot pierce the deep of years and catch them in fact, and find the living men who lived among them. The tale was evermore a tale. The Greek heard from his father the gods that were, sat in lovely leisure of the woods, and dreamed of dryads never seen. At once truth leaped upon me like an armed man, and I fell down and worshipped. I beheld and knew that God had once been in the world. That old familiar Bible of my youth, learned as a task and reverenced as a rule, became a sudden wonder and a power. New from that moment, never read again with the same eyes. To me the universe was one sublime tradition. Not a cloud but traced his pathway through the wilderness, and not a tree but breathed of Olivet. Why do I say this was? My faith is weak, it wavers, it is weary, but it is faith. Like the faint life which in a sick man's heart persists half quenched, and seems about to cease 1,000 times, and yet 1,000 times revives, invisible to watching eyes, but ever there, and growing even through swoons, to link the former to the latter health. So it persists in trembling, and believes in unbelief, and shall be strong at last, reaching to future hope across despair.
Enter Markham.
Oh, not tonight.
How, friend? You welcome me strangely.
You come like Mephistopheles, to touch me when I waver.
Rather say to help you when you stumble.
Ay, but to help me into that path whereon I would not walk.
So, you are weak. You strike before I threaten. You seem that miracle, an honest saint, who, having braced his armour on, confesses that it has flaws, and that he dreads a wound. What has dismayed you?
Only solitude, and my own soul. I perish in the calm. You, like a new wind, shake my sleeping sails against their work. So come, delightful shock, and I'll encounter you.
Lift the metaphor and show the uncurtained fact. You are not content.
Is any man content?
We men of earth, who see but with our eyes, and think life short, for all our eyes can show us, are content.
If your philosophy comes but by gazing, make the gaze deep, and you shall learn in time enough of noble sadness. For I think all men who look around them and within take leave of their boy laughter.
Say you so, believing that God rules the world he made, and made his own ruling? Infidels put such a creed to shame. I hold, myself, a deaf law better than a scornful God who hears and heeds not, and the hollow past under the root of time, only discerned by penetrative eyes of afterthought, was movement. You would say the spirit moved, but I, the matter. Germs evolving laws, nay, laws themselves, but only by their work revealed. We, looking from these latter heights, can trace them, step by step, and none astray, none needless, so that from the vague, at first, wherein all things were possible, there grew, because each moment limited the next, these final certainties, which cannot be other than what they are. Did we know all? Haply we shall. We should perceive how all kinds, all shape, all shades of difference, all acts, all thoughts, all signs and modes of being, are as yet they must be, wheresoe'er you touch, the interminable chain. You touch a link, result and cause, a moment, which concludes the past, begins the future. Therefore life must be received in patience. As we live, we mend and mould, and hand it to our sons, more gently than we took it from our sires.
Where learned you this strange history?
Do you ask? Behold, a pupil of the universe.
Lo, friend, you deem me credulous. You proclaim you, uncommissioned by a miracle, a mystery without proof. Your logic rests on likelihood, a balance, not a base, safe till disturbed. I wait for surer witness. At every point and pause of your advance, you pass an ambush and neglect a doubt, and choose one path among 1,000. Nay, 'tis a hard task to prove by circumstance. in all its motives and particulars, merely one deed done by one living man. And would you make the world by it? I am sure it might teach angels sarcasm to behold these dust-born sticklers, bound by etiquette never to mention God in his own world, who guessed through all ages to devise gossip about creation.
This is grand. I love you in this humour. Let's sit down and fight in peace.
He seats himself. Cyril remains standing at the window.
That was a clattering phrase. That gossip of creation. I perceive you stand up like the poets, man in wrath.
Footnote. In memoriam. Like a man in wrath, the heart stood up and answered, I have felt. End footnote.
He should have written woman, and proclaimed that you have felt, not reasoned.
Reason, friend, is only half the mystery of man. Till you have felt a truth, it is not yours, though reason grasp it with a hand of iron. I have heard learned musicians, who by the hour would stuff you with elaborate sequences and fretful involutions, faultless all, ingenious, satisfactory, and cold, not to be answered, till a master came, and with some sudden simple turn of sound would charm you to unreasonable tears at his fifth note.
I am too plain a man to follow argument by parable.
One greater than ourselves held parable the fittest teaching for the plainest men.
You pass the question.
But I touch in passing. Let us speak heart to heart. This creed of yours is not the sole philosophy. We who judge by fruits and tracing, not too certainly, the backward story of the various world, divine an undetected difference in that unknown beginning before growth. I think we reason no whit worse than you, who, as the long lines lessen to a point, believe they issued from it, making sense the measure of the thing which it perceives, not of its own perception. Circumstance stretched through incalculable tracts of time, life's limit, mold, condition is to you a god. To us a great epiphany. We wonder and examine and adore. You wonder and examine and deny. Which is more wise?
Markham rising and joining Cyril at the window.
This is the way with you. You run all themes to one. Our talk tonight was not of origins and theories, but of the present evils, which I take for calm necessities, to be endured by patient sages. You...
For devil's work, to be annihilated by God's men. Ah, did you see it pass?
What passed? You are pale.
That dismal, desperate, unholy thing which was a child, and should be now a man, one of your calm necessities.
A man? No more. I thought you watched along the street some drifting wreck of a woman.
Always women. You are the shape and color of your time. That gives you all your force. You have done with women, and let your soul concern itself with men. We are the poison, we who are the springs. Lords of the heavenly heritage we waste, false to high charges, deaf to glorious notes, which ring about us as we walk. For us build refuges, and sanctify retreats, and open daily churches. We were meant to be as tender, temperate, pure, devout, as the most cloistered maiden upon earth. We have our strength for this. I know you feel partly with me. Shall we go down at once and track this monster?
If in such a quest your energies are spent, I marvel not. I found you sorrowful. 'Tis frenzy, Cyril. Die if you will in watching by the sick, while the pulse quivers and the slow eyes move. But let the dead be buried out of sight. You cannot raise them. When you have done all, when your bright years, and all the happy gifts that might have made you famous, and the hopes, wings till you crushed them, and the high pursuits which beautified your time, and the fine hues which your unshackled and deliberate hand might lay, and touch, and soften, till you made a finished picture, are all sacrificed, and dreary toil among earth's bitter things possesses and degrades you. Is there fruit? How many hard hearts melted, can you show for your own broken? Cyril, is there one?
Man, am I Christ, that I should change men's hearts? I have a work to do. You talk to me like my temptations. Ere you came, I strove with some such thought. I do not feel it now. I am afire for work. There is a haunt down yonder, where the worst and wildest souls, and sometimes too the saddest, congregate. There oft I go in twilight, and encounter strange moments. Here and there I sow a word, an alms, a prayer. What do I know of fruit? That shall be garnered when the harvest comes. But I may save a soul by speaking there, or I might lose a soul by leaving it. Or lastly, I am merely at my post, and do this duty on my own account. Will you come with me?
Aye, to study life in a new aspect.
They go down into the street.
Is it not wonderful to see that gentle glory in the sky behind the houses? Lo, how black they look, knowing how foul and mean a world they hide from the still splendors of eternity. Yet is the twilight fairness spread for them, with all its tints profuse and delicate, as for the mountains and the royal woods, which have a right to it. Behold the spire, it is not black, it enters into light and is transfused. See where the rim makes a second firmament. God still has witness in man's aspirings, and in earth's repose, despite all evils.
A woman stops Cyril.
Oh, sir, will you come to my poor father? It is soon to ask. But since the morning he has cried for you, and still he mutters to himself the words you spoke, and seems to sort them in his thoughts, trying to note them all. He will not sleep till he has seen your face.
Well, he shall see it. I'll give him that small comfort. Say to him he may expect me in an hour.
I know. I shall be dearly welcome for that word.
Exit. A young girl passes. Cyril, stopping her.
Too late in the streets, my child. Oh, what is your errand?
Girl shyly.
My mother sent me to buy bread.
Go home and say I sent you. I will bring the bread as I come back. Good night.
Exit girl. Cyril laying his hand on the boy's shoulder.
Ah, runaway, I have you. Stand and answer. Nay, you shall. Why have you fled from school? What? Not a word? I'll tell you then, unless you are ashamed to hear yourself explained.
Please, sir.
How meek you are to me. We were good friends, but now I'll not be friends with you till you are meek in the right place. Come, you shall do your duty. It is a coward's part to run away because you heard some talk about your faults.
Sir, it was not that.
I well believe 'twas nothing. Breakfast at my house tomorrow, and tell me all the truth.
I'll come, sir.
So, good night, and grow more wise.
Exit boy.
Are these your sheep?
Oh, very harmless lambs. If these were all, I might be gathering daisies all the day. Look here.
They stop and look in at the window of an open house. There is a fire, and men and women of the lowest description are gathered about it. Others enter and join the group. Oaths and foul language are heard among them. In one corner of the room a woman is stooping over a little child, evidently very ill. It lies on the floor with a pillow under its head.
Why, there's one ruffian, I profess, in fitting company. That downward man, with all the deadly sins upon his face, I should not like to meet in the dark. There's one, with the most feeble voiceless countenance, merely an empty vessel, to be filled with poison, if you please. And there a woman, brazen, hard-eyed, incredible, and here one like a beast, cunning and ravenous, one spiritless and haggard as a corpse. Fie, what a group! Now, if I thought as you, that these are hasting to a certain doom, I could not bear.
Cyril, grasping his hand.
Oh, not the future, friend. The visible damnation of these souls tears me to pieces. True, the sleeker sins of our soft equals may appear as foul under the light which penetrates and proves, for sin is viler than its consequence. But we have knowledge. We have looked on God. We choose our path. What can we say of these who feed on darkness, and embrace contempt, and breathe pollution? Had they any choice? When have they seen the good, or heard the true? Oh, how can they believe themselves beloved, being so forsaken? If I stand aloof, these sins are mine.
You are too passionate. The world is full of these uneven lives. You did not make them, and you cannot mend. You do your utmost. Never man did more. Be satisfied.
What here?
They look in silently for a little while.
I pray you note in this foul place the sacred light of grief. Each little movement of the mother hand about the pillow of her dying babe speaks like a poem. We may tell from this why God afflicts. There is no heart so dumb but in divine compulsion of great woe it utters transient music. I, who have my conversation in the griefs of men, will take this for my passport.
Cyril enters and goes up to the place where the sick child lies. The men stare and stop for a moment in their talk. One speaks with an oath.
Who is here?
Oh, the mad parson. Let him be. He'll go when he has preached a minute.
They resume their uproar. Cyril lifts the child tenderly in his arms. The mother, who has been busy about it in a helpless, bewildered way, looks up. Cyril gently.
He is restless. There. He seems easier now.
My pretty boy, who says that he must die? Oh, he's too young. He has not even learned to stand alone. He cannot die yet, and I love him so. God will not have the heart to take him from me. See, he grows white. Ah, hold him. If he dies, I'm sure there's nothing good that rules the world. What has he done? What anger has he caused? He has not sinned. I and his father sinned, who have not even a finger ache. Look, now he lies quite still. The cruel savage pain hurts him no more. His head is in your breast, so quietly I cannot hear him breathe. I'm sure that you have children of your own who teach you woman's skill. I wish they did not shout so loud there by the fire. I want to hear the pleading murmur of his baby's breath, but their noise drowns it. You must hear it, sir, having his heart so close against your own. Is he not sweet? No, do not give him to me. I do not want to have him in my arms. If I should feel him motionless and cold, though it is only sleep, I know it's sleep. I am so foolish. Do not laugh at me. I should cry out for fear it might be death, which is impossible. Oh, help me, and keep him for me.
God shall keep him for you better than I, poor mother.
What's the noise?
Now, parson, what's the matter with the child?
The woman utters a loud scream. One of the other men goes to her and begins caressing and soothing her. Cyril comes forward, the child still in his arms.
What drives you to them with such eyes of fire?
Let me alone. I drive against their hearts.
Standing among them.
The child is dead. Brothers, the child is born. Look on the beauty of this sleep. Come near. This tender pureness is not terrible. See the shut eyes which can shed no more tears. What do they now behold? Touch the soft lips through which no sound of sorrow or of sin shall ever pass. Be not afraid to touch them. They cannot be defiled. Oh, what repose dwells with this everlasting innocence! Can this fair sight be death? Look on each other. From this face look to these. Do you believe you look from death to life? If it be so, Who would not choose that calm, pathetic triumph instead of this dark struggle? Little child, if you had lived, you would have looked like them, having to live among them. 20 years, a time to ripen, what would you have been? Familiar with all evil and no shame, hardened by trouble, enervate with sin, scarred with 1,000 traces of despair, with just a wordless murmur in your heart, revealing that there was a far-off day when you looked thus. O brothers, think of it. You have made life, God's noblest gift, a thing so hideous that the mother for her child, praying her best prayer for her dearest soul, must cry out, "Snatch him from it." You yourselves know what you are. Take but this one today out of your lines, and think its minutes through, and turn to this pure face, and say with me, "Praise God, for he hath slain another babe."
There is a sound of tears in the room. Cyril gives the child to the woman and comes into the midst of the men with outstretched arms.
Stand still, and let me talk to you of Christ.
End of Part Second. End of Section 15.
Section 16 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. My Timepiece, by Charles Turner. The hour has struck its advent and farewell, and hark, another hour begins to beat, as when a crier stops and rings his bell to cry a loss, then on with busy feet to raise the cry elsewhere. Our precious hours we lose, and balk them of their noblest use, and so disable our best gifts and powers, or leave them open to the fiend's abuse. Or should I, the same moral to convey, a more derisive apologue subjoin? My clock's a mocking thief who steals my coin, then counting up the sum as if to say, how many precious pieces I purloin. 1, 2, 3, 4, trips daintily away. End of Section 16.
Section number 17 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. Good Words, January 1870. Edited by Norman Macleod. The French Reformatory of Saint-Michel by F.M.F. Skene. Part 1. Last 20 years have certainly witnessed a great change in the temper of the times, as regards those degraded classes of our population who, without having rendered themselves amenable to the correction of the law, are yet morally criminal. Having heard of the great Reformatory of Saint-Michel in Paris, and of the remarkable success of the work performed within its secluded walls, and not knowing the excessive strictness of the prohibition against the admission of externs, I hoped, with the help of 2 letters of introduction from influential quarters, to introduce the Dames de Saint-Michel, to allow me to examine into the details of their noble charity. On a gloomy day in last March, I therefore drove through innumerable streets of old Paris, till I reached the distant faubourg where the convent is situated. It was in the very heart of the most ancient part of the city, and as far as possible removed from the fashionable world and from the gay boulevards, which the very name of Paris seems now to recall to the mind. Ancient and sombre looking in as the convent was, it proved to be a very palace in size, and I looked in astonishment at the range of buildings, which surrounded 3 sides of the huge paved courtyard, at the gate of which the carriage was stopped, not being allowed to enter even into these outer precincts. My 2 letters of introduction were sent in to the superior, and after a little delay, the Sieur Portier intimated that I might enter. As I passed into the courtyard, the huge gate, moved by some invisible agency, closed suddenly behind me, and I found myself in front of the massive facade of the convent, which was evidently some centuries old. The portière, a brisk little Frenchwoman, overflowing with politeness, wore a black dress with a large white-winged cap. Begging me to follow her, she led me into the parlour, which was reached at once at the top of the first landing-place, without penetrating into the building at all. The portière placed a chair for me, and vanished, saying that Madame, la supérieure, would do herself the honour of receiving me immediately. Nevertheless, a considerable interval elapsed, during which not a sound penetrated to my retreat, where I had no more lively occupation than the contemplation of 2 rather doleful religious prints which formed the sole decoration of the room. At last a portion of the grille, which I noticed extended the whole way from floor to ceiling across the room, was suddenly withdrawn, and the supérieure appeared behind it, accompanied by another nun. They wore a white woolen habit, with coif and wimple, and a large black veil which nearly covered them. The supérieure was a very ladylike person of middle age, with a pleasant, intelligent face, and a refined courtesy of manner. Her companion, who was somewhat older and graver, had a remarkably sweet and gentle expression. She was named to me as l'assistante. The supérieure addressed me with great kindness and cordiality, but her first words were very disappointing. She said that as my letters of introduction explained my wish to know something of their work, she would be happy to give me every information in her power from behind the grille, but their rule of enclosure was so strict that it was impossible to admit me to any part of the house. I concluded that there was no appeal against this decision, and, much as I regretted it, I could only endeavor to make the best of my opportunity in conversation with the nuns, and for nearly an hour I listened while they gave me many details, which afterwards I was happily able to verify for myself. When at last I rose to go, the supérieure said she could not help feeling great regret at being unable to show me the house, as she saw how much I was interested in their work. "Is it quite impossible?" I asked. "There is but one way in which it could be done," she replied, "and I fear that is beyond your reach. If you could get a special order of admission from the évêché, we should be bound to obey it, in spite of our rule." "And how is that to be obtained?" "Monsieur l'Abbé, our ecclesiastical superior, could give it to you, but I doubt if he would." "At all events, I will try," I said, and I left the convent fully resolved to use every means to gain the admission which the nuns' account of their work made me more than ever anxious to obtain. At last, after some days' labor, I was successful beyond my expectation, and a huge missive, stamped with as formidable a seal as if it were that of the Pope himself, was sent to me, containing an order for my free admission to inspect the whole establishment. Armed with this document, I went early one day to the convent, and this time I was left only a few minutes in the sombre little parlour before the portière came to conduct me to the entrance hall, where the supérieure and the other nun awaited me, each carrying great bunches of keys with which to open the many doors we had to pass through. Nothing could exceed the kindness and courtesy shown to me by the nuns, or the anxiety they manifested to give me every information in their power and to leave no part of their enormous house unvisited. I appreciated their goodness to me in this respect the more, as they owned to me that in the abstract the admission of any one from the world within their walls was so painful to them. They were also perfectly aware that I was not a Roman Catholic. They seemed, however, with great delicacy to assume that I would show respect to whatever appertained to their belief,
and they gave me full details of the working of their religious system, insofar as it regarded the young women under their care. They showed me many portions of the house, to which I should never have thought of asking admission, such as their own private cells. But I was greatly struck with the utter absence of anything like concealment as to the particulars of their internal management, and the contrast their friendly openness and frank courtesy afforded, with the stiffness and formality which generally characterize the reception of a stranger in similar establishments in England. The superior told me as we walked along the stone corridors which led to the rooms she first meant to show me, that her family consisted of 65 nuns and about 370 young women whom they hoped to reform. The order of the Dame de Saint-Michel is one of the strictest of those not exclusively contemplative, and I imagine more nearly approaches the very aesthetic Carmelites than any other. Their strictness and severity are, however, entirely for themselves, and in no respect for the unfortunate girls under their care. The one guiding principle of their mode of treatment is love, kindness, gentleness. The superior impressed upon me again and again that it was by these means that they attempted the reformation of their charges. The 370 souls under their roof are divided into 6 classes. Their charity, the superior said, was in the first instance intended exclusively for fallen women, and of these they have 4 classes. The first 2 are composed of girls belonging quite to the lower orders, filles de pupilles, as she expressed it. On entering the home, they are placed at once in the class of the newly arrived les revants. There they remain until their character and temperament are thoroughly known to the sisters, and then they are passed into the class of the washerwomen and ironers, where, if their physical strength allows of their being so employed, they can continue as long as they like. The third class is destined for young women of a higher social position. These are occupied in needlework, embroidery, and other useful employments, which do not need hard labor. Sometimes girls of a lower station are allowed to enter this class, either as an encouragement or from some circumstances in their character or history, which makes it desirable that they should have this distinction. But as a general rule, this part of the establishment is devoted to those who are better able to understand the blessedness of penitence than their less refined associates. The 4th class is that of la grande perseverance. It was founded, the superior told me, for those among the young women of any rank who might desire to end their days in this quiet home, where they found no safe a shelter from the temptations of the world they had each caused to dread. When they are judged worthy to join the perseverance, they are admitted to that rank by a religious service which consecrates them finally to a life of prayer and seclusion. This class is open to all the young women without distinction, but the entrance to it is made extremely difficult. It is usually not till after a probation of years that any one is allowed to become a member of it, there being no fixed time of trial before they are admitted to it. The 5th class involves a range of work which did not originally form part of this charity, but it was undertaken by the nuns some years ago at the request of the authorities pour le bien public. It is composed of the children who are sent to the convent by what is called la correction paternelle du gouvernement. This term indicates a sort of friendly surveillance exercised by the police over the families of the lower orders, when, to use the phraseology of our own poor people, any girl is taken to bad ways, whether in the shape of thieving propensities or of other offenses against good morals. The parents apply to the commissaire of their district, who gives them a certificate, and with this document they obtain at the prefecture an order from the president of the tribunal of the Seine, committing the girl to the care of the Dames de Saint-Michel, for a period varying from 1 to 6 months. This plan does not find an equivalent in the English system of young criminals being sentenced to reformatories by the magistrate, as the little French mauvais sujets are not legally convicted, nor indeed are their offences generally such as would make them amenable to the law, and their parents are at liberty to remove them from the convent whenever they please, though I heard of no instance in which they had done so. Some years ago the nuns, who had long felt grieved to see these young girls leaving them, after a period of far too short to render any radical reformation possible, instituted a sixth class, which they called La Petite Perseverance, and to which any of the girls who chose voluntarily to remain in the home after the time for which they had been sent had expired were admitted. Here they received an excellent education, being taught reading, writing, ciphering, needlework, and household work generally. And when they are quite grown up, they may, if they please, join the ranks of the washerwomen, and later they may enter La Grande Perseverance, of which we have already spoken, which secures them a home in the convent for life. Into these 6 classes, therefore, the 370 inmates of the Reformatory are divided, and our first visit, the Superior told me, was to be to the children of the Correction Paternelle, who was still going through the period of their detention. I was especially anxious to know on what system discipline and order were maintained amongst this large number of lawless characters, and I asked the Superior if they ever made use of punishments, such as those which are considered necessary in most of our English penitentiaries, confinement to their rooms, or a diet of bread and water, or solitary durance in what in some homes is called the punishment room. "Never!" exclaimed the Superior. "If we attempted to manage those wild, untaught girls by hardness and severity, we should do no good amongst them at all. Our one system of management is to try and win their affection, so that they may learn to trust and love us as their friends, and through us le bon Dieu, who sent us to them. And then we go on to stimulate them by rewards for every little effort at improvement. The only approach to punishment that is ever is among the children of the Correction Paternelle, and that is of the mildest description, as you will probably see for yourself," she added with a smile. "And is it possible," I said, "that you can keep order amongst the great regiment of naughty girls, with no penalties for disobedience?" "Perfectly possible," she answered. "We have a great machinery of rewards, with which we lead them to emulate each other in good conduct. Apart from the classes of perseverance, which are great objects of ambition, we have various little congregations, to which those only are admitted who distinguish themselves by their docility and obedience. When they are allowed to become members of these societies, they are decorated with a little medal upon them, really, as if it were a sort of talisman to prevent them from falling into any fault which might lead them to lose it. We had to go along various stone passages, and up and down some very steep old-fashioned stairs, before we reached the part of the house inhabited by the class of the Correction Paternelle. The Superior opened the door of a room where some 50 or 60 young girls, varying in age from 12 to 17 or 18, were seated at long tables, busily engaged in needlework. They were all dressed alike in neat blue dresses with pretty little white caps, which did not hide their hair or disfigure them in any way, and a set of happier and healthier-looking girls I certainly never saw. They all rose as we came in, and a universal smile greeted the appearance of ma mère, as the Superior was called by all the inmates of the house. It was evident, too, that the apparition of an English stranger was a very pleasant excitement for them, and the keen black eyes which nearly all possessed followed every movement of the visitor. The room was lofty and well aired, and a large stove in the middle gave out a very welcome heat in that cold March day. At one end was a recess in which a little altar was erected, where the infant Saviour, represented in the arms of his mother, extended his hands in blessing, and it had been tastefully decorated with flowers by the girls themselves. It was here, the Superior told me, that the morning and evening prayers of the children were said, as they, in common with all the other young women, only attended service in the chapel once a day. At the other end of the room was a desk, behind which sat the nun who had charge of the class, and who, like the others, was most kind and cordial in giving me every information about her charges. "They are very good," she said, "only a little naughty sometimes, however," and she glanced with a smile to one side of the room. "Ah, my sister, that reminds me," said the superior. "Have you any one under punishment just now? Our visitor is anxious to know what to do with our children when they are naughty." "Mais voilà justement," answered the nun, pointing out to the superior a young girl who seemed trying to hide behind her companions. Ma mère beckoned to her to come forward, and a dark-complexioned, black-eyed child of some 14 or 15 came slowly towards us, hanging her head and looking very shamefaced. "There, you see what her punishment is," said the superior to me, and for a moment I could not detect what she meant, but the eyes of all the other children centered on the delinquent's head-dress attracted my attention to the fact that instead of the little white cap worn by the rest, she had one made of some sort of brown stuff, which came well over her face, and was certainly not becoming, and in this and this alone consisted her punishment. When I heard that the offense of the culprit had been nothing less than an attempt to bite one of her companions, I thought the penalty with which she had been visited exceedingly mild, but it was a good proof of that total absence of the machinery of punishment which is the most conspicuous part of the system at St. Michel. Even in the present instance, ma mère was already trying the effect of gentle words on the stubborn-looking, brown-capped delinquent, and when she said that she felt very unhappy at hearing of such a fault, down dropped the girl at once on her knees, with an almost comical expression of remorse on her round face. Leaving this room, we entered another, similar in size and arrangement, where the children sent by government, who had chosen to remain after their fixed period of detention was over, were gathered into the class of La Petite Perseverance. About 40 young girls were engaged in various ways, reading, writing, and working, but there were no brown caps among them. On the contrary, there were already indications of the real secret of the nuns' successful management of their vast household, where rewards and encouragements take the place of the rigid discipline generally thought needful in English homes. A considerable number of the girls wore little silver medals attached to ribbons of different colors, to which the superior drew my attention as we walked round the class. "These petites décorations," she said, "are the badges of various congregations, to which those only are admitted whose conduct is exceptionally good. The distinction is one which they all ardently desire, as it admits them to special privileges, and they naturally believe themselves more pleasing to God when they are considered worthy to belong to the societies of the holy angels or the children of Mary. There could be no question of the value which the girls attached to their hardly won honors from the eagerness with which they showed them to me, and the delight which acts they took in explaining the meaning of the various devices. I felt as I looked at the bright happy faces round me that there could not have been a greater proof of the judicious management of this house than the fact that all these girls had chosen voluntarily to remain in it. This room had its little altar at one end, and the desk of the superintending nun at the other, as in the first I had seen, and I found the same arrangement in all the classrooms. The next that we entered was that of the arrivants. Some 70 or 80 women were assembled in this and the adjoining rooms, and it did not need the superior's intimation that they were all of the bas pupil to be aware of the fact. As though some of them had pretty faces, they were all of the same coarse type, and the countenances of many bore traces of the deadly evils which had darkened their lives before they were brought to this peaceful refuge. The charm of the French manner was not wanting, however, even among these poor degraded women, and it was plain that the nuns had already won their hearts from the eager pleasure they manifested if addressed by them. From these we went into the domain of the Blanchesses and Repousses, where upwards of 100 were gathered together, hard at work. These last, along with the arrivants, occupied completely the lower floor of the house, and were all engaged in some household work of some kind. so that the whole domestic economy of the vast establishment was thrown open to us as we passed from room to room. The kitchens, bakehouses, and laundries all seemed to be admirably arranged and managed. The manner in which the washing was carried on was new to me. I was taken into a large court, partially open to the air, in the center of which was an immense tank where hot and cold water could be turned on at pleasure. It was raised some feet above the ground, so as to be easily accessible, and all round were ranged the penitents, who, with their strong arms plunged in soap-suds, were rubbing away most energetically, and talking and laughing merrily all the time. I spoke to several of the girls as I did in all the classrooms, the superior being anxious I should satisfy myself as to their condition, and they all declared they were quite happy and well content to remain under the guardianship of ma mère. We now went by several long corridors and staircases to a totally different part of the house, where the penitents of a higher social position were located. As we drew near, we heard the sound of singing, very sweet and plaintive, and the nuns told me that this class often sang litanies for their own pleasure as they sat at work. Our entrance caused a sudden cessation of the music, much to my regret, but the superior promised they should sing to me again when I had spoken to any I wished to address. I went round amongst, looking at the really beautiful embroidery on which most of them were engaged. They were of all ages, from 18 to 6 to 7 and 20, refined and pleasing in manners for the most part, and many of them very pretty. Here and there was a really lovely face, in spite of the dark shadow of the past which lurked in the downcast eyes. It was plain that their great cultivation made them feel the disgrace of their position far more than any of the other women I had seen, but they looked up brightly and answered with a smile whenever I spoke to them,
and they were very pleased to show the medals with which most of them were decorated.
F.M.F. Skene.
End of section 17.
Section number 18 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. Good Words, January 1870. Edited by Norman Macleod. The French Reformatory of Saint Michel. By F.M.F. Skene. Part 2. While I was talking to the nun in charge of this class, the superior came forward with one of the penitents whom she had singled out from the ranks, and told me she had brought a compatriot to speak to me. She held a pretty, gentle-looking girl by the hand, and then, as if a sudden thought had occurred to her, she said, "You have not quite forgotten your own language, my child, have you?" The girl smiled and said she thought not, but when I spoke to her in English, it was plain that French was very much more familiar to her. She told me she had come from Lancashire, but that she was an orphan, and had no friends there now. She had been more than 5 years in the convent, during which time she had never heard a word of English. I asked her if she were happy, and she said, yes, perfectly. Had she no wish to return to her own country? No, none whatsoever. Her greatest desire was to remain always in the home, and become a perseverante. While I was talking to this girl, one of the nuns who accompanied us had gone down on her knees on the floor, for the purpose of caressing a tiny child of some 4 or 5 years old, who wore a little miniature uniform like the other girls, and was now holding up her innocent baby face to be kissed, and her fat, dimpled arms closely clasped round the sister's neck. "I see you are looking at our little marmot," said the superior. "She is the orphan child of a poor girl who died in our house, and who on her deathbed made such an imploring request that her helpless little one might have a home with us, that we could not refuse." "And what will you do with her when she grows up?" I asked. "If she has a vocation, she may become a religious, or if she prefers to go out into the world, we will find her a situation of some kind. Should she, however, simply wish to remain with us as enfant de la maison, we will never send her away. God gave her to us, The child's merry laugh was ringing through the room as Ma Mère spoke, and there could be little doubt that her babyhood was passing as happily in the aesthetic convent as it could have done in any more congenial home. But I could not help thinking how strange it was that one of the 400 or 500 inmates of the house, this little child alone, could still look down the smiling vista of the future with innocent and cloudless eyes, knowing nothing yet of either sin or sacrifice. Before we left the room, the superior asked the girls to sing a litany, which they had been taught by the nuns, and instantly the full sweet tones of 50 or 60 young voices rose in a soft melody, which they sang in unison with great precision. It was the most touching music I ever heard. There was a pathetic undertone in the voices as they lingered on the words, Agnus Dei, qui tolli peccare monde, da nobi pacem, which told of sorrowful depths in those young hearts, that rendered peace, the peace of God. Their only hope and desire is this the springtime of their lives. The eyes of many of them as they sang were turned to the little altar, where they saw represented that spotless Lamb of God, who alone could take away their sin, and the pleading expression on some of the young careworn faces showed that whatever motive had brought them to this house, it was a deep realization of their need of pardon, which retained them in it. I was now taken to a part of the vast establishment which interested me more than all I had yet seen. It was the classe des persévérants, composed of those who, after the severest tests of their repentance, had been allowed to dedicate themselves especially to God in a life of ceaseless devotion and prayer, and who had bound themselves to live and die in the house where they had first been brought to the feet of their Redeemer. Knowing how many years' probation they had to undergo before being admitted to this class, I was surprised to find there were as many as 30 already consecrated, while numbers were waiting in the hope of being received. These women wear a distinctive dress and badge, and are of different ages, from 2 or 3 and 20 upwards. Several of them were engaged in the infirmary and elsewhere, but the majority were collected in their own classroom at work. I was greatly struck with the perfect serenity and contentment stamped on the faces of every one of them. They looked as if, having been sorely tossed on the waves of this troublesome world, they found themselves now at last secure and calm in the haven where they would be. My attention was attracted by one elderly woman, who quite beamed with smiles when Ma Mère approached her. The superior whispered to me to ask her how long she had been in the home. 40 years, was her answer with a gay smile. 40 years, I exclaimed, and have you never been out of the convent once all that time? Never, never, she answered. Nor ever wished to go out? Oh, no, never. On y est beaucoup trop bien, she replied, nodding and smiling to the superior, as if this stranger could not be expected to know the secret of the happiness they possessed at Saint-Michel. It certainly did seem strange to think that this old woman, who had spent the whole of her life in Paris, had yet never seen the sun shining on the Seine since she was a very young girl, or even heard an echo from the tumultuous life of that great city lying all round the quiet convent walls. How dreamy and indistinct must seem to her now the scenes of her passionate youth. Certainly this cheerful, bright-eyed old woman had amply earned her right to the title of perseverant. I could have lingered long in the room with her and her companions, but time pressed, and with a last look at the mild, serene faces of those true penitents, so resolved to endure unto the end, I went on with the superior elsewhere. I want you, she said, to see in what sort of spirit our perseverants do their work. Their greatest delight is to devote themselves in any way they can to the comfort of others, and especially to the care of the sick. We have often great difficulty in preventing them from wearing themselves out in night watches and attendance on the dying. They seem to think they can never do enough to prove their gratitude and love. Here's an instance, she added, opening the door of a small room which contained only 2 inmates. A young girl lying in bed, propped with pillows, and evidently seriously ill, and a perseverant who sat by her side holding her hand. Nothing could exceed the comfort and exquisite neatness of the sick room. The pretty bed, with curtains of a soft tint grateful to the eye, was heaped up with the softest cushions. A little table stood beside it, with a vase of flowers and a plate of fruit, and the walls were ornamented with a number of sacred prints. "This poor Malade is one of our newly arrived," said the superior.
"And she has had—"
"She has a malignant fever, so that we could not place her in the general infirmary. Our dear Percevant here has been her only nurse, and she would not let any of us share her labors," she added, smiling to the Perseverant, who was a young woman with a sweet, thoughtful face. She colored at the superior's words, but her eyes sparkled as she said, "Ah, ma mère! It is such a joy to see her better." "I fear she is still very ill," I said, for the poor girl did indeed look as if her life hung on a thread. "She is sadly weak," said the Perseverant, "but still, thank God, quite wonderfully better. All the delirium is gone, and the terrible sleepiness, n'est-ce pas, ma chérie?" And she stroked the thin hand caressingly, while the poor patient turned her wan face towards her with a look of the deepest gratitude and affection. "She has been simply an angel to that poor Malade," said the superior, when we left the room. "For 3 weeks she has nursed her night and day, never resting, except when I absolutely compelled her. Her patience and tenderness have been quite wonderful. But it is the same with all of our Perseverants. They only live to pray and do good to others." I was now taken to see the infirmary, or rather, I should say, the largest of the rooms in which the sick were tended, for the plans for the care of the patients here were different from those usually adopted in our charitable institutions in England.
Instead of one large
ward, various rooms were simply arranged as ordinary bedrooms, containing 2 or 3 beds each, and the idea seemed to be that there was more of comfort and the appearance of home in a room of this description than in a large public dormitory. Certainly nothing could be more comfortable, and the room to which I was brought, it had only 2 beds, which seemed luxuriously soft and clean, both occupied by patients, and round the bright fire sat 3 or 4 convalescents in easy chairs, with cushions supporting their heads. A nun was in attendance on them, la sœur infirmière, a gentle, ladylike person, whom the patients seemed to love with all their hearts. 2 doctors attend regularly at the convent, their services being given gratuitously. I next went through the dormitories of the penitents, immense rooms with windows on all sides, which at that hour of the day were wide open, and row after row of pretty little beds, each one of which was supplied with a duvet and feather bed, a degree of luxury for the poor penitents which would certainly not be thought of in England. The young women are in no way separated from each other, but there is a little cell for a nun at the end of each dormitory,
from which she can
survey the whole. I went into several of the nuns' cells by their own wish, and though very neat and simple, I found them thoroughly comfortable. The beds quite luxurious in pillows and curtains, the floors of inlaid wood without carpet, and the furniture good and substantial. The refectories of the penitents were prepared for the evening meal, which it seemed was to commence with soup, and I was surprised to see how much care had been given to the arrangement of the table. Each penitent had her clean serviette and little dinner service, and the great rooms were well warmed with stoves. In fact, the strongest impression left upon me by the domestic arrangements of the whole house was that of the extreme care manifested for the comfort of the poor fallen women, whom it sheltered, everything seeming to be done to make it appear like a true home to them, and not a mere place of discipline and confinement. We next went down to the chapel, which I was shown through the grille dividing it from the rooms where the various inmates of Saint Michel are assembled for divine service. Not even to attend Mass do the nuns pass through the barrier which separates them from the world, through the huge black grille which occupies one end of a sort of antechapel.
Within the convent, they can barely see the altar, and the voice of the unseen priest is only heard faint and muffled in the distance. The chapel is surrounded on all sides by these grilles, as the different classes of penitents have each their separate room.
from which they can hear Mass without seeing any of the worshippers in the chapel, which is open to the public. One part of the arrangements at St. Michel pleased me especially. It is surrounded by large gardens, in which the penitents never fail to take 2 hours exercise every day. The various classes have each their separate gardens, but they have plenty of room to run about and amuse themselves as much as they like. And the superior told me it is one of their strictest rules that every child and penitent in the house shall have those 2 hours daily in the open air. She took me all over these gardens, and at the further extremity of the largest she pointed to what I thought at first was a similar enclosure to those through which I had already passed, only more elaborately decked in flowers than any of the others. But looking closer, I saw that it contained many little mounds covered with garlands and with a cross at the head and foot. "Our sisters sleep here," said the superior, and then I understood that this was the spot where those good, hard-working nuns had come to lie down and take their rest when the heat and burden of the day were over. The superior told me, somewhat mournfully, that the new cemetery laws had closed this little sleeping place to them. "We go to Père Lachaise now," she said, speaking with a strong esprit de corps, which seemed to make her feel as if she had herself gone with those who had already passed from their present home to that which they were all anticipating. At last we had completed the tour of the house, and our inspection of many more details than I have space to enter upon in these pages, and as we returned to the room from which we first started, I asked the superior a few general questions on the more important points of their management. "What," I said, "are the conditions on which a penitent can be admitted to your home?" "Simply that she should come and ask to be received. So long as we have room, all who come are welcome, and in our large house we always manage to have room." "But do you not require that they should stay a specific time?" "Certainly not. That would be very bad policy. How can they tell whether they will be able to stay here when they come? It is an immense change from their life, which, if it is full of evil, is also full of gaiety and pleasure. And it is a great thing, a wonderful thing, that they should deny themselves so far as to come here at all. How could we expect them to bind themselves down to remain? If we made such a rule, the majority, who might have been here to the saving of their souls, would surely go back from us altogether. No, we let them come for a day, for a week, for a month, as they will. When weariness or satiety or ill health drives them out of their wretched life. And when they are here, for the most part, they learn to love God, to hate sin, and to wish for pardon. And then they gladly stay till we think it safe for them to go out." "And do you not require a certificate that they are in good health?" I said, remembering the rules of English homes. She looked at me completely surprised. "Most certainly not. It would be to refuse them nearly all. They are mostly always ill, but we take them in and nurse them, and then they learn to love us." "Then you have really no set of rules which you read over to them, in order that they may promise obedience before they can enter the home?" "None whatsoever. Why should we scare them at the very outset with anything of the kind? They soon fall into our ways when once they have joined us. The general order of the house and the example of the others lead them on insensibly. Do you ever take them back a second time, after they have left you once? Undoubtedly, a second or a third time. Whenever they wish to come, the shelter of our home is open to them. But in all cases would you receive them? For instance, if you had placed one in service, and she had fallen back into sin, would you take her again? Oh, certainly. Do you suppose we would refuse her a refuge from the evil world? Then if one had left you after bad conduct, would she be allowed to return? We would welcome her gladly. We should have better hope of her a second time than the first. Do you ever send any away? Never, unless they wish to go themselves. Sometimes, par un mauvais coup de tête, in untranslatable idiom, they will go, after having been very naughty and given us a great deal of trouble, and then we cannot, of course, keep them. But we are very triste, and when they come back it is a great joy. Hearing all these details and remembering how very gentle the means of reformation used, rewards, encouragement, and decorations, it certainly seemed to me that mercy wore her sweetest aspect in this house, and the results are really wonderful. It is rarely that even one of their poor penitents is finally unreclaimed. Success, so far as human eyes can see, is the rule, and failure the exception. And now, I said, may I ask one question more? How is this immense establishment supported? She folded her hands reverently and answered, La providence de notre bon Dieu. You mean, I said, that you depend on the voluntary donations of charitable persons? Entirely. The portions of our sisters are generally sufficient to support themselves. But our children, one and all, look to God alone. And have you never failed to have enough? Never, she answered. Sometimes I have not known how I could feed them from one day to another. But when the year comes to an end, we have never wanted. Thanks be to God. I will tell you how it is. Our children are very grateful for the home they have amongst us here, and they pray for us continually. We do not urge them to do it, but they are ever asking the benediction of God upon this house. And he hears them, he gives it, he feeds them, and helps us, he blesses all. This was said with a simplicity and utter absence of affectation, which charmed me. And undoubtedly all I had seen and heard had brought a strong conviction to my own mind that this house was indeed blessed of God, and that many a poor redeemed soul will bless it to all eternity. F.M.F. Skene. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Good Words, January 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Words, January 1870, edited by Norman Macleod. Section 19, Devoted Lives by W. Fleming Stevenson, Number 1, The Apostle of Greenland. More than a century and a half ago, in the year 1707, a new minister had entered the parsonage of the little hamlet Eskere, beside the little church, with charge over the hamlet and the scattered houses on the upland, where the cattle bells revealed the pasture that the rocks concealed, and the life that came and went in this secluded seaboard parish. Hans Egede was scarcely 21 when he left the University of Copenhagen and settled in the north, and brought to him Gertrude Rask to be his wife. But he felt neither loneliness nor privation in the work about him. It was his simple ambition to follow Christ and to set him before his flock. And as in this teaching and spirit he had the hearty sympathy of his wife, and God gave the hearts of the people into their hand, they lived in great thankfulness and content. It was then that in the long winter evenings he would read in certain ancient chronicles a tale of other centuries, when the ships of the old Vikings swept the stormy seas about his home, swept with these heroes into softer southern waters, and left their little colonies of brave, strong-willed, strong-limbed adventurers to settle and fight and rule until the name of the Norseman filled Europe with wonder and awe. Norseman himself, his pulse beat quicker as he listened to the fresh, quaint storytelling of these old sagas. But what touched him most was to read how his fathers were conquered by a stronger than they, of the quiet and steadfast progress of the gospel as it crept from land to land, of the lonely, peaceful men that carried it at the hazard of their lives, the fiercer conflict that it bred as the North rose against it in defense of its old gods, and how the grim warriors bowed their heads at last and turned the sword that had fought against Christ to a fight for him against the heathen. Then also, as he read, there was wakened within him the thought that changed the purpose of his life. For it was written how that Eric the Red, sea king and pirate, was banished for 3 years from Iceland for some misdeed, and setting forth at the head of a few followers, came by chance upon a certain shore, and when his exile was expired, brought back the news of a green land, rich in pastures and pleasant woods, which so took the fancy of his countrymen that 25 ships of them returned with him, and the land was settled. And how in the year 1000, when 1500 years had gone, Leif, the son of Eric, spent the winter in Norway, at the court of King Olaf Tryggvason, whose residence in Dublin had brought him under the influence of Irish Christianity, and whose zeal would not suffer Leif to return unbaptized, nor without a priest, who taught and christened all the inhabitants of the country, and how then this religious change was accomplished after the rapid and high-handed fashion of the time. The Christian population multiplied till there were many villages and churches and even convents, a cathedral and a bishop, and then, in 1406, Greenland disappears from history. From that time when the last bishop was sent over, there was no communication with Norway, nor could anyone tell what had become of Eric's flourishing colony, that had once supplied cheese and butter to the royal table, and to which none but the king's ships had a right to sail. Had the Christian religion gone out, and was Greenland only a heathen waste? What had happened during centuries of isolation behind those barriers of ice? Was there none to call the poor people back to God, and must they be left to perish without help? These questions would not be put down. They were the first fruits from the seed that had been unconsciously sown in his heart as he read, and the more they seized upon him, the more he felt constrained to answer them himself. If the voice of God was saying, "Who will go for us?" the answer was being shaped in his soul. "Here am I, send me." Yet it was but slowly he confessed this to himself, for he had conceived of no mission but that to the people who loved him and gathered to hear his teaching on the Lord's day. He speaks of inward trouble and of frequent prayer, of a darkness upon which he wanted light, and how at last the light came. Meanwhile, the idea had possessed him so that he could not shake it off, and led him quietly to make inquiries of the men in the whale fishery. None of them could tell him of Greenland, but at Bergen, which was the great fisher port, there was a brother of his wife, familiar with the northern sea. So, on some pretext, he journeyed thither, and heard that on the east coast Greenland was now inaccessible by the ice. On the south and west a landing was possible, but would be resisted by hordes of savages. The interior was a region upon which the sun shone for a few hours a day, a land of perpetual frost and bleak and savage mountains, and the rift ice was the terror of every navigator. It was a gloomy picture, but it only stirred his desire. If, as it appeared, his countrymen had sunk into heathenism, they had the more need of the gospel. If it was in no man's heart to teach them, it was surely God who had put it into his heart. The unlikelihood of a poor country minister obtaining means for such an enterprise pressed upon him and threw him back into indecision. He had no heart to speak his mind even to his wife, and he kept his troubles to himself, and they were acute and intolerable. At one moment he was persuaded the call to Greenland was from God, the next that it was his own self-will and vanity. To spread the glory of God, and to bring happiness to those miserable men, drew me on the one side. The fear of peril, presumption, and my duty to others drew me on the other. Therefore I cried without ceasing to God. He decided to banish the idea from his mind, but he soon found that it was impossible, and it returned with added force. And after casting about what he should do, he resolved to write to the king, and propose a mission to the Greenlanders. To secure his petition being read, he wrote to his own bishop and the Bishop of Bergen, begging they would use their influence at the court, and offering, if the mission was thought of, to be himself the missionary. Brooding over this idea till it became insupportable, thus sprung up timidly another thought beside it, that he would himself go out in search of that strange lost land. He seems at first to have been almost afraid to entertain it. There was then little of the missionary enterprise that pervades the modern church. Since the Reformation, Protestants have had other work to do, work theological and ecclesiastical at home that absorbed their energies and concentrated them. Compared with the outbursts of spiritual life that marked the 16th century, the lack of effort for the conversion of the heathen stands out in striking contrast, and in this direction the Church exhausts itself in the ill-fated Via-Gagnon expedition to the coast of Brazil and a solitary mission to the Lapps under Gustavus Vasa. In the next century what was done was mostly tentative, and when it bulked largely, as in the Dutch East Indies, was too formal and mechanical to be satisfactory. There was no burning impulse, seizing and constraining men, as in the great mission efforts of the Middle Ages, and no sympathy, as there was then, kindling from heart to heart, and from land to land, as one messenger followed another on the same embassy for which Egide was distrustful of himself, not only from modesty, but from conscious lack of support, and from the singular and repelling character of his designs. To many of his countrymen, Greenland was little better than a phantom land. Its distance, its rigorous climate, as of a mere ice world, the dread of voyaging so far north, and the awe with which the current legends of its dangers and savageness invested it, were obstacles not easily overcome by himself, and would appear hopeless to others. Of all missions this would be the least attractive and the most arduous. He was but young. The parish furnished him with abundant service for God. His family was a tie to it, and he was only a poor country minister. He entered on a period of great excitement and perplexity. One day he was clear that he must go. The next he was all doubt. Sometimes he imagined it was self-will. Sometimes he felt it was the call of God. When he was ready to leave all and follow Christ, a sickening apprehension would come over him that he was deserting the trust committed to him in the ministry, or he would be overpowered by inability to face the parting from his people and his home, or by the dread of ridicule and failure.
To bring happiness to these miserable men, he says, drew me to the one side. The fear of peril, of presumption, and my duty to others drew me to the opposite.
He speaks of inward trouble, of frequent prayer.
I cried without ceasing to God.
Of darkness upon which he was always wanting light. He was so full of distrust and indecision that he did not venture to communicate his thoughts even to his wife, but bore this burden in secret until he could have confidence to utter them openly. Yet it was evident that a decision was coming. He was quietly gathering information from the whalers. His abstracted manner and sad expression were noticed by all the hamlet. When his inquiries were most discouraging, his thoughts would soon return to their one object. When he once had desired to banish it from his mind, he found that it was impossible, and he might as well let it have its way. And so, timidly, but with a purpose clearer and deeper than he knew, he sought to make his project known. He had overcome the difficulty in himself, but he was now to face another. He had taken the good old Bishop of Bergen into his confidence to win a hearing for him from the king, and the bishop had not only encouraged him, but talked of his design to those about him, so that the news was carried through town, and thence to Valkers, where it broke upon the parish like a thunderclap, and there rose a great outcry. The peasantry and fishermen thought their minister was crazed. His kindred came to reason him out of what they called his folly. His aged mother besought him not to bring down her gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. His mother-in-law denounced him as the destroyer of her daughter's happiness. His very wife, clasping her children to her bosom, besought him, for their innocent sakes, to forbear his barbarous design.
"No, Egide," she cried, "I will not believe it. You will not offer up your poor little faithful wife and these children to certain destruction."
For a while he stood out firm, his heart aching behind the brave, calm words he spoke. It would be easier for his people to find a minister than for Greenland to find a missionary. He felt that Jesus was calling him, and had not Jesus said, "My sheep know my voice, and they follow me"? Had he not said, "He who loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me"? But at last, when joy had flown from the parsonage, his wife prevailed. He promised he would make no effort that she did not sanction. The old sunshine came back, and he felt happy that, as he thought, he was done with the idea forever. The rest of that story is curiously suggestive. Misgivings now began to cross his wife. The peace and gladness of their home was invaded by slander. The people grew cold, suspicious, and changed, and the irritations thrown in her way increased to such a pitch that she became anxious to leave the place for which she had sacrificed her husband. Meanwhile, as he read one day in his sledge the words in Matthew, chapter 10, verses 37 through 39, came upon him with overwhelming power. His dream of rest in a Norway parsonage was broken forever. Agitated by profound emotions, overcome with shame for his weakness, distracted by the promise he had made his wife, he scarcely knew what to do, and so begged of God that either he would drive the mission entirely from his thoughts, or would incline his wife to it. With a strange, keen earnestness, he watched her struggles, and heard her bitter cries for help. And at last, one day, she flung her arms about his neck and begged him to forgive her weakness and unbelief. "Henceforth and forever I am entirely thine, and thy God is my God. Thy faith is my faith, and where thou goest I will go. Death alone can divide us." It was the finger of God, Egede said, and from that day husband and wife stand side by side, the one as resolute and brave as the other. The trials were not over, nor can we say they were not needed for a work so isolated and unlikely. He who would do it should have a faith that would bear many strains, and the severest were to come. Egede's resignation was soon in the bishop's hands, and soon accepted, and those who blamed him soon had their revenge. They said he was pursuing his own gains under pretense of a mission. He was infected by the love of notoriety. He found he could not succeed in his own country. Even the children were not spared, and some were ready to follow them through the street with mocking and taunt. Yet a better spirit prevailed, and when an aged man, in the name of the congregation, pleaded with the minister to remain, set before him the pleasant retrospect of pleasant work, and promised him double affection and regard, it cost him a struggle to reply. Had his wife not been by, he confesses that his courage would have sunk, but, once persuaded she was right, she was even bolder than he, and from God, he writes, and with her to help him, he was able to go through the pain of farewell, and to pass away from the little church, to which the people crowded with streaming eyes, and many a rough grasp of the hand that was meant to atone for hard words, while young and old heaped blessings on them as they went. Tender thoughts must have slipped into his mind as the sharp rocks faded away, and the boat turned towards the south, and there may have been regrets deeper and sadder than would be confessed. A life so simple and beloved could not be lived 10 years within such narrow limits, and among such near acquaintance, without leaving behind it many memories from which it was hard to break. And every shape and turn of cliff, and the fisher huts above the sea, and the paths he had trodden to the sick, would be left as if they were friends. But for 9 of these years he had been wrestling with himself, struggling for a great aim that brought him peace, and in this supreme moment, when he was free to follow it, it absorbed him. His heart was almost light as he pushed off upon a voyage the end of which no man could foresee, but which was perilous and ill-omened enough to cause most men foreboding. At Bergen he remained well nigh 4 years, a strangely busy, hopeful time of plans that were no sooner made than unmade, and no sooner unmade than made again. There was no mission to provide the cost and to arrange details, nor had he the means of his own, nor wealthy sympathizers, nothing but a few kind words from 1 or 2 kindly men, but had to organize everything from the beginning, and create the very society that would sustain him. So we see him with the scheme of a colony in his head, knocking from door to door, pleading, persuading, and proving to the burghers that it was in their interest to open up a trade, offering to go out in any ship if they would give him a passage, dwelling on that picture of their lost countrymen that had haunted him for years. Then, when it is all in vain and the whale-fishers stroked their heads and told him how it fared with the last colony that sailed thither from their harbor, and was captured by the French and carried into Dunkirk, we find him at Copenhagen, stirring up the missionary college, where they beg him to wait for the summer of peace, since the war with Sweden is straining the exchequer. And alas, he adds, there is no money to carry on the wars of the Lord. Upon this, nothing doubting, he makes his way to the king, and is kindly received, even dining at the royal table. And as the king of Sweden is now dead in battle, and the summer of peace has unexpectedly come, he carries back with him a royal summons to the town councillors of Bergen to meet and consult about the Greenland trade, which they do, but have so many stories to relate of the dangers of those seas, and of ships that have been crushed in the ice, and crews that have starved to death, and how some have been murdered by the savages, that they decide they will have no part in it. Whereupon he tries them one by one again, and at last rallies a few, perhaps in the temper of the unjust judge, because he wearied them, and does start a company which is no sooner founded than, almost on the same day, the chief merchant withdraws from it, and news arrives that the government cannot grant the concession it demands. As this hope breaks like the rest, and the time passes and nothing is done, he began again, singles out those in whose hearts is the love of Christ, presses it upon them in his impetuous, fiery way, and throwing all that was left of his scanty savings into his final venture, is followed by others, even distant clergymen and pious laymen over the country, sending in subscriptions to the little capital, so that with 1,500 pounds thus got together, a ship is purchased, and the bustle of preparation is begun. Altogether it is a singular and heroic spectacle, of which that busy Norway port was, for the most part, unconscious. There are not many narratives in missions so touching as the story of those 4 years through which we see the figure of young Egede haunting the streets and quays till everybody gets to know and wonder at him, till the merchants shun him as a bore, and the sailors marvel with a kind of reverence as they see him gazing wistfully after the departing ships. 4 years of alternating hope and disappointment, yet unwearied pursuit of his one aim, although he hears that men call him a fool and a madman to give up his salary, and to bring his family to starve there, as they surely will, for no one but himself would ever be such a fanatic as to go up to the frozen snows in search of a few savages, years during which he fails to inspire anyone but his devoted wife with a particle of the enthusiasm that was consuming him, but brightened by her constancy and faith, for she is not less heroic than he. Now, not only content, but rejoicing, for the king has sanctioned the expedition and guaranteed a yearly income of 45 pounds to the missionaries, they hurried the preparations for departure. It was nearly 13 years since the first seed of the work was sown, and there had not been much visible growth, but it had grown downwards, and struck such a root in Egede's heart that it was like a part of himself. It was on the 3rd of May, 1721, that the expedition sailed out of the harbor of Bergen, for besides the ship Hope, which carried Egede, one vessel accompanied them for the whale fishing, and another to bring tidings home. By the 12th of June they came in sight of land, and the sight was gloomy and chill. The vast, unbroken mass of ice reached out for miles into the sea, and as they coasted up and down and found no opening, Egede thought that, like Moses, he was only to see the land, but not to enter in, and his heart sank. Then a mighty storm arose, and they were tossed hither and thither until the sailors grew weary and mutinous, lifting up their voice for return, of which he would hear nothing. Yet the wind blew fierce, so that the captain could not be heard. A darkness, almost like night, wrapped the sky, and through the gloom they could see the masses of ice loosened by the waves and tumbling with a horrible crash over each other. At last the wind fell, and they sailed in through an open channel to a new peril, as it seemed, for the field of ice on either side began to move towards them, and first cut off their retreat to the open sea. They lay for a whole day in hopeless peril of death. Egede was full of courage, for he had thought over the way that God had led him, and believed that he would be delivered. So full of courage, his wife Gertrude went from one to another and roused them from despair, and looked, as they said, like an angel with God's peace streaming from her face. And in the morning the peril was past. Yet it was not till the 3rd of July that they effected a landing on what is now known as Hope Island on the west coast, and knelt down and thanked God. To others the thanksgiving would have seemed out of place, for no words could convey the impression of desolation which the prospect left upon them. It seemed to be a land given over to waste and ice and snow. The natives were not Norsemen, but another and inferior race, savage and degenerate. The dream of finding the old colonies, of rebuilding the ruined churches, and thus bringing back the lost, it was as a dream when one awaketh, and the sharpness and bitterness of that disappointment may be well imagined. He found a tribe of another type, and without one tradition or interest in common.
"Only," he says, "a number of mean, wretched, and ignorant pagans, who live and improve the land according to their low capacity."
Men might have said he was a romantic adventurer, but he showed the greatness of his faith. His dream was broken, so he said his work would begin, and he would settle down among these Eskimo and learn their language, and preach Christ to them, and be what he had begun to be to the rest, for it was God's will. As he learned to know more of the land, he found it had a beauty and marvel of its own. The cold, no doubt, is intense, yet the air is pure and light, and the climate good. There is a summer with a summer's heat, with flowers and meadows and bright mosses, and there is the ever-varying beauty of the ice, in bergs of all fantastic forms,
white as crystal, blue as sapphire, green as emerald,
and everywhere the sky is lit with flashes of the northern lights that, for pomp and color, exceed any like spectacle of other zones. As for the people, he found the task hard. They had no conception of an almighty God, but believed in two great spirits, Torngarsuk, the friend of man, and the other a nameless and mischievous king. Whether Torngarsuk is large or small, like a man or a bear, mortal or immortal, is uncertain, for there is a weight of opinion on both sides. Of the inferior spirits, the most important are the spirit of fire, the lord of food, and the prince of the air. They have no religious service, and pay them no worship, though there are whimsical notions about the soul, such as that it can be left at home when a man goes on a journey, or that there are two souls, one the shadow, the other the breath. There is a belief that it is spiritual and alive when the body dies. The locality of their heaven depends on their fancy, but their wish is after death to go to Torngarsuk. As the sun is their chief support, some place heaven in its depth when there is a perpetual summer, and food is caught without trouble. But some place it above the rainbow, when a vast dam hems in a well-stocked lake, whose overflow makes the rain. But should the dam burst, there would be a delay. The way to the lower heaven is by 5 days sliding down a rough and bloody rock, a journey of this risk that in stormy weather the soul may perish. The way to the upper heaven is easy, and the soul may reach the moon the evening that it leaves the body. The better part of them call these absurdities, and say that the soul simply passes into tranquil abodes, and that hell is a gloomy mansion filled with everlasting horror. When all men are dead, a great flood will cover the earth and purify it from blood, and when it is all washed, a wind will blow, and there will be a new beauty over the world. The hills will be covered with reindeer, the children of the walrus will rise from the dead, and at the blast of the first trumpet all men, and at the blast of the second all women, shall be made alive again. They believe in a first man, and that the woman, who was formed out of his thumb, brought death into the world. After the deluge, the survivors struck the ground with a stick, and a woman sprang out. Fishes, they think, were mere firm chips of wood which a Greenlander threw into the sea. The globe rests upon pillars which are now mouldering and cracking from age. The heavenly bodies are translated Greenlanders. The shooting stars are human souls on a visit from heaven to hell. The northern lights are souls playing at ball. The sun and moon were children, sister and brother, and Malina, the sun, being teased in the dark by Ania, the moon, smeared her hands with soot and rubbed them on his face, that when the light came she might recognize who teased her. Still being persecuted, she flew into the sky and became the sun, and Ania, leaping after her, became the moon with the soot spots upon his face. Legends easily gather in their minds. Orion they call the Bewildered, since the stars were originally seal hunters who had lost their way. The Pleiades are 7 dogs who hunt the bear all night, but Ursa Major is a reindeer. Disco Island was towed by Torngarsuk from the south, and the hole is still pointed out through which the towing rope had been fastened. Most of their legends and their beliefs about the supernatural are childish. Their spiritual ideas are few and dim, and their minds have lost all aptitude for spiritual thought, so that, what with this and their natural slowness and dullness, it was next to impossible to convey to them the ideas of the Bible. Their priests, whom they called Angacoks, or wise men, are little more than jugglers, men who profess the knowledge and inspire the fear of a certain wizardry, and excellent at coarse extortion, which does not always inspire even the Greenlander, who has been known to throw the clumsy Angakok out of his house. It is only through them that communication can be held with the spirit world, and they work on the terror of others by the usual means of spells, gesticulations, pretended dreams, and even spirit voices. As for the people themselves, they were of low stature, seldom reaching 5 feet, stoutly built, large-headed, and broad-faced. They were clothed in skins, filthy in their habits, spent their time in hunting, fishing, and eating, lived a roaming, restless life, and appeared to possess no quickness, but a low intelligence. It was these people that this brave man set himself to teach, without knowing a word of their language or a fragment of their history, without the preparation of previous thought, and while the hopes that had sustained a lifetime were suddenly dashed to the ground. The first undertaking was to build a house, a work which attracted the natives until they found it was to be a permanent settlement, when they made signs that the strangers would be frozen, and finding them persist, withdrew and disappeared. The short summer was nearly spent, and provision had to be made for the dreary months that would follow. Egede, who was not only missionary, but commander and head of the little colony, divided his men into 3 companies, of which one stayed at home, another went out fishing, and the third, accompanied by the factor and himself, explored the land. When they returned, their report was unsatisfactory. To the indignation of the factor, there was little game and no fur. To the dismay of Egede, the few natives fled at their approach, and the huts were all deserted. To the dread of all, there was scarce a vestige of wood, and the fishing turned out inefficient. It augured a gloomy Christmas, nor less when murmurs rose among the men, and the factor declared that this was no place of trade, for if the trading company was dissolved, what would become of the mission? The discouragement which had hitherto surrounded Egede gathered about him still, but his faith was invincible, and now and then a light fell among his troubles. Growing timber was not necessary, as they soon discovered, for their fire could be fed by driftwood, logs that had floated down the rivers of America, hewn by no man's hand, but by the natural ministry of God, and carried by strong currents across hundreds of miles of ocean to be cast upon the treeless polar shore. When the Christmas trees were burning in these Norway homes, God sent, he says, a Christmas gift to them for a hunting party. Entering, as they thought, a group of desolate huts, they found them occupied by 150 Greenlanders, who used them as their winter but not summer residences, and being detained there by stress of weather, opened communications with such effect that friendly relations were established, and Hope Island was no longer isolated. Egede had got hold of a word that meant, "What do you call that?" and used it with incredible diligence. Until he knew the language, he was content to express the Christian mysteries in their proper turns, and explain their meaning by signs. And his eldest son, Paul, over whom his father had prayed as he baptized him,
"May it please the Lord that thou, too, shalt bring the gospel to the heathen,"
who had a talent for drawing, sketched pictures from the Bible history, which greatly took the people, especially such as represented the miracles of Christ. Before long he had 2 young lads staying in his house whom he made his teachers, while he taught them Danish by the bribe of a fish-hook for every letter until they got tired and ran off. And he himself would spend days in a Greenland hut till the smell of train oil drove him out. He advanced higher, even so far that he could preach, frequently spending the whole week moving from one hut to another, and curiously enough, the Angakocks who opposed the gospel were his allies, for having tried to banish him and the rest, and having once heard the exorcism, as he related one night, he was much troubled, and failed, they gave out that the white priest was an Angakok, thinking to hide their own want of power. But the people took it up and treated him with great respect, and even brought their sick to him that they might be healed, which he was sometimes able to do, though he found in this rough attempt at medical mission work an occasional awkwardness, as when they took him once to a grave and bade him raise the dead. In a few years he found that his doctrine had spread to the most distant parts of the country. Sometimes the people went out to meet him with singing and shouts of joy. They would follow him in crowds from place to place, and listen all the while to what he taught. Yet there was enough to discourage. For the most part they gave little attention to what he said. They cried out when the sermon was too long, and went up to him in his preaching to insist that he would measure off upon his arm the length of what was to come, and having got it, would hold up their hands at every sentence to show that they had reached the end. If a hymn was sung longer than they wished, they clapped a wet fur glove on the mouth of the precentor. If an Angakok was among them, they grew turbulent, and perhaps cried out that the missionary was telling lies, for the Angakok had been in heaven and never met him there. And as for hell, if it was as hot as they said, there was water enough in the sea to cool it. So it went on from year to year with little variation, except that now and then, perhaps once in a year, there was a baptism. Egide's heart was weary of disappointment, but this was not its only burden. He was involved in perpetual difficulties by the colonists. They had not been there a year till a mutinous spirit broke out among them. There had been no provision ships sent from Bergen. A Dutch sail sometimes passed them, but no Norwegian appeared in sight, and partly from the dread of hunger, partly from the thought that they were forgotten and would be left to perish, they resolved to return. Egede remonstrated in vain, for they grew wild and passionate, and even threatened to take him with them if he was fool enough to think of staying. He was in despair lest the mission would be overthrown. His wife came forward by his side, and the rough, angry crew yielded a little to the passion of her appeal, as she alternately besought and reproached them, taunted them with cowardice, and bade them be men. But as the provisions were short, and they were threatened with starvation, they swore an oath that they would go. The brave woman and her husband stirred not. Let the rest go, and they would stay, if but one man stayed with them. Even this appeal was unsuccessful, and again Egede marveled as Gertrude's figure was seen among the men, who were awed by her calm, lofty bearing, as if the inspiration which gave her words flashed out upon them with mingled scorn and faith. They measured the days that they would wait, swearing that beyond the last they would not wait an hour. They made their preparations for departure. The minister's family made none. "Why pack," she said to those who remained, "when you must unpack? For verily our God will put you to shame." They laughed and jeered, and it came to the last, when on the next morning the colony would embark for Norway. But in the night a cry was heard of, "A sail! A sail!" And when the morning broke, the 2 provision ships lay in the harbor. Some returned, and the newcomers took their place, but the trading spirit was uppermost in them, and they were no help to the gospel. And when an armed vessel was sent and a fort built, and soldiers came, and, alas, convicts, in the hope that they would make settlers, their troubles increased, so that Egede's life was not safe from his own people. The first murmuring repeated itself, and this time Egede was left behind with but 10 men until the new ships came. But it was on the natives that the colony operated with the worst effect, and Egede, who was unable to conceive that the mission could be independent of the trading settlement, had all the difficulties of both. Nay, the very existence of the mission was repeatedly in peril. False and absurd stories were circulated in Denmark to its discredit. Efforts were made to have the collection for it suspended, and the final blow was delivered when, at the summons of King Christian, the colonists were ordered to return within a year, after which all payments would cease. Egede had now been nearly 15 years in Greenland. The colony had weathered all its difficulties, and a settlement or two had sprung up along the coast. Other missionaries had joined him, even Greenlanders among them. His son Paul was working by his side. Genesis and the New Testament had been translated, and not only was there now a printed language, but the beginning of a Christian literature. The burden of what was done had fallen upon him, and his strength was less, was wasted indeed, more than he would confess, and his wife was lying sick and worn out by her incessant labors. He determined to leave his son in charge of the mission. The smallpox had turned the land into a charnel house. It swept away almost half the population, and when the traders took their next journey north, for 30 leagues they found the houses empty. But unexpected incidents in the very scourge revealed the hold which the gospel had upon the people. It was deeper than had been thought. The missionary might now expect to reap as well as sow, and Egede felt he could leave with hope. In Norway he would find some easier work in which he might end his days, and by his efforts at home continue to sustain the mission. His wife offered no opposition, and the return was determined when he was overtaken by the great sorrow of his life.
On the 21st December, 1735, Gertrude Egede fell asleep in Jesus.
The brave woman gone from his side, he was no longer himself. His strength utterly gave way, and he fell sick in body and soul. The most singular despondency overcame him, so that he hated the word of God, and dared not face the public worship, but lay trembling and moaning that God had forsaken him, and refusing every comfort that was brought by others. It was some time before these paroxysms left him, and the calmness and decision of his mind returned. Then, in the summer of 1736, he preached his farewell sermon from Isaiah, chapter 49, verse 4.
I said, I have labored in vain, I have spent my strength for naught and in vain. Yet surely my judgment is with the Lord, and my work with my God.
After the sermon, he baptized a child by his own name of Hans, and with his son, 2 daughters, and the body of his wife, embarked for Copenhagen. The king, at his suggestion, established a seminary where students could be educated for the Greenland mission, and when it was opened, Egede was appointed director, with the title of superintendent and a suitable income. So long as he was able, he discharged the duties of his office with extraordinary zeal, but increasing weakness and painful relations with the mission college compelled him to send in his resignation, and in 1747 he retired to the little village of Stubbekjoping, where he spent 11 peaceful years. Shortly before his death he said,
Children, you will not keep me longer.
And when they asked him how he knew,
It seems to me, he replied, as if in the night one of the blessed dead beckoned me to come.
Then he begged that his body would be laid in Copenhagen beside his wife's, and died on the 5th of November, 1758, almost 73 years old. It was not a life of any remarkable brilliance, nor was it crowned with any remarkable success. Its great object was never realized, and the 15 years spent in Greenland were years of intense trial, privation, and disappointment. But it was one of those brave, good lives by which God spreads his kingdom, and of which there lingers in Greenland the still fresh tradition. He was our more than father. End of section 19.